Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A young man is crying. He is screaming that he does not want to die. The guy is holding a sword in his hand. The young man says that he needs to run quickly. He leans against the wall and asks why he is the only one who sees this. We see the young man's leg. The young man, sobbing, falls to the floor. The young man is shaking all over. We see the top of his head. There are tears in the guy's eyes. He begs for salvation. The system informs us that in front of us is Takemichi Yoshito, a weak conqueror. We see someone's leg. A monster approaches the guy. It is reported that in front of us is a high-class demon. Yoshito, holding his hand, gets to his feet. The guy grinds his teeth in anger. He says that he is unhappy, pathetic and despised by everyone. The young man asks the demon if he is happy and enjoying this. Yoshito screams in rage that he will never give up. The demon looks at the young man. He says that he will not do this, even if everyone makes fun of him, and even if this damn world has turned away from him. Wings are visible behind the monster. Yoshito rushes to attack. We see the tip of the blade. The hero says that he will continue to fight to the end. Yoshito receives a blow from his opponent. The sword flies out of his hands. Tears roll from the guy's eyes. He says that it hurts a lot. The clawed hand of the demon is visible behind the young man. A bright white sphere appears under the monster's palm. Yoshito experiences incredible pain. The monster's eye emits a purple glow. The demon brings down a powerful stream of energy on the guy. Yoshito looks around in fear. He understands that things are very bad, and the monster's blow broke the floor. The guy falls down. A grinning demon is visible above his hand. The monster stands on the edge of the cliff. The hero thinks that he has become a conqueror quite recently, and his path has just begun. The guy looks up with teary eyes. He understands that he did not have time to do anything. Yoshito stretches his hand up with spread fingers. The system reports that he died. We see a complex geometric pattern. It is reported that we are dealing with the Heavenly Demon Tower. In front of us is a majestic building. The hero thinks that it is beyond human understanding. We see two more similar structures. The guy remembers that these towers arose all over the world. In front of us are ruins. Yoshito thinks that when you get there, a person seems to find himself in a game world with swords, magic, skills and the like. The demon stretches out a clawed hand forward. The hero thinks that there are also a lot of monsters there. In front of us are treasures. Yoshito thinks that magic stones and untold riches can be found in these towers. The hunters smile happily. It is reported that those who seek profit in these towers are called conquerors, and the magic stones and treasures located there are sold at very high prices. Yoshito remembers his encounter with the demon, and falling down, he thinks that the conquerors are constantly walking on the edge of life and death. In front of us are purple cracks. The guy thinks that what is happening in the towers is like a game, but death there means death in reality. The hero's eyes are closed. He opens them. We see the face of a young man. He realizes that he is alive. The guy grabs his face, realizing that everything is repeating itself again. The system reports that Takemichi Yoshito has died, and the infinite revival skill will activate in 10 seconds. The hero is sitting on the ground. The guy sadly looks up. He thinks that thanks to the infinite revival skill, he is resurrected every time he dies in the Heavenly Demon Tower. The young man grinds his teeth in rage. He believes that this is not a gift, but a real curse. The hero is carrying a huge box. He remembers that after graduating from school, all he did was work. Yoshito is holding some kind of device in his hands. We see the guy's left eye. He remembers that then the Heavenly Demon Tower appeared. The hero stands on a pedestrian crossing in front of an incredibly tall structure. He remembers that, looking at it, he thought that he could succeed by becoming a conqueror. Yoshito looks around. He thinks that there is a real hunt for magic stones and treasures, and he wants to take part in it. The hero clenches his fist. It is reported that he also wanted to acquire a skill that no one else has. In front of us are very nice objects. It is reported that these are skill stones, with the help of which you can master new skills. In front of the guy is an unpleasant-looking man with glasses. Yoshito remembers that the Stone of Infinite Rebirth was sold to him by a man who was trading right at the entrance to the tower, and the guy had to get into debt to buy this artifact. The item changes hands. Yoshito remembers that he really wanted to get this skill, because with it he would definitely not have died in the tower. The system reports that the skill Infinite Rebirth is activated. The next window informs that a debuff is activated. After death, 500 points are taken away from the user. Yoshito remembers what this system window looked like. It turned out that Infinite Rebirth was slowly sucking the strength out of his body. We see 4 skulls. The hero thinks that he managed to die 4 times during this time. A grinning goblin stands over the dead hero. The guy remembers that the first death took away 50 defense points, given that the initial value was 53. The hero, with a face distorted with horror, flies down. The guy holds his throat. He remembers that the second time he lost 70 attack points, and the third time 250 health points. Yoshito looks around in fear. He remembers that each of the deaths randomly weakened him significantly. We see a system window with the hero's characteristics. The guy thinks that the last death took away 60 agility points from him. The young man, whose back we see, is standing in front of the system window. he thinks that he had only 61 agility points, and now only 1 is left. We see many skulls. Yoshito thinks that depending on the characteristics, the body also changes, and if he lost agility points, then his body will become heavy, clumsy, and very soon he will not even be able to move properly, and if so, he will never reach the top. The hands of skeletons fall on the guy's neck and shoulders. Yoshito thinks that he is burdened with debts, but is forced to come to terms with fate and try to move on. The hero is surrounded by many skeletons. The system warns that the guy will soon be resurrected and should get ready. Yoshito thinks that he just hates all this shit. The boy has tears in his eyes. He lies helplessly on the ground and says that he is here again. Yoshito sits up. He thinks that, as expected, his body weight has increased, and since he only has 1 point of agility, it will be much harder to move. The boy looks around. He tries to understand where he is and assumes that he was thrown to the lower floor. Sweat is running down the hero's face. He thinks that something is wrong here, because the atmosphere around him is like on the upper floor, not the lower one. A long passage is visible in front of the boy. Yoshito realizes something. In front of him is a golden cube. The boy understands that this is a skill stone, golden and incredibly rare. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He realizes that he can sell this treasure for a lot of money and finally pay off all his debts. Yoshito greedily looks at the artifact and says that it will go with him. The boy holds his hand, thinking that there are not even monsters here, and the money itself flows into his hands. There is a crack under the hero's feet. The guy looks down in fear. He is torn apart by many bright beams. Daggers are sticking out of the guy's body. Yoshito lets out a desperate cry. The system reports that the hero has died and infinite rebirth has been activated. The next window reports the activation of a permanent debuff. 65 strength points are taken away from the hero. Yoshito coughs, trying to come to his senses. A dagger is reflected in his eyes. The guy learns that he was instantly killed by a trap. Bloody daggers are lying under the young man's feet. Yoshito grinds his teeth in rage. He sees a shiny golden cube in front of him again. The guy declares that death will not stop him. The hero puts his right hand under his left. He understands that he does not even have the strength to work his hands normally, since his muscle strength has noticeably decreased. Yoshito leans against the wall. A crack is heard. The guy puts his hand in front of himself, realizing that the trap has worked again. A dragon is visible in front of the hero. The eyes of this creature emit a bright red glow. The dragon spews out a powerful stream of flame. The system again reports that the hero has died and infinite rebirth has been activated. The guy loses 250 health points. Yoshito shrinks, trying to protect himself from the fiery shaft. He does several somersaults. The guy looks ahead in fear. He realizes why there is no one in this room. The hero remembers how he stood at the beginning of the passage, and the golden cube to which he was walking. Yoshito realizes that everyone who came here was tempted by this golden glow, and died from traps. We see the guy's eye again. Yoshito thinks that an ordinary person will never reach this stone. A smile appears on the young man's face. In front of us is the back of a young man. He thinks that, unfortunately, now he is the weakest conqueror of the heavenly demon tower. The boy's eyes are burning with determination. He shouts that for this reason his life is now worth nothing, and he is not afraid of losing it. Yoshito rushes forward. A huge sharp axe is visible next to him. The system reports the loss of additional mana points and technical capabilities. The boy is hit by powerful electric discharges. He tries to understand how many times he managed to die. Yoshito sees system messages about the loss of points of vitality and magic resistance. He realizes that he does not feel his body and sees almost nothing. The boy's body is pierced by sharp spikes. The system reports a deduction of 60 intelligence points. The hero thinks that a little more and he will turn into a vegetable. Yoshito lifts his bloody face. He takes the golden cube in his hand, thinking that he still won. The hero rolls his eyes. The system asks if the boy wants to use the skill stone. A message appears stating that use is allowed automatically due to a long wait for the user's response. The system informs about receiving the inversion skill. The hero's face shows surprise. He clenches and unclenches his left hand in amazement. Yoshito realizes that he doesn't feel tired and seems to have regained his strength. He realizes that he doesn't feel the effects of the debuffs, and something is clearly wrong here. The guy's hand reaches for the system window. He's going to check his stats. Yoshito's face shows amazement. We see the boy's eye. The system shows the hero's personal card Takemichi Yoshito. The boy, to his amazement, realizes that all his debuffs have turned into buffs. The hero looks at the system window in surprise. It informs that the boy has received a new skill. The next window informs that the inversion skill can change buffs to debuffs, and vice versa. Yoshito is shocked. He realizes that thanks to this skill, his weaknesses turn into advantages. We see how the dying hero turns into a pumped-up big guy. The boy tries to understand when he managed to learn this skill. He turns his attention to the cube in front of him. Sand is visible inside. Yoshito examines the cube. He thinks that as soon as he grabbed this item, the system automatically used a rare skill stone. The guy is upset. He understands that he has lost a huge amount of money. Tears are streaming down the young man's face. Yoshito thinks that everything is probably for the best, since the debuffs of infinite rebirth thanks to inversion will only make him stronger. The guy stares at something. He clenches his fist, thinking that with such strength he will be able to climb to the very top. We see white and blue energy. Yoshito thinks that by becoming a top conqueror, he will earn a lot of money and be able to become famous. The young man looks at his fist. The hero looks around anxiously. In front of him is a corridor, at the end of which he can see a light. The guy thinks that all this, of course, is wonderful, but in order to return home, he will have to go through the traps again. 3 sharp tips look at the hero. Yoshito understands that the traps are activated again and will work when he gets close to them. The hero looks over his shoulder. He realizes that if he dies, he will only become stronger. Yoshito grabs his head. He screams that he does not want to die again. The guy remembers how he died the last time. He thinks that even if he is reborn, he still feels unbearable pain. We see the eyes of a young man. Yoshito understands that if he dies too often, he will go crazy. The hero holds his shoulder. His hand is shaking. The guy removes his hand. He understands that now, thanks to the inversion skill, he has quite high parameters. The young man looks around thoughtfully. It seems to him that he can pass the traps on his own. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. We see the guy's leg. He thinks that there is no point in guessing, since there is no other way anyway. Yoshito spreads his legs wide. He still wants to try. The hero, putting his right hand forward, rushes forward. Something falls to the ground in front of him. Arrows are flying at the guy. Yoshito looks at them carefully. The arrowhead is right next to the boy's eye. Many white marks are visible next to the boy. He lands on one knee. In front of us is the hero's eye. Yoshito understands that he sees everything. Sparks are sparkling next to the boy. His eyes emit red rays. The boy thinks that he needs to be even faster. Yoshito rushes forward rapidly. He raises his left hand. A white mark is visible above his head. The boy understands that he is still acting too slowly. A bright flash is visible behind the boy. The hero is again on one knee. The dragon opens its mouth wide. Yoshito, opening his mouth wide, screams that the monster may not even dream of killing him. The boy presses the system icon. A weapon appears in his hand. The boy strikes and breaks the statue. His foot falls to the floor. Behind the young man, blades are visible in great numbers. We see the boy's eye. Yoshito moves quickly, parrying blows. The young man sighs heavily. The daggers that flew at him lie at his feet. The hero remembers the system windows that said that he died and received this or that debuff. Yoshito is now sure that by combining infinite rebirth and inversion, he can become the strongest conqueror of the tower. The boy looks at his hand. Yoshito looks up. Above his head, a hole in the roof is visible. The boy understands that it is very high, and before he would not even have thought about jumping to it. Yoshito spreads his legs wide. He pushes off the ground. Bouncing off the walls, the hero rushes towards his goal. He flies through the hole. The boy sees a demon under him. In front of us are the faces of Yoshito and his opponent. The boy apologizes for making us wait. The hero, holding a broken sword, heads towards the monster. The demon tries to stop the blade with his hands. Something flies at the monster standing in front of the hero. The demon's body emits purple energy. Yoshito points the damaged weapon towards him and asks if the monster is going to finish him off again. The monster opens its mouth. The boy's eyes glow. He says that the demon can attack him. Yoshito rushes to attack. He offers to test how long a monster with only one miserable life can last in battle against an enemy with an infinite number of revivals. Yoshito rushes towards the enemy. He holds a broken sword in his hand. He looks back at the demon over his shoulder. We see the young man's eye. The guy says that it's scary to even imagine how much his parameters have grown. Yoshito jumps up and hits the demon's hand. The monster's hand is visible next to the boy. The hero puts forward his left hand and declares that he is no longer afraid of the enemy's attacks. A powerful blow lands on the back of the demon's head. The hero delivers another blow. He lands and declares that he has won. We see the young man's left eye. The guy asks what is that and quickly runs away. In front of us are streams of purple energy. A gap is visible behind the one-armed demon. The monster stretches out its left hand forward. Yoshito jumps back. He declares that he almost died. The guy stares at his opponent. Beads of sweat are running down his face. The hero says that he has been thinking all this time and came to the conclusion that the demon does not look like the monster from the 3rd floor. We see a schematic image of a heavenly demonic tower. Yoshito declares that the higher you go in it, the more dangerous the opponents are. He rushes forward and delivers another blow to the demon. The guy says that on the 3rd floor the monsters should be much weaker than his current opponent. The demon spreads its wings. He sharply throws them forward. Yoshito covers himself with his hand. The youth is high above the demon. He states that his parameters have increased significantly due to the debuff. The hero deflects the enemy's blows with the stub of his sword. He says that he has become much stronger than the conquerors of the 3rd floor, but he has never heard of monsters like this demon being here. The hero covers his face with his sword. He lands on the floor. The youth is standing on half-bent legs. He frowns at the enemy and asks who he is. The demon's eyes emit an eerie purple glow. The monster hangs in the air above the hero. He states that he will most likely not receive any answer and states that he was probably very unlucky to meet a strong enemy. Purple spheres appear above the demon's hands. Yoshito looks at the enemy with alarm and says that he seems to have decided to use his other hand. The youth stands in front of his enemy with a sword in his hand. He grins predatorily. The demon's body emits a purple glow. Yoshito, smiling, asks the enemy if he is really going to fight at full strength. There is a flash. The monster strikes, the hero jumps back. Powerful discharges of energy hit the ground next to the young man. The horn of the demon is visible near the boy. The monster bares its sharp teeth. The ground under the monster's feet cracks. The hero protects his head with his sword. He understands that once again he barely escaped death. It is very difficult for the boy. A dark sphere is visible in the demon's palm. Yoshito, gritting his teeth from the tension, curses. A small whirlwind is visible where his head should be. The system reports that the guy died, causing a permanent debuff to activate, taking away 40 points of physical strength. The next message informs that the debuff has been changed to a buff, and 40 points have been added to physical strength. We see the demon's back. Yoshito appears behind it with glowing eyes. The monster is blocked from striking by a weapon similar to a spear. The hero looks at the enemy with a mad look. Fear appears in the monster's eyes. Yoshito says that the monster killed him, and this is the worst thing it could do. The guy quickly moves around the enemy and strikes. He says that it was incredibly painful. The demon tries to reflect the hero's strikes with a spear. Yoshito swings again. He understands that his physical strength has increased, and now the strikes can literally push the enemy back. But this is still not enough. We see the eyes of the young man. A bright trace of the strike is visible between him and the demon. The monster's eye emits a purple glow. We see a sword fragment. The hero's eyes are puzzled. He misses his opponent's blow. The system reports that the hero is killed and loses 60 points of agility. The next system window reports that the debuff has been changed to a buff, and 60 points have been added to agility. The hero's eyes are closed. He understands that this time his agility has increased. Yoshito looks at the enemy. The opponents are standing opposite each other. The hero says that the demon pulled off a very good trick. The young man's eyes glow brightly. He rushes to attack. The demon looks at him in fear. A trace of the blow is visible near the young man's head. We see a thin white line. Yoshito stands with his back to his enemy. The demon's skull cracks. The monster flies apart. The hero says that it's all over. The silhouette of the monster is visible behind the guy. Yoshito says that everything was expected, because his opponent had only one life, and he was doomed to defeat when he entered the fight. The hero looks to his left. We see the lower part of his face. Yoshito goes forward. He tells the demon that if in hell or somewhere else he can get infinite life, then let him come to him again. The guy looks at the horned head. He smiles. Yoshito says that if this happens, then they will fight again, but this time on equal terms. Yoshito, sitting on the ground, sighs with relief and says that he was able to defeat the demon. The young man looks very unhappy. He says that, of course, he became stronger, but the feeling of being killed twice is very unpleasant. The guy looks at his sword in amazement. The weapon crumbles to the hilt. Yoshito, smiling, says that, apparently, he will need to buy a decent weapon. The guy gets to his feet. He is going to collect magic stones and buy himself something normal. There are crystals on the ground. One of them, green, breaks through the floor slabs. Under the large crystal, boxes are visible. It is reported that this is the first floor of the heavenly demonic tower of Hermes, which is a safe zone. In front of us is a schematic image of the tower. Yoshito thinks that when moving to each floor there is a zone where monsters do not respawn. We see young people talking nicely. The hero thinks that in common parlance this area is called a safe zone, and here the conquerors can rest after difficult battles. The hunters come to their senses after the battle. The conqueror kills the monster and examines the chest. Yoshito thinks that when exploring the towers, the conquerors can collect many useful items and coming to the safe zone, sell their prey to merchants, as well as buy new equipment. The guy remembers the man who sold him the artifact of revival. The young man holds a silver sword in his hands. He understands that this weapon is stronger than the previous one. The guy is upset only by the fact that it is incredibly expensive, and he had to spend half of the proceeds from the magic stones on it. Yoshito shakes his head. He says that he needs to stop whining, and if he wants to succeed, he should not save on weapons. The hero, whose right eye we see, says that this is an investment in the future. Yoshito comes out to the people. One of them, smiling, recognizes the guy, and says that this is the same fool with endless rebirth. One of the girls calls the guy a poor guy. Yoshito closes his eyes. He says that everything is clear to him, and he became famous as the weakest conqueror, because he was deceived, and foisted off the most useless skill for a lot of money. The hero gets angry. He says that if everyone knew about this, they could have at least warned. It would have been much better than expressing their pity now. Yoshito recalls the system messages he has seen many times. He thinks that endless rebirth is more of a curse for many conquerors, but for him, A person with inversion, it has revealed itself in a new way. We see a complex geometric pattern. The young man realizes how excellent the two skills he has are if used together. Yoshito smiles. He thinks that only he himself can unleash their true potential. The young man, covering his mouth with his hand, thinks that this is really cool. The hero looks scared. He notices someone behind the people standing nearby. In front of us are three guys of very unpleasant appearance. One of them declares that, as promised, he challenged the boss of the 5th floor. We see the face of this man. He declares that only he could do this, the Nojishi Dominator. Yoshito covers his face with his hand. He recognizes this young man. In front of us is a giant tower. The hero thinks that Nojishi has a title that is given to those who kill the boss on the last floor of this structure. The huge structure disappears. It is reported that this always happens after the destruction of the boss on the top floor. Nojishi holds a magnificent shield. The hero thinks that those who defeat this boss receive powerful unique equipment. Yoshito looks with dislike at Nojishi and one of his wards. He thinks that dominators usually do not act so arrogantly with their fellow conquerors as Nojishi. The guy is very surprised. He understands that someone is arguing with an arrogant scoundrel. The girl with blonde hair says that Nojishi cleared the tower, which consisted of only 2 floors, and her boss was very weak. She does not understand how her colleague can consider himself a full-fledged conqueror of the tower. We see 2 girls. It is reported that they are Sakiya Mana, a level 15 conqueror, and Shiramaki Yuri, who is level 13. The blonde says that anyone could have dealt with that tower. Her friend asks her to stop the scandal, and says that there is no point in arguing with this moral monster. Mana turns to her friend and asks her not to interfere. She says that she is not going to turn a blind eye to this, because they were the first to find the room with the boss. The girl says that she will not remain silent if this goat wants to take all the laurels for himself. Yuri holds a staff in her hands. She says that the reward for destroying the boss seems very good, but it is too dangerous. The girl offers to let Nojishi and his minions deal with the monster. Mana thinks about it. Nojishi, smiling, looks at the girls and asks if this is the end of the conversation. The beauties are very upset. Nojishi asks them to calm down and just watch how he, having unique equipment, will put this boss on his shoulder blades in 2 counts. Nojishi shows everyone his shield. He says that it is Aegis Mimesis, which is able to protect against any blow. Mana and Yuri turn away from Nojishi and his comrades. The girls turn around, hearing someone calling them. The hero waves his hand at them. Nojishi, pushing the girls away, looks at the hero. A disgusting smile appears on his face. He raises both hands and says that he recognizes the loser Yoshito. The bastard asks if the hero heard what they say about him. Nojishi leans down to the guy's face and says that everyone considers him a loser, who was given some shit instead of a skill for a huge price. Nojishi reaches for the hero's head. He says that the guy is just pathetic and will sit on the lower floors all his life, eating scraps. We see the lower part of the hero's face. The guy sighs. He tells the girls to let Nojishi deal with the boss of the 5th floor. Mana tries to object. Nojishi looks at the guy's back with a predatory look. A source of red energy appears in the hero's hand. Yoshito tells the girls that they will go kill the boss on the very top floor. The guy's eyes glow brightly. He declares that while Nojishi and his guys will deal with all the little things, they will take the biggest fish. Yuri looks at the guy in amazement and asks what he is talking about. Raising his right hand, Yoshito declares that he is not offering this for nothing, and he is sure that the 3 of them can handle it. Nojishi smiles. A bright glow is visible behind his back. Yoshito looks threateningly at the enemy. He approaches with the clear intention of attacking. The villain shouts that the guy does not dare to talk like he is better than him. Nojishi lands several blows, but Yoshito dodges them all. The hero takes a step forward. Nojishi looks at him in bewilderment. The bastard falls face down on the floor and cries out in pain. The henchmen run up to the commander sitting on the floor and ask how he feels. Nojishi wonders what the hell was going on. He looks around in fear. Yoshito looks down on him and asks how long the villain will sit on the ground. Mana and Yuri are amazed. The hero tells the enemy that now he will even be curious to see how he and his comrades will cope with the boss of the middle floor. Yoshito smiles. He goes in the direction of the arch and asks if the girls will go with him. The conquerors walk along the 4th floor of the heavenly demonic tower Hermes. The hero is called out. Mana, a little scared, asks if the young man is sure that he should have gone with Nojishi. Yoshito asks again in surprise. The girl looks thoughtfully ahead. She says that the hero is not particularly strong. Yuri says that she is also worried, because the monsters from the middle floors are very strong, so if they get into a fight, there may be huge problems. The hero, with his hands in his pockets, walks in front of the girls. He asks them not to worry. We see the right eye of the young man. He thinks that he met Mana and Yuri during the conquest of this tower. The girls cannot hide their excitement. The guy thinks that Mana is level 15, and Yuri is 13, while he himself is only 8, so it is understandable why they are so worried. Yoshito remembers the events that recently happened. He thinks that now he is not as weak as before, and although his level is really low, his parameters are quite decent, and in battle he will be much stronger than the girls. The conquerors are walking along the floor. Nojishi turns around and calls the hero. Smiling, the villain says that he allowed the guy to watch him kill the boss of the 5th floor for educational purposes. But he should not get in the way and especially should not die. Yoshito is afraid to even imagine how the battle between the boss and this narcissist will turn out. The conquerors notice something. A lizard jumps on Nojishi. The young man holds out a shield in front of him. There are marks from blows next to the guy. The monster lands not far from Nojishi. It is reported that there is a lizard man in front of us. The monster opens its mouth wide. Nojishi looks at the enemy with anger and thinks that he can easily deal with him if there is only one of him. Yoshito shouts at the guy to wait. We see the hero's eyes. He says that there are many monsters here. Yoshito looks up. Many monsters appear above the conquerors' heads. Nojishi looks to his left and asks in fear where all these creatures came from. We see the paw of one of the monsters. Other lizard men bow before this creature. The monster smiles. The system reports that this is the captain of the lizard men, the highest representative of this race, the commander of the pack. The monster holds out a sharp sword in front of itself and begins to make strange sounds. The lizard men jump on the two girls and the hero standing next to them. Yoshito looks up. His eyes emit a bright red glow. Mana screams for Yuri to protect Yoshito. The girl, holding a staff, replies that she will. The hero shouts in resentment that everything is fine, and he can fight too. The guy grinds his teeth in anger. He hears that now is not the time to be a hero. Yoshito looks at Mana, who is standing with her back to him. Tears are rolling down his eyes. The girl, looking at the hero, says that he cannot cope with the lizard men. It seems that these words touch the guy to the depths of his soul. Yuri is standing behind him. The girl turns to him and asks him to stay in a safe place, since it is very dangerous here. Mana fights the monsters. Yuri uses her staff. Nojishi fights the lizard man with a smile on his face. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He says that he can fight too. The guy raises his hand, and then lowers it. Yoshito stands resentfully in the middle of the conquerors fighting with the enemies. Tears are rolling down the cheeks of the young man. He understands that everyone around him is sincerely convinced that he is just some kind of ballast, and this is just a terrible feeling. Nojishi covers his head with a shield. However, he misses a powerful blow. The captain of the lizard men throws him away. The young man jumps far back and calls the lizard man the worst words. A crack is heard. Nojishi, whose top of the head we see, asks what is happening. We first see the legs, and then the head of the hero. Yoshito is drenched in sweat. He falls into a hole. The guy helplessly flies down. Mana and Yuri try to shout to their comrade who fell through the ground. The hero tries to understand why he was the one who fell into the trap, and not Nojishi. Before us is a character with winged boots. The hero thinks that the heavenly demonic tower of Hermes, as its name suggests, tests the conquerors for reaction speed, because there may be a trap waiting at every step. Yoshito flies backwards. The guy looks up in fear. Stones are falling next to him. The young man thinks that he will not die from these traps so easily. The hero sees the bottom of the well approaching. He bounces off the wall several times and lands on his feet. Someone appears behind the young man. Yoshito thinks that he is not even wounded. The hero looks back. Several captains of the lizard men are standing in front of him. The monsters look angrily at the enemy. He understands that there are quite a lot of enemies, and he has nowhere to run. The guy smiles. He says that it seems to be a trap from which there is no way out. Streams of blue energy are visible near the young man's hand. A sword appears in the hero's hand. He declares that, unfortunately for the lizard men, it was not he who fell into the trap, but they who fell right into his hands. The monsters look at the guy with a little surprise. We see the tip of the sword. The young man says that he finally had a chance to test his new weapon on a sufficient number of opponents. Yoshito stands with his back to us. He rushes past the monsters and inflicts significant damage on them. The hero's eyes glow menacingly. He says that he is even glad that he ended up with these damn lizards. The hero is preparing to give battle to several enemies at once. He thinks that this trap is teeming with lizardmen captains, and if he were here in his previous incarnation, he would never get out alive. A monster armed with a sword flies up to the hero from above. Yoshito is preparing to strike him with his sword. Joyful excitement is visible on the monster's face. The hero strikes and hits his opponent. The young man's eyes are burning with red fire. He cuts the captain of the lizard men. The guy thinks that now he can finish off all his enemies. 2 more lizards are visible above the young man's head. He confidently deals with these enemies too. The monsters exchange fearful glances. The next moment they lose their heads. The heroes are breathing heavily. He looks at the monsters with hatred and asks them what happened, because they waited so long for food to fall into this trap. A whole army of lizards is visible in front of the guy. Yoshito, smiling predatory, calls on the enemies to attack and kill him. The lizard men predatorily bare their sharp teeth. The hero himself rushes to attack. He rushes past the enemies, hitting many of them. Yoshito thinks that there are quite a lot of monsters. The guy raises his sword for another blow. He destroys several more enemies, thinking that this entire army cannot break through his defense. The lizard men look at the hero with fear. He declares that death is a terrible thing. The guy's eyes glow menacingly. He asks if his enemies know how terrible death is. There are lizard corpses at the young man's feet. Yoshito declares that he is a real professional in the art of dying. The captain of the lizardmen cries. The hero says that he will pity his enemies and kill them as quickly as possible. Yoshito sighs tiredly, declaring that he has finally finished dealing with the enemies. The hero sees a passage in front of him. The guy climbs the stairs, realizing that he can easily get out of the hole he fell into. There is a door in front of him. Yoshito enters it. Mana and Yuri look at the young man in surprise. He, breathing heavily, says that he has never seen such a long staircase in his life. Yuri runs up to the guy and calls out to him. The hero turns his head. The girl asks if he is wounded. Yuri smiles. Holding her staff, she thanks fate for everything working out. Yoshito looks at the girls. Yuri says that they wanted to go down to the guy, but the hatch immediately closed, and they did not know how to find him. Mana says that she is afraid to even imagine what the young man saw down there. The girl with pink eyes looks at the guy and asks if monsters attacked him. Yoshito looks at her in surprise. Smiling, he says that nothing like that happened there, and he got here without problems. We see a huge pile of lizardmen corpses. The hero asks the girls in surprise where Nojishi is with his guys. Mana, folding her arms over her chest, says that as soon as the hero fell, the battle with the monsters continued. Nojishi and his comrades thought that the guy was dead, so they went to fight the boss, and she and Yuri tried to find the lever that opens the hatch. Mana gets angry. She remembers that Nojishi activated the trap himself, and then did not bother to help. Yoshito asks her not to get angry. He reminds that Nojishi always does this. The girl says that it still annoys her. The hero calls out to the girls between whom he is standing. Scratching his cheek, the guy sheepishly thanks them for trying to help him, and apologizes for making them worry. The girls look at each other in surprise. Smiles appear on their faces. The hero moves away from them, urging them to speed up a little. Yoshito looks around, smiling, and says that maybe they can catch up with Nojishi and see him fighting the boss. The guy notices something. In front of him and the girls stands a sword-wielding captain of the lizardmen. Yoshito doesn't understand where he came from, because Nojishi and his wards were supposed to kill all the monsters. The lizardman rushes to attack. Yoshito puts forward his left hand and calls out to Yuri. The girl, who is approached from above by a toothy enemy, turns to the guy in surprise and asks what happened. Yoshito rushes to help the girl. He pushes off the floor next to Mana. A crater is visible where the guy was standing. The hero blocks a blow aimed at Yuri with his sword. The girl calls out to the guy in fear. Mana, who has two swords in her hands, screams that she will deal with the monster. She rips open the lizardman's chest. The girl curses. Mana, behind whom the hero can be seen standing by the corpse of the monster, says that it was mortally dangerous. The young man has a ghostly sword in his hand. Yuri thanks the young man. Looking at the guy a little scared, the girl says that if it weren't for him, she would have died. Yoshito embarrassedly scratches his cheek and says that there is no need to thank him. Mana smiles. Raising her right hand, the girl says that it is much more important how the hero parried the lizardman's blow. The guy, smiling, asks if he has proven his usefulness. The girls are standing behind the guy. He says that now he is not ballast at all. In front of us are columns. The girls are talking behind the young man's back. It is reported that the young people are on the 5th floor of the heavenly demonic tower of Hermes. Yoshito reaches out to the system window. He examines the card with his personal information. The guy understands that due to the fact that he killed many lizard men, his level has increased to 10. The hero looks thoughtful. He recalls his battle with monsters, and reflects on the fact that the increase in this case does not occur due to buffs or debuffs, and he is not affected by inversion. The hero looks down thoughtfully. Mana and Yuri examine their weapons. The blonde says that she bought her daggers recently. Yoshito, meanwhile, thinks that the increase he received for the battle is not that significant, although he destroyed many dangerous opponents. The hero pays attention to the attack parameter. He thinks that the increase from the inverted death penalty is 65 points. The guy carefully examines one of the lines of his personal card. He understands that when increasing to level 10, the strength stat increased by 2 measly points. The hero smiles happily. He realizes that the combination of death penalty and inversion is something completely unimaginable in its power. In front of the guy hangs a system window with his personal card. Yuri points at something with her finger and urges the hero to look in that direction. The young people stand in front of a huge gate. The boy realizes that this is the door that leads to the boss of the 5th floor. Mana states that in the heavenly demon tower of Hermes, according to calculations, there are 10 floors. The girls stand next to each other. The blonde states that although this is the middle of the tower, no one has defeated the boss of the 5th floor yet, and she and Yuri found this room first. The girl is angry. She says that when they return to the safe zone to stock up and prepare for a protracted battle, they met this idiot Nojishi. Mana, clenching her fists in rage, screams that she shakes every time she remembers how dirty this bastard treated them. Yuri hugs her friend and asks her to calm down. Mana growls angrily. Yoshito puts his hand to the door and says that Nojishi and his comrades must have already entered into battle with the boss. The door opens, the hero says that they are a little late for the start of the battle, but they can see what reward the guys received. Yoshito looks very unhappy. He takes a step forward. Someone flies over his head. The guy enters the door. He looks up in fear. The young man who flew over his head crashes into the wall. The conqueror groans in pain. The hero sees Nojishi's back in front of him. He turns around and is surprised to note that Yoshito is not dead. The big guy frowns at someone and says that the guy wanted to see how he can handle the boss, and he will show him now. We see the terrible appearance of the monster. In front of us is the Orc Lord. He roars deafeningly. The monster jumps up and raises his axe over Nojishi. The hero calls out to the conqueror in fear. We see the faces of the opponents. The brute says that there is nothing to be afraid of here. He blocks the axe with his golden shield. Nojishi, looking out from behind the shield, states that Aegis Mimesis will block such a blow very easily. A bright yellow trace is visible between the two opponents. Nojishi stands in front of the Orc Lord, holding his shield in front of him. He says that he was caught off guard when the lizardmen attacked, and he was unable to show his full glory. The guy, smiling happily, states that in a one-on-one fight, he will show his best side and will never lose. Yoshito looks at what is happening in fear. Nojishi urges him to watch very carefully. We see the forehead of the Orc Lord. A huge monster rushes at Nojishi. He tells the hero that this is how grown men fight. Yuri approaches the guy sitting by the wall and asks how he feels. The young man replies that he will live. Smiling, he says that Nojishi is simply incredible. The squad leader is fighting a huge monster. The guy says that he couldn't even withstand one blow from this boss, and Nojishi is still standing. The brute, grinning happily, tells Yoshito to pay close attention to what is happening. We see the hero's face. The monster stretches out a huge hand to the man, who tells the hero that the guy should see how real grown men fight. A white mark from the blow is visible in front of the Orc Lord. Yoshito sees a bright flash, from which stones fly apart. Nojishi jumps back. Grinning, he looks up. The monster's eye emits an ominous glow. With a deafening roar, the Orc Lord strikes with his axe. He raises the weapon above his head again. We see another bright flash. The monster squints. Surprise appears in his eyes. Nojishi asks if this is all that the middle floor boss is capable of. The boy smirks. Hiding behind his magnificent shield, he declares that in this case, the monster will never defeat the conqueror Nojishi. Yoshito looks at the battle unfolding in front of him. A drop of sweat runs down the boy's cheek. We see Aegis Mimesis. The hero understands that the unique equipment that can be obtained for killing bosses is really incredibly powerful. One of his fighters is standing behind the commander. Yoshito thinks that Nojishi's stats are very mediocre, and he only holds on due to his shield. The Orc Lord strikes again. Nojishi smirks. He looks up and declares that the boss will not be able to defeat him simply by swinging his axe. The Orc Lord flies away from Nojishi. The commander gives his subordinates the order to attack. They rush forward. The young men strike several times. The Orc Lord loses green blood. The monster roars menacingly. Nojishi jumps up. He ends up above the enemy's head. The conqueror grins menacingly and states that the monster should not have lost sight of him. Nojishi unleashes a powerful blow on his opponent. The Orc Lord is missing one eye. The monster lies on the ground. Nojishi turns to the hero and asks if he has seen the strength of a true champion. Yoshito stands with his arms crossed over his chest. He smiles. The young man rubs the back of his head thoughtfully and says that Nojishi has a very strong unique shield, and it is hard to argue with that. Nojishi is seething with indignation. The boy laughs. He states that the incompetents that are Yoshito, Mana and Yuri would never be able to defeat the boss of the middle floor, and they should thank the great Nojishi for doing it. One of his henchmen looks at something in surprise and calls out to his commander. Nojishi asks what happened. The boy points at something with his finger. Those present notice a large chest. Nojishi pushes his comrades away and rushes to this object. He says that there must be rare loot there. The guy sits down in front of the chest and says that it is even bigger than the one where Aegis Mimesis was kept. It seems to him that they hit the jackpot. Yoshito fearfully recalls the events that happened to him. He understands that the chest on the middle floor cannot be more luxurious than the one where the unique weapon was kept. The guy tries to warn Nojishi that he should not open the chest. The hero screams, his mouth wide open. The girls look at him in surprise. The guy thinks that he let his guard down and allowed himself to forget for a moment that there are many insidious traps in this tower. Nojishi looks into the empty chest. He is very unhappy. A yellow magical formation appears above the heads of the young people. Nojishi covers his face with his hand. He squints his eyes. The members of the expedition find themselves in a huge hall. Yoshito tries to understand where they ended up. Mana says in fear that this is definitely not the middle floor boss room. Nojishi yells angrily that he doesn't like such jokes. The hero calls out to him. The conqueror seems scared. He states that he has only felt such a creepy atmosphere once in his life. Yoshito asks where exactly it was. Nojishi, whose mouth we can see, says that it was on the top floor of the Heavenly Demon Tower. In front of us is the Conqueror's left eye. A huge magical formation is visible above the heads of Yoshito and Nojishi. We see someone's hand. Now in front of us are the legs of this creature. A huge demon sits on the throne. Nojishi remembers that the same atmosphere was in the final boss room. The monster's eyes glow. He gets up from his throne. Yoshito cannot believe that this is the final boss room. A red system window appears in front of the hero. It contains a warning that they were forcibly teleported to the room of the final boss of the Heavenly Demon Tower Hermes. The hero is very scared. It turns out that the owner of the tower is in front of him, the Emperor of the Ogres. One of the fighters rushes forward with a sword in his hand. He shouts that the monster is advancing. The Ogre Emperor is visible right in front of the hero. He delivers a powerful blow, from which large stones fly to the sides. Yoshito looks at the enemy in fear and says that he is really different from all those he has met before. Mana and Yuri stand in place in fear. The guy understands that no one except him will be able to offer any resistance to this monster. The hero shouts at Nojishi for everyone to leave. The guy promises to detain the Ogre Emperor. The big guy asks the young man to stop talking nonsense, since he will not be able to detain anyone. Nojishi, looking back, asks if the guy understands that he will not last one-on-one with this monster even a minute. Yoshito asks in fear if he will really die. Nojishi rushes to attack and orders his charges to do the same. One of the guys rushes forward with a mad look. He strikes the monster. We see two more members of the squad led by Nojishi. The young man, smiling, says that they have injured the monster, albeit a little. The Ogre Emperor raises his hand over the conquerors. Nojishi opens his mouth wide. Standing under the monster, he shouts that he is Nojishi's dominator and promises to defeat the enemy. The guy's face is distorted with rage. Bright traces are visible in the air. The monster delivers a powerful blow and literally knocks down its opponent. Nojishi, blood gushing from his chest, flies back. Yuri and one of the guys look at what is happening in shock. Yoshito looks up in fear. Nojishi's shield, which should have withstood any attack, shatters into small pieces. In front of us is the lower part of the system window. It says that Aegis Mimesis turned out to be much weaker in characteristics than the enemy's blow, and as a result, it can no longer be restored. Nojishi lies on the ground in a pool of blood. Yoshito cannot understand how all this could have happened. The guys from the Nojishi squad are trying to shout to their leader. Yoshito screams at the top of his lungs for them not to approach the commander. One of the guys looks at the hero in bewilderment. The Ogre Emperor strikes again. A sword fragment lies in a pool of blood on the ground. Yoshito clenches his fist. He is shaking with anger. The guy stands in front of the boss of the upper floor of the tower. The Ogre Emperor grins angrily. Mana says in fear that they need to run. We see the girl's eyes. She says that they need to save themselves immediately. In front of her, a gate with a red circle in the middle is visible. Mana understands that sealing is taking place. A red magical formation is visible in front of the exit from the hall. The girl says that the doors are blocked by protective magic. Yuri holds onto her staff with tears in her eyes. She is afraid that they will all die here. The Ogre Emperor swings his sword again. It seems that the blow is aimed at Yuri. The girl closes her eyes in horror. Yoshito strikes the giant monster. The girls look at him in fear. The guy, whose lower part of his face we see, says that this will not happen, and they will survive. The boy's eyes glow. He declares that from now on, only he will die, and as long as it takes. The Ogre Emperor strikes a powerful blow, which hits the ground right in front of the hero. We see a white trace. Yoshito quickly runs away. In front of us is the monster, and the hero looking back at it. The guy thinks that he could not even really hurt this monster. A crater is visible in the ground. The Ogre Emperor hangs over the boy. He strikes. A bright flash occurs right in front of the hero. Yoshito quickly runs away. The boy strikes his opponent. Mana and Yuri look at what is happening in surprise. They cannot believe that this boy is fighting the owner of the tower one-on-one. White traces are visible in the air. Something flashes behind the boy. Yoshito tries to defend himself. He thinks he is strengthened by the buffs from inversion and endless revival. But it is not enough. The eyes of the Ogre Emperor glow menacingly. Yoshito thinks that in order to defeat this monster, his current strength will clearly not be enough. We see the leg of a young man. The monster looks very menacing. The guy decides to test its endurance. Streams of red energy rise around the hero. Yoshito thinks that he will have to test how many times he will die before he finishes off this monster. We see two more bright flashes. The hero fights the Ogre Emperor. He hits the top of his opponent's head. The boss of the upper floor throws the hero away with his left hand. The monster bares its huge teeth. Yoshito flies far away. He looks up, trying to understand if he has reached his limit. Drops of blood are visible next to the guy. Yuri looks at what is happening in fear. Horror is in the girl's eyes. Yoshito lets out a heartbreaking scream. The system reports that the hero has died. The next system window informs that Yoshito has lost 55 agility points. The guy thinks that everything is fine. It informs about changing the debuff to a buff and receiving 55 agility points. Yoshito is standing on his feet with the sword in his hand. He says that he can come back to life as much as he needs. The girls look at the young man in shock. Mana understands that he uses infinite revival. Before us is a system window about activating the debuff. Mana says that this skill should significantly reduce the parameters that the hero has. Yoshito holds the sword with both hands. The girl cannot understand how the guy is still able to fight with someone. The hero misses a few more hits and lets go of his weapon. The system informs about receiving 20 points of magic resistance. Yoshito thinks that this is not relevant for him now. The hero dies again. He gets 320 points to health, but this again does not suit him. We see the boy's hand. He begs the system to give him a buff that will help him kill the ogre emperor. The boy's eyes are glowing. Yoshito looks up with a sword in his hands, continuing to beg for an improvement in the desired stat. The hero looks up. He lands on the floor. Yoshito looks at his hand and says that at this rate he will definitely go crazy. The boy covers his face with his hand and says that he feels the pain of death very keenly. The boy has a smile on his face. He says that he finally got the buff he needed. The system window informs that he has received 140 attack points. We see the back of the young man's head. Yoshito understands that the increase is very solid, and he has achieved what he wanted. Sitting on the floor, the boy looks around. The system informs that he has received a new level of the infinite rebirth skill, as well as the rebirth point ability. Yoshito works with the system window, trying to understand what this skill is. The boy thoughtfully rubs his chin. Smiling, Yoshito says that now everything is clear to him, and now is the time to try out the new ability. The guy gets up. His eyes are closed. The system informs that he will soon be resurrected and should get ready. The hero's eyes are glowing. Raising his sword above his head, he prepares to attack the ogre emperor. Yoshito shouts that this time he will definitely finish off the monster. Before us is a system description of the ability respawn point. It is reported that the user can specify a respawn point within a radius of 3 meters from the place of his last death. Yoshito thinks that now is the time to try out the new skill. The guy's eyes are closed. He understands that perhaps this ability was designed to reduce the number of debuffs. A hand sticks out of the lava. A recovery point appears above it. The hero thinks that if you respawn in the same place, you can constantly die, with no chance of getting out. A man with raised hands stands on the shore of a lava lake. Yoshito understands that this ability is needed to escape from the deadly loop. The young man calmly passes by the ogre emperor. Yuri stands covering his mouth with his hand. We see the hero's leg. The guy thinks that he can use this ability during the fight to hit the enemy in the back. Yoshito is behind the huge monster. The guy squats down. He flies over the enemy and loudly shouts that this time he will finish him off. The young man delivers a powerful blow to the ogre emperor's back. Mana, who is watching the battle from the side, thinks that the guy has teleported. Yoshito looks at the girls and tries to understand if they see everything he does. The monster bares its toothy mouth. The hero delivers a blow to the enemy. He stands next to the enemy, putting his left hand forward. The guy remembers Nojishi and other dead guys. We see the lower part of the young man's face. He says that these guys were, of course, real bastards, but they, knowing that he cannot die, still showed compassion for him. The face of the dead Nojishi continues to pop up in the hero's head. Purple lines are visible on the monster's body. Yoshito thinks that if he defeats the owner of the tower, he will receive a unique weapon, but now he is not driven by greed. The guy angrily looks at the ogre emperor and says that he finally wants to finish off this monster. A trace of a powerful blow is visible next to the monster. The ogre emperor grins. Yoshito attacks him again. The guy's eyes are burning with an unkind light. It looks like the boss of the upper floor is scared. He misses a very powerful blow. The ogre emperor, his mouth wide open, looks up. A huge monster lies in front of the hero. Yoshito sighs with relief, throwing up his sword in his hand. The system reports that the owner of the heavenly demonic tower Hermes has been defeated, and the unique weapons and magic stones have been automatically added to the hero's inventory. Yoshito looks upset. He says that, of course, he is happy with the rewards, but still feels some strange feeling. Yuri runs up to the young man from behind and hugs him tightly. The girl cuddles up to the hero and says that she already thought that they would all die, but thanks to. We see the girl's eye. Yuri understands that she behaved indecently, and without finishing the previous phrase, begins to apologize to the young man. She states that all this happened as if by itself. Yoshito looks at Mana. She also thanks the young man. We see the girl's fingers. She says that if it were not for Yoshito, then she and Yuri would have definitely died. Mana, with a drop of sweat running down her face, says that fighting the way the boy did is wrong. The girl remembers the moments of the boy's death. She says that Yoshito died time after time at the hands of this monster just to defeat him. We see the girl's profile. She understands how terrible the pain the young man was experiencing. Mana, whose back we see, apologizes to the boy for the fact that she and Yuri could not protect him from so many deaths. Yoshito puts his hand on the girl's head and says that she should not worry about it. The boy stands with his right hand raised. He says that he is very sorry that the girls had to see something so terrible, and to understand each time that it was not a stranger to them who died. Yoshito looks very upset. He says that he himself did not want to die so many times. We see the boy's eyes. He clenches his fists and screams that it really hurts like hell. There are tears in the guy's eyes. He says that this is simply unbearable torment, and the girls cannot even imagine how unpleasant it all is. Mana looks at the crying hero. He sighs heavily. A smile appears on the guy's face. He says that this is why he will do everything possible to not die again. Mana and Yuri smile. The young people, noticing something, look around. A system message appears, informing that the owner of the heavenly demonic tower Hermes has been defeated. 10 seconds remain before the disappearance of the structure, and everyone in the tower will be forcibly teleported out of it. Yuri stands, raising her left hand. She says that she completely forgot that in the event of the death of the owner of the tower, it disappears. Yoshito waves to the girls and says that in this case they will meet outside the tower. The guy looks around. The corpses of the dead conquerors are visible next to him. The hand of one of them lies in a pool of blood. The young man looks sadly at these people and promises to never forget them. Yoshito closes his eyes and says goodbye to them. We see a tall tower. It begins to dissolve into thin air. Soon there is no trace of it left. The brunette, whose back of his head we can see, asks if the Hermes Tower has really been conquered. The guy in sunglasses hands her a tablet. The girl says that, as far as she knows, no one has managed to reach even the upper floors of the tower. The young man replies that the director is right, but the Hermes Tower has really disappeared. The girl looks at the tablet. The guy promises to submit a detailed report on what happened soon. The girl's hand is on the tablet. The brunette says that something very interesting seems to have happened. Yoshito comes to his senses. Surprised young people are visible around him. They point at something with their fingers. The hero is on all fours. The tower dissolves into thin air. Yoshito looks at this sight in surprise. The guy raises his hand. He clenches his fist. The young man realizes that he has reached the very top. The sky tower disappears completely above the hero's head. Yoshito smiles. Suddenly, the joy disappears somewhere. Now the guy looks sad. The hero hears someone asking who really defeated the owner of the Hermes Tower. The guy, sitting on the ground, listens to the conversations. Someone reminds that the exploration of this tower seems to have stopped only at the 5th floor. We see the young man's huge ear. Someone says that he is interested in how strong the owner of the tower was. Yoshito imagines how he happily tells everyone that he, Yoshito Takamichi, defeated the final boss. But then he realizes that he cannot be happy about conquering this tower, since his friends died in it. The young man's hand lies on his knee. He understands that for the first time he conquered the tower alone, and must keep quiet about what happened until he creates a new reputation for himself. The hero looks up. Yoshito looks over his shoulder. He sees excited young people around him. The guy understands that if they find out that the weakest conqueror just went and killed the owner of a 10-story tower single-handedly, there will be a lot of questions for him. Yoshito tries to leave unnoticed, but Mana and Yuri notice him. The blonde screams that she sees Yoshito. The girl happily clenches her fists and loudly says that the guy defeated the owner of the tower, after which she asks what unique weapon he eventually received. The young man calls her an idiot. The people around look at the guy in surprise. We see their amazed faces. Someone recognizes the hero and says that this is the owner of the Stone of Infinite Rebirth. The dissatisfied blonde points his finger at the guy and asks not to tell him that the owner of the most wretched ability became the dominator of the Hermes Tower. The hero, smiling, looks at this man. A can of carbonated drink falls from the vending machine. Yoshito stands with his back to the girls. He opens the can and declares that, thank God, he managed to escape from those who pounced on him like hungry vultures on a piece of meat. The guy remembers how a whole crowd gathered around him, and young people began to ask questions about what kind of weapon he uses, how he managed to defeat the boss, and whether he would like to join the squad. Mana, pleadingly folding her hands in front of her face, apologizes for revealing the hero. She says that she did not even think that everything would turn out like this. Yuri, squinting, says that Yoshito single-handedly defeated the owner of the tower and became the dominator, so it is not surprising that increased attention was riveted to him. Yoshito thoughtfully looks ahead. He still cannot believe that he became the dominator. A multi-story building rises above the young man. The guy says that he feels strange, because until recently he was the weakest conqueror with the most useless ability. Yoshito remembers the moment of buying the skill stone and understands that it was not a mistake after all. Yuri, looking at the young man a little scared, says that she still wants to ask about the Infinite Rebirth skill. In front of us is a system message. The girl states that this skill leads to the fact that in case of death the character's parameters worsen, but every time Yoshito was revived, according to her feelings, he only became stronger. The girl asks how this is possible. Next to Yuri's face is seen the hero, whose eyes are glowing. Yoshito, embarrassedly rubbing the back of his head, mumbles something unintelligible. We see his right eye in a golden cube. He is trying to understand whether he needs to tell him about the inversion and how he found this stone. Yuri puts her hands in front of her and says that if the hero does not want to answer, then he should not do it. She states that she is curious, but she does not want to pressure the guy. Yoshito takes a sip from the can and thanks the girl. He realizes that he could explain everything, but he still doubts whether he should do it. Mana, rubbing her chin, says that the hero can postpone the explanation until better times. We see the girl's eyes. Clenching her fists, she says that she is much more interested in what kind of weapon the guy got. Yoshito says that she is too curious. He throws the can into the trash and asks Mana to wait a second. The hero tries to call up the inventory window, but nothing works. We see the roofs of tall buildings. One of the girls says that the problem is quite understandable, since they are outside the heavenly demonic tower. Yoshito stands in front of the recently conquered structure. He thinks that the inventory window can only be opened in the tower itself. There are 2 conquerors in front of us. Yoshito thinks that it is impossible to use swords, magic, skills and other objects of this kind outside the tower. In addition, people there are not affected by their characteristics. People go about their business. The hero thinks that these restrictions are specially created to prevent conquerors from committing riots outside the towers. The young man points his thumb to the right of himself. He knows that there is an exception to the rule, and the only place outside the towers where you can turn on the inventory window is the ruins of the tower itself. Young people approach an empty area emitting green light. We see the young man's hand. He looks at something excitedly. Young people look scared. They are on the ruins of the heavenly demonic tower of Hermes. One of them says that as soon as they entered here, the atmosphere immediately changed. Yoshito, smiling, says that the window is now opening. The young men stand next to each other to look at the system window. Yoshito says that the name of the unique weapon he received is Fasaminos. We see an inventory window with an image of this item. The young man clicks on the icon. The young men cry out in surprise, looking at the system window. The hero is simply shocked. A long white sword is visible above his hand. It materializes in the boy's hands. Yoshito understands what his unique weapon looks like. The girls are excited. They say that the treasure that can be obtained after defeating the owner of the Hermes Tower is the unique weapon Fasaminos. The hero is holding a red sword in his hands. The guy, smiling, waves his weapon. He states that it is light and easy to use, and he can't wait to try it out when conquering a new tower. The girls look at the guy fearfully. Mana has an idea. Yuri, smiling, looks at her friend. Mana puts her hand on the boy's shoulder and offers to form a squad with her to conquer a new tower. Yuri shouts loudly that he also wants to join. The girl stands with her hand raised high. The guy, looking at the embarrassed girls, gives his consent. Yuri asks if he really wants to see them in his squad. Yoshito smiles. He says that he is not against it at all, since they already know each other, and even, probably, have managed to become friends. The girls happily clench their fists. Mana looks at the young man strangely. She looks into the young man's eyes and asks what tower he wants to conquer next. The girl suggests that it will be no less difficult than Hermes. The blonde smiles. Excitedly clenching her fists, she says that she thinks it can be the highest heavenly demonic tower Zeus. Yuri fearfully states that this is probably too difficult. Yoshito thoughtfully rubs his chin. The girls look at the guy. He, smiling, says that after conquering Hermes, he wanted to go somewhere. Yuri asks in surprise where exactly the guy is going. He replies that he is going to the Tokyo branch of the Office of Conquerors. A green glow can be seen behind the guy. The young people are standing inside a circle. Yuri asks if Yoshito is really going to the central office. The girls look at the hero with a little disappointment. Mana asks why he does not want to go to the new tower. The hero grabs his head and says that in the central office he will be able to sell magic stones at a better price than to the merchants in the towers. Beads of sweat run down the hero's face. He admits that he needs money. Yoshito squats down and says that he spent all his money on buying a stupid skill, Infinite Revival. Mana and Yuri look at the hero in bewilderment. In front of us is a huge building of the Tokyo branch of the Office of Conquerors. Inside, people walk under huge screens. The hero thinks that the unit was created by the government to support the conquerors, and here you can find new information about the towers, their passage, monsters and bosses. Also here you can buy weapons and sell magic stones at prices above market prices. The hero remembers how he bought an artifact from Hans. He thinks that the management does not advise doing business with merchants inside the towers, because most of them are crooks and are ready to deceive anyone. We see young people training. Yoshito thinks that, in addition, the management brings up new generations of conquerors, training them from scratch. Next to him someone calls the next visitor in line. Next to the girl lies a tray with purple stones. The hero remembers that, in addition to unique weapons, as a reward for defeating the owner of the tower, he received a certain amount of magic stones. The guy is going to sell them and at least partially pay off his debts. Yoshito sadly looks at the young man counting the money. The girl standing behind the counter greets the hero and asks if he wants to sell the magic stones. Yoshito confirms this assumption. It only now begins to dawn on him that he has not yet checked how many stones exactly he received for conquering the tower. The hero clicks on the corresponding icon. There is a whole mountain of large purple stones on the table. One of them lands on the girl's head. She is shocked to the depths of her soul. Yoshito looks at his prey and realizes that he received a fortune for defeating the ogre emperor. The girl smiles again. She apologizes to the guy and says that they will need some time to calculate the price of the stones. These words scare Yoshito a little. The hero's hands are shaking. He says that he will probably be able to almost completely pay off his debts. The guy holds a thick wad of banknotes in his hands. He realizes that in an instant he has become fabulously rich. Mana and Yuri look at the hero approaching them. He is already thinking about what he will spend his wealth on. The girls' faces are tense. Yuri says that they probably have something very important to tell the guy. Mana says that it is imperative to do so. The girl points her finger at the hero and says that when people get a lot of money, they start spending it recklessly and end up in debt. She demands that Yoshito not spend his money on all sorts of nonsense. The guy says goodbye to his dreams of shopping and agrees to behave as he was just asked to. We see the lower part of the brunette's face. She looks with wild eyes at the hero, whom she just noticed. The girl approaches the guy and says that she was told about a young man who brought a whole mountain of magical stones. She says that she wanted to meet him in person. The girl is wearing shoes with very sharp heels. Yoshito looks at her and asks who is in front of him. The girl puts her hand to her chest and introduces herself as the head of the Tokyo branch of the Office of Conquerors. In front of us is the girl's left eye. She says that her name is Rydo. The hero looks at her in amazement. Green energy rises from Fyun's eyes. She asks if the Hermes Tower Dominator, Yoshito Takamichi, would like to spare some of his time. Yoshito looks at the girl and realizes why her face seemed familiar to him. There are very serious characters behind the brunette. The hero thinks that Rydo, the head of the Tokyo branch, was able to unite all the conquerors around her, and she was nicknamed the monster in a skirt. The girl holds a huge sword in her hands. The guy remembers that this nickname was given for a reason, because she single-handedly conquered 3 towers, for which, in fact, she was appointed head of the branch. Fyun is visible on a huge television screen and under the spotlight. Yoshito knows that the girl is known not only for her strength and influence, but she can also be seen on various talk shows, on the covers of fashion magazines and billboards. Fyun looks at the hero questioningly. Yuri is standing next to the guy. He asks what exactly interested the head of the Tokyo branch. Fyun raises her index finger. She calmly looks at the young man and says that, firstly, she wants to know how he defeated the owner of the Hermes Tower, if the report said that the conquerors were only able to climb to the 5th floor of this building. Yoshito already sees 2 fingers in front of him. The girl's green eye emits a glow. She says that, secondly, she wants to personally see what the new dominator is capable of. The young people walk along a long corridor. Fyun, walking ahead, says that everything is clear to her, and therefore, because of the trap on the 5th floor, their group was forcibly teleported to the very top. She says that a report will be compiled in order to inform other conquerors. Without turning to the hero, Fyun also thanks him for telling about the death of the Dominator no Jushi and his squad. Yoshito, with Mana and Yuri visible behind him, looks down sadly. Fyun promises to contact the families of these people and notify them of what happened. We see the girl's left eye. She closes it and says that the death of conquerors in the towers, including dominators, is not that rare. Fyun passes through the open door. We see the back of the girl's head. She says that such events still make her very sad. In front of us is the lower part of the hero's face. He grinds his teeth in anger. The guy remembers the dead conquerors and thinks that these guys fought the boss, putting their lives on the line. Tears appear in the boy's eyes. He is upset that now, after their death, the branch manager only says that their death saddens her. Yoshito wipes the tears from his face with his sleeve. He thinks that the only thing that makes him happy is that Fyun said everything honestly. In front of us is a hangar. The branch manager says that they have come to the training ground. Yoshito and both girls look around in surprise. Fyun calls out to the hero. Yoshito covers his face with his hand to protect himself from the blow. The guy examines the sword and says that it is somehow strange. Fyun explains that it is an ordinary sword for training. The girl, looking at the guy, says that they will use this weapon. Fyun lowers the sword to the floor next to her foot. The girl touches her neck with the finger of her left hand. She says that she will spar with the hero, since assessing the abilities of young talents is also part of her responsibilities. Yoshito looks at Fyun in surprise. He sighs heavily and states that it seems he is not being given a choice and he cannot refuse. Mana, giving a thumbs up, states that if the guy takes things seriously, he can defeat the branch manager. She urges her comrade to give Fyun a good beating. Yoshito thinks that Mana thinks too highly of him. We see the lower part of the hero's face. The guy, smiling, states that he will try to put up a good fight. We see the faces of the opponents. Fyun asks if her opponent is ready. He answers that he is. The girl spins the sword in front of her. Yoshito thinks that his opponent is the head of the Tokyo branch, and concurrently, one of the strongest conquerors. The guy thinks that, nevertheless, he himself is also very strong, since he recently defeated the owner of the tower. Fyun holds the sword behind her back. Yoshito thinks that he can give her a worthy rebuff. We see the guy's hand. He says that it is time to begin. Fyun, who was visible behind the hero's hand, disappears. The next second, she appears next to her opponent. The guy misses a powerful blow and flies up. Yoshito looks up in fear. Fyun rushes into another attack. She deals many blows. Yoshito realizes that the girl is moving too fast. Blows continue to rain down on the hero. He does several somersaults. Yoshito looks down. Fyun appears above his head and strikes him on the top of his head. In front of us is the hero's left eye. He jumps far back. Yoshito stands with his head down. The guy looks at his opponent and mentally calls himself an idiot, realizing that there is a huge difference between him and Fyun. Putting his hand forward, the girl approaches the hero. He thinks that he was able to defeat the boss because he constantly died and received buffs. But she conquered 3 towers without ever saying goodbye to life. The girl's right eye peeks out from under her hair. We see the face of a young man who seems to have an idea. He recalls the events of the recent past and understands that the number of his deaths is not so important, and that his main strength is perseverance. Yoshito smiles. He thinks that he became stronger by looking death straight in the face. Fyun looks at the guy carefully. The opponents are ready to face each other again. Yoshito thinks that now, in order to compete with the girl, he should not defend himself. Fyun rushes to attack. The young man thinks that he needs to look death straight in the eyes again. Judging by her face, the girl sees something unexpected for herself. The hero's eyes glow menacingly. He shouts that now Fyun will not escape from him. We see the right eye of the girl who holds a sword in her hand. Yoshito understands that she has slowed down, and now is the time to attack. The guy, swinging, shouts that he is much faster. Fyun dodges the hero's blow with some difficulty. He looks at his opponent in amazement. The girl strikes back, and the boy flies far back. Yoshito, gritting his teeth in anger, looks at Fyun. The girl, whose profile we see, admits that the boy's attack was unexpected. The boy rushes into another attack. He says that it is natural for people and monsters alike to avoid direct attacks from the enemy. Fyun blocks the hero's strike with his sword. The tip of the blade is visible next to the boy's face. He says that against Fyun, you can't hesitate, otherwise he will only do what he can to defend himself. The girl spins the sword. She strikes. Yoshito lands on her right side. The boy, smiling, says that the girl began to hesitate when she realized that the enemy was much inferior to her in strength. Fyun looks closely at the boy. He, smiling, says that when he went to attack, for a moment he felt that the branch head instinctively slowed down the movements of her hands. The boy's eye glows. He tells the girl that she is giving him an opportunity to defeat her. Yoshito rushes to attack Fyun. He says that due to the fact that he has the skill Infinite Revival, he is forced to constantly analyze his opponents. Then the guy apologizes for boring conversations. Fyun blocks his blow. The guy's eyes turn red. He says that he understands perfectly well that an ordinary person is not able to defeat the girl. Fyun's right eye peeks out from under his bangs. The opponents continue to exchange blows. A trace of a blow is visible next to the girl's head. She remembers that she read a dossier where the work of the skill Infinite Revival was described in detail. Fyun looks at the hero over her shoulder. She understands why he stubbornly goes forward, without thinking about the consequences. A white trace is visible next to the young man. The girl's green eye glows brightly. Fyun sees the face of a very determined guy. She thinks that the skill he has made a real monster out of him. Yoshito misses a powerful blow to the head. His eyes roll back. Fyun, looking down, declares that he will no longer hesitate during the battle with this young man. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He says that even though he is not dead, it still hurts like hell. In front of us is the boy's left eye. Fyun looks down. The tip of the hero's sword is in front of the girl's face. The boy, holding the sword with both hands, declares that, however, the pain of death is much worse. Fyun, with the sword visible in front of her face, looks at the boy. The girl smiles. She turns away from the hero and says that she has seen more than enough. Fyun is about to admit defeat, but notices something. The hero is lying in front of her on the floor. The girl looks at him in surprise. The boy's mouth is twisted. Tears are flowing from his eyes. Yoshito says that it does not matter to him at all who lost and who won, since he himself is now dying. Mana and Yuri rush to help the hero lying on the floor. The girls try to revive him. The hero brings his hand to his face. He says that he thinks he almost died. Fyun looks at the boy thoughtfully and says that he, as far as she knows, cannot die. The hero replies that this is not the case at all. Closing his eyes, the boy asks if Fyun got what she wanted and if he can leave on this occasion. The girl says a little sadly that the guy is free, but she has an important conversation with him. Yoshito looks back at her and asks again. Fyun says that as the head of the Tokyo branch, she recognizes the high level of strength and abilities of the hero. The girl stretches out her hand and says that on behalf of the entire management, she would like to make a personal request to the dominator Yoshito Takamichi. Mana and Yuri look at the girl in amazement. The brunette cannot believe that the head of the branch is making a personal request to her comrade. Yuri says that if this is an order from the branch, then the reward should be huge. Fyun calmly says that the payment will be very decent, so there is no need to worry about it. Yoshito, looking at the girl, states that he is, of course, grateful for the offer, but wants to know what kind of personal order this is. Fyun, facing the 3 young men, states that the branch recently recorded a new heavenly demon tower. We see yellow barrier tape around some object. Fyun says that the branch has closed the entrance to the conquerors for now, and she wants Yoshito to enter it first. We see a schematic image of this tower. A bulky structure is visible behind the girl. She states that Yoshito must gather information on the heavenly demon tower Persephone, And this, in fact, is the order of the Tokyo branch. Fyun tells the guy standing next to her that he must gather information on the heavenly demon tower Persephone. Yoshito, raising his left hand, states that such investigations should actually be handled by branch agents, and he does not understand why they turned to him. The girl says that it happened because agents had already been sent to investigate this object. Yoshito looks at Fyun in surprise and asks again. She shows him 2 fingers and says that 2 groups of 5 people entered Persephone, that is, a total of 10 agents from the Tokyo branch. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. Fyun says that none of the 10 people ever returned. Yuri, putting her hand to her chest, says that she cannot believe it and that perhaps this is some kind of mistake. Fyun sadly states that she thought so too at first, so she ordered a rescue team to be sent to Persephone. There are dead agents lying on the floor. Fyun reports that they didn't have to look for the victims for long, they were all dead and lying on the first floor near the entrance. We see the hand of a corpse. Fyun says that from the location of the bodies it could be concluded that all the agents tried to run to the exit, but were unable to do so. Yoshito, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, asks the girl to stop and reminds that each tower should have a safe zone at the entrance. Fyun replies that this is exactly how it is, and monsters should not get into it. We again see a schematic image of the tower. The hero asks how in that case the agents died. The corpse lies on the ground. Fyun reports that no wounds from monster attacks were found on the agents' bodies. We see red marks. The head of the branch reports that the agents' hearts simply stopped instantly. The area is fenced with stone railings. Fyun says that the branch took the corpses and conducted an examination of the bodies, but sending other squads there is too dangerous. A spacious hall with exquisite columns is illuminated with purple light. The head of the branch says that they still have not found out who killed the agents. An ominous structure is visible behind the girl. Fyun says that this is exactly the situation with the Persephone Tower today. Yoshito, thoughtfully rubbing the back of his head, says that, apparently it is for this reason that Fyun decided to hire a person with the infinite revival skill to carry out this risky mission. The girl, whose profile we see, asks to understand her correctly, and says that she offers the guy this order not because she does not consider his life. Fyun comes close to the young man and says that she simply has no one else to ask, and at the moment Yoshito is the only conqueror capable of handling this task. We see the green eyes of the girl. She asks the guy if he will take this order. Yoshito looks at the head of the branch a little scared. The guy lowers his eyes and resignedly says that he agrees to this offer. In front of us is the heavenly demonic tower Persephone. The hero goes down a small staircase. It is reported that he is in the safe zone of the first floor. The guy says that he has arrived at the place. We see the lower part of his face. Yoshito covers his ears. He carefully looks ahead and says that he just needs to find out the cause of death of people, and then quickly return back so that the others do not worry. The hero remembers how Mana and Yuri said goodbye to him. The brunette cried and begged the young man not to die. He replied that with all his desire he cannot do this. The hero thinks that he really does not want Yuri to worry about him even more. An inventory window hangs in front of the guy. Yoshito smiles. A red sword appears in his hand. The young man says that it is time to use Fasaminos. The hero sees figures at the end of the passage. It turns out that they are skeletons. A red trail is visible behind the monsters. One of the monsters looks over his shoulder. The skeletons fly apart in different directions. Yoshito, smiling, says that Fasaminos is light and deadly, and he did not expect anything else from a unique weapon. Streams of purple energy are visible behind the guy. He is going to check what else this weapon is capable of. Yoshito notices something. The hero looks up at the purple streams in fear. The guy covers his face with his hand. 2 bright white lines are visible next to him. A red system window appears in front of the young man. We see the left eye of the young man. Yoshito says that now it is clear to him why the agents died. In front of him hangs a system warning about the imposition of the Persephone curse status, as a result of which he will die within 120 seconds. The hero, holding a sword, says that Fyun did the right thing by sending him here. Yoshito, who has a red system window hanging in front of him, says that he now understands why the agents ran to the exit in panic. We see an illustration of salvation. The hero thinks that as soon as the conqueror leaves the tower, all abnormal states, as well as buffs and debuffs, are automatically cancelled. We see people running to the exit. The young man understands that when the agents received notifications about the curse, they immediately rushed away from the tower. We see a dying young man. Yoshito thinks that when all these people ran to the safe zone, the curse caught up with them. The young man grinds his teeth in anger. He thinks that this is why there were no wounds on the corpses. A purple fog swirls above the head of the hero armed with a sword. We see this phenomenon up close. The young man watches the strange clouds in bewilderment. He looks in the direction of the passage where the purple cloud disappeared, and it begins to seem to him that it simply ran away from him. The guy begins to wonder where it is heading. Yoshito, who has a red system window in front of him, states that the enemy, whoever it is, made a fatal mistake by underestimating him. The boy remembers the notification about the Persephone curse and says that it is unlikely to cope with his infinite revival. Yoshito sees a system warning that he has the Persephone curse status and is about to die. The next window is green and says that the inversion skill has been successfully activated and the user's health has been restored. The boy understands that his ability has saved him again. Yoshito, smiling, thanks the skill he has. The boy rushes forward. He says that thanks to the curse, he feels an unprecedented surge of strength. Yoshito looks in the direction of the passage and tries to understand where the cloud went. We see the boy's left eye. Yoshito decides to follow the cloud. The hero enters another room filled with fog. The young man looks around and says that an ordinary conqueror would not last even a minute here. A high passage is visible in front of the boy. Yoshito thinks that the fog seems to be thickening. The hero finds himself in a spacious hall, at the end of which a pool is visible. He looks at this artificial reservoir and understands that he seems to have found the source of the curse. A strange red circle appears next to the boy's head. It hits the young man in the cheek. A bright purple flash occurs not far from the young man. An enemy in a long robe hangs above the hero's head. Purple circles are visible next to this creature. The system reports that the boy sees the guardian of the cursed source. Grinning angrily, the monster emits strange sounds. The hero moves quickly to avoid the enemy's attacks. The guardian of the cursed source bares his teeth. He raises his hands and squeals shrilly. The monster soars into the air in front of the young man. Waves of purple fog cover the hero. Thick clouds of fog are visible above the head of the guardian of the source. The monster claps its hands and makes a silly sound. Yoshito, whose eyes have turned red, says that now he understands how this creature manipulated the cloud. The guy sees many red notifications that he must die within 120 seconds from the curse of Persephone. Yoshito says that the guardian of the source, apparently, really wants to kill him. A skeleton armed with a sword appears behind the guy. The hero turns around and hits the monster with his sword. In front of Yoshito there are 3 more skeletons. He reproaches the guardian of the source for having the audacity to call for reinforcements. The skeletons surround the guy. The young man blocks the blow of one of the monsters. Another skeleton, sneaking up from behind, hits the hero in the back. Red drops are visible near Yoshito's face. The guy lies in a pool of blood. The guardian of the cursed source giggles loudly. Blood spreads under the guy's body. Yoshito asks if this vile creature is funny. We see 3 skeletons. The system reports that the hero's health has been fully restored. Yoshito rushes to attack and destroys the skeletons. He jumps into the air. Yoshito raises his sword over the guardian of the cursed spring and says that both this entire tower and the curse that the monster uses are nothing more than a recovery potion for him. Yoshito cuts the enemy into many pieces. The hero looks to his right in surprise. The guy sees a pool below him, the water in which has changed color, and understands that the cursed spring has been cleansed. In front of us is the magnificent building of the Tokyo branch of the Office of Conquerors. Fune asks the hero if he really claims that her agents were killed by the curse. The girl sits with her arms crossed in front of her face. She says that this is the first time she encounters a debuff for instant death, and she finds it difficult to believe that such a tower can even exist. The girl's eyes are sad. She says that this is not so important, and she is more interested in how the hero got rid of the curse. Yoshito raises his left hand and says that he has proof. Fune catches a small bottle. The girl looks at it and asks what it is. Yoshito says that he killed the spring guardian who was spreading the curse on the first floor, and after his death, the pool was cleansed and acquired other, completely opposite properties. Before us is a system description of the holy water of Persephone. It is said that this is a potion that can remove the curse of Persephone, and it gives immunity for 600 seconds. Yoshito, smiling, says that with the help of this potion, any conqueror will be able to enter the tower and survive there. A passage is visible in front of the guy. The hero says that after defeating the guardian, he reached the 3rd floor, and on each of the floors he met a cursed spring. Yoshito looks at the round pool. The young man, behind whom an elegant bottle is visible, says that he came to the conclusion that in order to conquer the Persephone Tower, it is necessary to purify the springs on all floors up to the very top. Fune smiles. She puts the bottle on the table and thanks the guy for the work done. The girl says that the guy not only reported valuable information to the branch office, but also created conditions that will allow other conquerors to conquer this tower. The girl opens the drawer of the table and says that such work should be generously paid. She solemnly says that Yoshito Takamichi, the Dominator of Infinite Revival, receives gratitude for his work for the good of his country. Fune places the money on the table and states that she thinks this reward should be enough. Yoshito asks if the branch manager is joking. There are stacks of bills in front of the girl. She asks in surprise if she should double the amount. Yoshito puts his hands forward and says that even this is too much. The young people look back at the hero. The guy is hugging a paper bag. He thinks that he has completed a special assignment, conquered the Hermes Tower, and now he has a whole mountain of money. A child passing by points at the hero and tells his mother to look at the strange man. The woman asks the boy to behave civilized and not point fingers at passers-by. Yoshito, meanwhile, is trying to figure out where to spend all this money. We see a cloudy sky. It is reported that this is happening a couple of days later. In front of us are city buildings. The hero thinks that he has finally paid off all his debts, but even after that he still has a huge amount of money. We see a 2-story branded clothing store, which the hero accidentally wandered into. Yoshito is standing in a very strange jacket with a fur collar. Passers-by openly laugh at the tastelessly dressed young man. The hero has a hat on his head, and several watches on his hands. Yoshito looks up and says that he feels disgusting. The guy hears a familiar name next to him, namely Yuri. Mana and Yuri are walking down the street. The blonde says that Persephone is now open to everyone, so she offers to take Yoshito with her and go to conquer it. The hero grinds his teeth in anger. He understands that his good friends can notice him. Yoshito hides his face from them. The girls discuss a special strategy for passing the tower associated with holy water. The hero mentally begs them not to notice him and just pass by. Mana and Yuri pass behind the young man. Yoshito breathes out with relief. The blonde turns around, noticing something strange. She notices a young man in a frankly ugly outfit. Mana tries to look into the hero's face. She manages to do so, and her face becomes surprised. The girl calls the hero by name, and he angrily shouts that she is mistaken. Blushing deeply, the guy begins to explain that he has never seen so much money in his life, and he just wanted to please himself somehow. Yuri, folding his hands in front of him, says that they understood everything that way. The girl states that the guy earned this money himself, so he can decide where to spend it. Mana looks at the hero with condemnation and says that he certainly has no taste. Yoshito offendedly states that these were very cruel words. Mana raises her index finger and asks if the hero will go to conquer Persephone with them. Taking off his sunglasses, Yoshito asks why the girl is in such a hurry. Because conquering the tower promises to be very difficult. Mana, without lowering her finger, states that the magic stones that can be found in the tower are worth a lot of money, and you can really get rich there. She says that all the experienced conquerors have already gone to this tower. Yuri says that thanks to the branch, the strategy for conquering the tower was developed in just a few days. Yoshito says that he still does not understand why they need to rush. Mana angrily shakes her fists. She says that Yoshito is not the only one who wants to live a luxurious life, and he simply must help them become rich too. Yuri, scratching his cheek, promises that if Yoshito goes with them, then conquering the tower will be fun. The hero thoughtfully rubs his chin. He thinks that if the girls collect enough potion, they will definitely not die from the curse. The guy says that he will go with them. Mana, happily clenching her fist, thanks the young man. He says that before they go there, he will need to change his clothes. The girls look at the guy in surprise. Yoshito looks with disgust at his leopard suit with a fur collar. We see the head of a young man. Next to his hand lies a bottle. A strange figure with a scythe hovers over the corpses of the conquerors. The head of this creature is covered with a hood. Under it is a skull with glowing eyes. In front of us is the 10th floor of the heavenly demonic tower Persephone. The skeleton armed with a sword opens his mouth wide. He strikes, but Yoshito blocks it. The hero holds back the enemy's weapon with a red sword. The guy stares at the enemy. He goes on the attack and cuts the skeleton into several pieces. The hero stands, proudly raising his head. The system informs us that in front of us is Yoshito Takamichi, who is level 16. Mana claps happily and declares that the young man has really become much stronger. Yoshito replies that they have already come a long way, so it is not surprising that he has leveled up. Yuri blushes and says that the guy looked really cool. Yoshito thinks to himself that in fact, the points for leveling up do not play a special role for his stats, and his strength is explained directly by his high level, which is quite convenient. The guy looks askance at the system window loading in front of him. He thinks that he does not get that many points, but they go to his piggy bank, and he is not going to refuse them. Yoshito sees a system warning in front of him that the effect of the holy water of Persephone potion will end in 60 seconds. Yuri and Mana also see this message. The brunette says that the effect of the potion is coming to an end. The blonde replies that on this floor the source has already been purified, and they are unlikely to fall under the effect of the curse, but it does not hurt to be on the safe side. Mana tosses a bottle. She is about to throw it to the hero and tells him to catch it. Yoshito turns away from the girls. He looks at the bottle and thinks that if he takes even one sip of this potion, then because of the inversion, a curse will be placed on him. The guy looks around in fear. Yuri tries to open the small vessel, but she does not succeed. The hero thinks that he missed the moment when he could tell the girls about the inversion, and tries to understand if he needs to do it now. Yoshito turns to his companions and asks them to listen. He sees a terrible creature in a robe hanging over the girls, and warns them of the danger. The disgusting monster puts its hand on Yuri's head. The girl cannot understand what is happening. The monster runs away with her. Mana calls her friend in horror. The bottle falls to the floor. Yoshito and Mana look at the monster who took the hostage. He presses the unfortunate girl to his chest. Yuri tries to remove the monster's hand from her neck, but she does not succeed. Yoshito looks at the monster in fear and notices the mist emitted by the scythe of the terrible creature. We see the eyes of the girl taken hostage. A red window appears in front of her. The system warns that the girl has been cursed by the Persephone curse and will die within 120 seconds. Yoshito is shocked. He realizes that the monster is casting a curse, and at the very moment when the potion has already ended. The hero sees that Yuri is suffocating and understands that she did not have time to drink the potion. Mana rushes forward, promising to pull her friend out of the clutches of the monster. The girl approaches the monster. He spins his scythe and deflects all the blows that fly at him. Mana looks at the enemy. The monster deals a powerful blow, and the girl flies away. Yuri calls her friend in horror. Mana lands at a decent distance from the monster. The hero shouts for her to step back. The guy rushes into the attack, declaring that he will deal with this creature himself. The monster puts its scythe in front of itself and parries the blow that the hero tried to inflict on it. Yoshito, gritting his teeth in anger, looks at the enemy. He rushes into another attack. Under the hood, the glowing eye sockets of the skeleton are visible. The monster's scythe parries all the blows. Drops of sweat run down the boy's face. He realizes that he cannot hit his enemy. A purple cloud is visible behind the monster. The boy realizes that the monster is definitely much stronger than the small scum they killed on the way to the top of the tower. Yoshito jumps back and lands next to Mana. The hero looks closely at the enemy. He does not understand why the enemy, who is clearly very strong, only defends himself, and does not think to attack. The skeleton's appearance is hidden by the hood. Yoshito tries to understand the motives of this creature. Mana says that they need to hurry. The girl is clearly scared. She states that there are less than 90 seconds left before the debuff activates. Yuri, closing her eyes, demands that the monster let her go, then she begins to beg for it. The monster's eyes glow ominously. The skeleton cackles disgustingly. A pink glow appears behind him. The system informs us that we are facing the Soul Slayer. We see the back of the hero's head. The guy says that now everything is clear to him. The vile creature deliberately waited for the girl's potion to wear off in order to attack her, grab her, and watch her suffer before dying. Mana looks at her comrade in fear. The guy's eyes turn white with rage. Yoshito rushes to attack, declaring that he will never forgive this bastard. The monster blocks the hero's blow. The monster cackles disgustingly. Yoshito looks at him angrily. The Soul Slayer turns around and begins to run away from the enemy. The hero shouts loudly for the cowardly monster to stop. Mana rushes after the monster. She shouts loudly that it cannot be missed. Yoshito replies that he knows it himself. The young people chase the enemy. They notice something. The Soul Executioner hangs in the air above the army of skeletons. The monster puts forward its scythe and sends its fighters to attack. Yoshito and Mana frown at the vile creature. The hero says that it seems that this monster is seriously determined to kill them. The guy looks over his shoulder at the girl and asks if she is scared. Mana, smiling, says that the guy will never live to see this. She deals with one of the skeletons. We see the girl's black panties. Mana, with a dagger in each hand, says that she has just found her second wind. Yoshito, smiling, asks if the girl can cover him. She replies that the guy does not have to ask about it. Yoshito and Mana rush to attack the enemy. They destroy many skeletons on their way. One of the monsters holds a bow with trembling hands. The skeletons shoot arrows at their opponents. One of them flies to the girl's head. Yoshito jumps up and knocks down all the projectiles with one blow of his sword. Standing in front of the girl, the guy asks if everything is okay with her. Mana answers that it seems so. The hero looks angrily at the enemy. He understands that less than a minute is left before the curse is activated. Streams of red and black energy rise around the young man. His eyes glow with an unkind light. The young man declares that he will clear the way. The guy rushes past the skeletons, striking them. A system notification appears next to his face. We see a nice ring with a red stone. Yoshito understands that he has received an item. The system reports that this is the secret grudge of the dead, and by putting on this ring, the conqueror will receive fatal damage every 5 seconds. The young man, smiling, says that this artifact may seem completely useless. We see the hero's hand. Yoshito states that no one in their right mind would put it on their finger. However, he clicks the yes option in the system window that asks if the user wants to equip the dead man's secret grudge. The guy states that, fortunately, he is the only one who can use this item. The ring materializes on the hero's middle finger. The system informs that the young man has equipped the dead man's secret grudge, and will now receive fatal damage every 5 seconds. The young man's eyes turn white. He thinks that together with the inversion skill, this artifact will restore his health every 5 seconds, and he cannot worry about his defense at all. The hero rushes to attack the Soul Slayer and his army. The head flies off one of the skeletons. Yoshito approaches the boss monster from above. He raises his red sword to attack and states that now is the time to try out the special skill of the Fasamino's sword. We see blooming poppies. The Soul Slayer blocks the hero's blow with his scythe. Yoshito thinks that now he has a special combo at his disposal, consisting of 7 blows, and each subsequent one will be stronger than the previous one. The young man deals a few more blows, but the monster stops them with his scythe. Yoshito thinks that if he slows down even for a second, he will have to start all over again. This skill is slowly restored, and that is why he did not dare to use it before. Yuri's head peeks out from under the Soul Slayer's armpit. A trace of the blow is visible next to the hero. The girl raises her hand and calls her comrade. The hero has a suffering expression on his face. We see a wound on his body, but it immediately heals. Yoshito deals a very powerful blow. and hits the side shaft. The guy joyfully shouts that now he restores his health every 5 seconds. Fear appears in the eyes of the Soul Slayer. After another blow, the monster flies far back. The hero tries to catch up with the enemy. The monster, looking at the hero, makes idiotic sounds. It strikes and cuts the young man in half. The system reports that the hero will die in 0 seconds. The next window informs about the activation of the inversion. Yoshito says that he did not ask to give him this ring. The system reports that the death status has been changed, and the user's health has been restored. Yoshito strikes a powerful blow, and the monster is forced to release Yuri. The Soul Executioner looks at his enemy in horror, who says that it is time for the 7th blow. The guy, his face distorted with anger, prepares to attack again. A very bright flash occurs at the point of impact. The activation of the inflorescence chain is reported. The Soul Executioner screams deafeningly. The upper part of his skull flies up. Yuri's eyes are closed. She falls down. Yoshito picks up the girl in his arms. Yuri screams in fear. We see the faces of 2 young people. The hero, smiling, says that the girl is now safe. She amazedly thanks him. Mana shouts at them that they seem to have forgotten something. The blonde runs up to her rescued friend and reminds her that she is still cursed, and that she must immediately drink holy water. Yoshito understands that the girl is absolutely right. The healing liquid pours onto the girl's hand. Mana says that now everything is definitely fine. Mana, looking sternly at her friend, declares that they should still always keep holy water at hand. Red notifications flash in front of the hero. The young man looks worried. He understands that all this is happening because of the ring that is on his finger. The artifact is flaunted on the hero's middle finger. Yoshito is trying to understand whether he will always see these notifications in such a wild quantity. Under the ring is a system notification that the secret resentment of the dead deals fatal damage to a person every 5 seconds. The red stone cracks. Streams of purple energy rise from the hero's hand. Yoshito, who is visible behind the girls, desperately waves his right limb and tries to understand what is happening to his decoration. Gritting his teeth in anger, he reaches for the ring with his fingers, realizing that it seems to have broken. The hunter's secret resentment emits a bright light. An expression of suffering appears on the young man's face. He looks up. We see the guy's hand. The system reports that the limit on the number of deaths from the hunter's secret resentment ring has been exceeded, and also that as a result it was transformed into a rusty ring. The hero thoughtfully asks if the ring has really become, in essence, a new artifact. Mana and Yuri look at the young man in surprise. They ask what is happening and where this bright light comes from. Yoshito answers that the object he picked up suddenly changed right on his hand. The girls ask if the young man is okay. The hero clicks the yes option of the system window, which asks if he wants to remove the ring. Yoshito says that it seems that he did not receive any negative effect, but still, just in case, he will remove the ring. The guy wants to understand what happened to it, and is going to put it on again if it turns out to be at least somehow useful. Yoshito, looking at the girls, asks what they are going to do next. Mana, thoughtfully rubbing her chin, says that Yuri is most likely tired of what is happening, so they need to take the magic stones and finish for today. The brunette, shedding tears, asks for forgiveness and says that this is all because of her. Mana, smiling, says that everything is clear here, so there is no need to apologize. Yuri, resolutely clenching her fists, says that she has made a decision. She intends to collect all the magic stones on this floor personally. The girl confidently deals with the skeleton. Her comrades happily support her. A couple of hours later, the hero lies tiredly on the ground, while Yuri continues to fight with someone. At the foot of a huge building, there are young people. The hero thinks that the cleansing of the Persephone Tower went smoothly. Many conquerors, as well as branch agents, shared the knowledge they received about the floors, so that in just a week, the room of the main boss of the tower was discovered on the 30th floor. We see closed doors. In front of us is a half-empty cafe, which is located in the Tokyo branch of the Conqueror's office. The hero puts a glass on the table. He sits sadly at the table. Next to the young man, someone asks if his interlocutor has heard about the boss of the Persephone Tower. We see 2 young men. One of them states that, according to rumors, the door to the main monster's room is sealed, and no one has yet managed to open it. The hero looks up in fear, hearing someone apologize for the wait. Mana and Yuri appear. The blonde asks if the guy wants to visit the boss of the Persephone Tower today. The girl moves a chair to the table. The hero reminds her that the door to this creature is sealed, and no one has been able to enter it yet. Mana, smiling, raises her index finger and says that the guy is absolutely right. But her good friend shared a secret on how to open the door to the top floor. The guy loudly asks the girl again. She touches her finger to her lips, begging her friend not to make noise. The girl puts her hand to her mouth and begins to tell about what she learned. We see a high staircase with the moon shining above. The system gives out 2 phrases, beyond death and bring the rotten evidence. The skeleton has a white and purple sphere in his hand. Yoshito, looking closely at the girl, asks what all this could mean. She replies that she has no idea. Yuri raises her right hand and says that she has one guess. Yuri is wearing a white hat. The girl says that many conquerors in the tower received a ring with a deadly debuff. Yoshito asks again in surprise. Mana asks her comrade if he dropped such a ring. The hero works with the inventory window. Yuri states that a person who has ever visited the Persephone Tower should have definitely received such a ring. The hero holds this item in his hand. Yuri says that, as many assume, this ring may be the key to solving the mystery of the door. We see the left eye of the young man. Yoshito remembers how he received this ring and understands that it never dropped from other monsters in other towers. The hero remembers how he saw many system windows in front of him, and what the ring on his hand looked like. The words that the system reported are spinning in his head about the brink of death and rotten evidence. Yoshito seems to be beginning to understand what all this means. Yuri, thoughtfully rubbing her chin, says that people tried to put on this ring, but the boss's room never opened for them. The girl looks after the hero in surprise as he leaves and asks where he is going. Without looking back at his companions, the guy says that he is going to the Persephone Tower. The hero has a smile on his face. He says that, in all likelihood, his ring will help open the door leading to the boss. The young man joyfully clenches his fist. He says that it seems that he has a magic key in his hands. In front of us is a spiral staircase located on the 30th floor of the heavenly demonic Persephone Tower. Behind Yoshito, two girls are seen admiring him. The guy understands that he made a very cool statement, but is afraid that he may be wrong. He imagines Mana and Yuri discussing him behind his back. Recalling how he said something about a magic key, the hero really does not want to see contempt in the eyes of these girls. Yuri, thoughtfully rubbing her chin, calls out to the guy. She asks why he assumed that the ring can open the door to this hall. Yoshito holds the artifact in his hand and says that, in fact, when he put it on, the lethal effect exceeded the permissible limit, so the ring changed right on his finger. Yuri, amazed, asks if the boy really wore the ring all this time. The girl realizes that this is quite possible, and says that the guy has the infinite revival skill, so the explanation seems logical to her. Mana thinks that the hero could have told about everything earlier. Yoshito lifts the ring, thinking that he will not tell his companions about inversion. The hero tells them that after this item changed, he did not feel any negative effect. A blue window tells the hero that the system does not have any information about the ring. The hero asks the girls if they find this behavior of the artifact strange. We see a skeleton's hand reaching for the moon. The young man says that he still managed to guess what's what. Looking at the girls, Yoshito says that beyond death and bring rotten evidence are deciphered quite simply. It was necessary to raise the debuff to the limit and find yourself beyond death, and the ring became rusty, that is, rotted. Mana and Yuri look at the guy with admiration. The brunette says that a real genius is in front of them. Yoshito shyly turns away from his companions and tells them that he realized all this only recently. The blonde notices that the guy has blushed. The brunette says that she is very glad that he is with them. Yoshito is very worried. He understands that he only has an assumption, and he is not sure that it will be correct. The hero looks at the ring and begs that it does not disappoint him. The guy holds the artifact in front of his noticeably changed face. He really wants everything to work. Mana, blushing, tries to move something. It is reported that she is at the boss's room on the 30th floor of the Persephone Tower. The girl tiredly lowers her hands and says that she can't do anything, and the door does not move at all. Mana shows the hero a thumbs up and says that now it's his turn. The young man hesitantly approaches the huge door, convincing himself that everything will be fine, and he must believe in himself. The guy brings his fist to his face and sighs. He raises his hand above his head and sullenly orders the door to open, as he has the right to enter. The young people stand in front of the door. Nothing happens. The door doesn't seem to be opening. The girls exchange surprised glances. Yuri suggests waiting a little longer. Yoshito realizes that he must have made a mistake. The ring on his finger begins to emit light. Streams of purple energy appear from behind the door. The door is open. The young man cries with happiness, realizing that now his companions will not consider him some kind of strange eccentric. Suddenly, Yoshito realizes something very important. He understands that he was too fixated on thoughts about how to open the door, and completely forgot that this is actually the room with the boss. Streams of purple energy rise from behind the door. Sweat runs down the hero's face. The guy understands that the boss of the 30th floor must be behind the gate. We see two angry glowing eyes. The young man realizes that this creature must be stronger than the one he met in the Hermes Tower. The guy turns to the girls and calls out to them. A huge hand is visible behind the young man. Yoshito suggests that his companions retreat and properly prepare for the meeting with the boss, and then return and deal with him. The hero looks around, noticing something. The next second, he disappears behind the door. Mana and Yuri are trying to shout to him. The purple hand throws the hero up. Yoshito somersaults and lands at a fairly decent distance. Lying on the floor, he looks up. The girls run into the hall. The hero screams shrilly for them to immediately leave. Mana asks again in fear. The door slams behind the girls. Red magical information appears on it. Yoshito gets up from the floor. He looks at someone and says that, apparently, they will not be able to just open the door and leave. A blue portal appears in front of the hero. We see an incomprehensible figure. A man with a clawed foot comes out of the portal. A long-haired monster stands in front of the young people. The hero and his two companions look at this enemy. The monster is holding a crutch. A red light shines brightly in the eye socket of the skull. A bright flash occurs above the monster's head. White smoke flows above the creature's hair. The monster makes a strange sound. It brings down a stream of energy on the young people. Yoshito covers his face with his hands and says that, apparently, nothing can be done. The girls are standing behind the hero, who says that since he opened this door himself, he must deal with who lives inside. In front of us is a monster, which the system presents as a bone elder priest. The creature, whose teeth we see, says something incomprehensible. The space around the young people begins to fill with streams of blue energy. The skeleton opens its mouth. Monsters emerge from the smoke. The system reports that these are skeleton acolytes. Yoshito looks at the enemies and realizes that the boss has just summoned them. The hero holds a sword in his hand. He thought that he would only have to fight the boss, but now it turns out that he also needs to defeat his army. Mana and Yuri look in amazement as their ally quickly rushes into the attack. He flies up to the priest, ready to attack. The hero is not going to fight the mindless pawns that the elder uses, and it seems to him that he is able to deal with the monster with one blow. Yoshito hovers above the enemy, spreading his arms out to the sides. The young man strikes. Amazement appears in his eyes. He sees the red eyes of his opponent. A powerful flash occurs next to the hero. Yoshito flies back, trying to stay on his feet. The guy realizes that his opponent used a barrier. The skeleton prepares to strike the hero in the back. The monster manages to do this, and he pierces the guy. Blood gushes out of the young man's mouth. He sees two skeletons above his head. The system reports that Yoshito is dead. Two more messages appear. First, that as a result of activating the debuff, the user loses 40 defense points, and then that the debuff has been changed to a buff, and these points have been added to the same parameter. Yoshito prepares to cut off the skeleton's head. The monster defends itself from the attack with a sword. The young man's hands are shaking. Grinding his teeth with rage, the guy looks at his opponent. He thinks that in front of him is an ordinary skeleton, but his attack power and reaction speed are much higher than those of his relatives from the lower floors. The monster goes on the attack, and the hero has to parry the blow. Yoshito, gritting his teeth from tension, looks up. He sees many enemies in front of him. The young man understands that he could cope with fewer of them, but when there are so many, everything becomes much more difficult. Yoshito cannot understand what to do. The skeletons grab the guy by the arms. He demands that they let him go. One of the monsters presses the hero's head to the floor. A priest approaches the immobilized guy. Yoshito, sweat running down his face, calls his opponent a bastard. The monster, standing above the guy, shakes his head. A blue glow is visible behind the skeletons. The young man tries to understand what the boss is looking at. The skeletons approach the guy's companions. The hero mentally calls them. Yuri puts her staff in front of her. White whirlwinds swirl around her. The skeleton's appearance blurs. A huge blue pillar hangs over Yuri. The girl happily says that she did it. The smile disappears from the brunette's face. The skeleton smiles. The monsters open their mouths wide. Mana fights one of them. The skeletons surround the girls. One of them says that she does not know what to do and that they have nowhere to run. Yoshito, who is pressed to the floor, fears for his companions. He understands that they can die. The guy cannot raise his head, which is pressed by the skeleton. The priest raises his crutch over the boy. Yoshito says that the monster seems to be mocking him. The elder cuts off the hero's right hand. The boy gnashes his teeth in unbearable pain. Blood gushes from the stump. The priest, leaning on his crutch, calmly looks at the screaming boy. The skeleton sticks its fingers into the hero's mouth. Yoshito loses his left leg. The skeletons laugh loudly, looking at the boy's suffering. The elder, apparently, is also very pleased. The crippled boy bends over the floor. The fingers of the skeletons are visible in front of the priest. The monster's hands cover the boss's face. We see blood stains. The skeletons tear the hero apart. We see the same picture from a greater distance. Now we see the dome of the hall. Yoshito lies in a pool of blood. The boy's face is bloody. The elder, putting his hand on his cane, laughs. The hero says that this cane is a truly deadly weapon. The system reports that the hero has died. The priest, whose back we see, giggles. Raising his hands, he looks up. We see the hero's eye. The boy remembers the appearance of the monster. Yoshito screams in horror. He remembers how he held onto the stump of his limb. The boy's hands are shaking. He remembers the blow he took, after which he screamed hysterically. The hero holds his face. His eyes are different sizes. Yoshito screams, his mouth wide open. Skeletons appear in his memory. Now he sees the boss's head. Yoshito rises above the floor. The boy looks down helplessly. The system window is reflected in his eyes. The boy understands that he needs to go back. The hero clenches his fist. He says that if he does nothing, Mana and Yuri will die. The system informs that infinite rebirth will activate in 7 seconds. Yoshito realizes that he needs to return quickly to kill this boss and save the girls. The young man gets to his feet. He understands that he cannot give in to fear. Beads of sweat run down the hero's face. The young man's hands are shaking. He states that he understands everything, but for some reason his body does not obey him. The system informs that Yoshito will automatically die if he does not confirm the activation of the infinite rebirth skill within 3 seconds. The hero understands that he must do something anyway. The guy looks down and orders to change the rebirth point. The system informs that the rebirth point has been changed, and the hero must prepare. The system window blurs. Yoshito is standing with a sword in his hand next to the boss. He sees the girls and understands that they are still alive. The hero opens his mouth wide. The monster's eye glows brightly. The guy's hand is shaking. He lowers it. It looks like the boy can't move. Yoshito calls himself worthless. The boy covers his eyes with his hand and says that he doesn't have the strength to move, and it's just a monstrous feeling. Mana and Yuri cover their heads with their hands. The boy is sobbing. We see the eyes of the monster. In front of us is a red magical formation. In its place there is a powerful yellow flash. An explosion is heard behind the hero. The boy looks around with tears in his eyes. A young man with a huge sword enters the door. He stands in front of the priest and says that the door, as he was told, does not open, so he decided to use force. This man has something strange going on with his hands. He says that if he knew that the gate had already been opened by someone, he would not have broken it. The skeletons standing in front of the girls look at the man who entered. The monsters standing in front of their boss open their mouths wide. Yoshito, with tears in his eyes, looks at the young man who entered. We see the eyes of this guy. Now we see the lower part of his face. The young man declares that everything here is not as rosy as he thought. The skeletons standing behind the hero raise their blades. A huge sword appears next to the boy's head. The young man pushes the hero aside, attacks the skeletons, and shouts that he will cover the boy. Yoshito opens his mouth. He hears that he does not need to worry as long as the Dominator King Kagura Okiomi is alive. The young man smiles. He declares that no one will die here. The hero, amazed, repeats the title that Okiomi introduced himself with. We see an incredibly tall heavenly demon tower. Yoshito thinks that the title of Dominator King is awarded to people who have conquered towers with 100 floors, and in Japan such heroes can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Okiomi easily holds the giant sword in his hands. He tells the hero that they will chat later. But for now it's time to burn this place to the ground. The boy squints one eye. Everything around starts to burn. The air is filled with tongues of flame. A fiery tornado swirls around the young men. Okiomi uses the Floga Elenho's skill. The flames devour the skeletons. The hero looks at what is happening in amazement, and cannot believe his eyes. The fire approaches the priest. The boss jumps into the air and tries to fly away from the flames. The monster hears his name being called. Okiomi appears above the elder's head and asks where this creature is going to run away. A net appears above the monster's face. Okiomi grins predatory. The Dominator King deals a powerful blow. Energy discharges sparkle around the priest. A yellow flash occurs above the guy's head. The hero covers his face with his hands. Okiomi calmly looks ahead. He stretches out his left hand. A powerful blow flies into the elder's head. The Dominator King's fist is smoking. The monster lies under the feet of the young man standing above him. Okiomi looks to his left. We see the lower part of his face. The hero looks at the boy in fear. Okiomi, who has a huge sword in his hand, tells Yoshito to kill the priest. The hero asks again in surprise. Okiomi looks at the boy with sympathy and says that he has no idea what this bastard did to him, but Yoshito should not let fear consume his mind. Okiomi looks resolutely at the hero and says that he must destroy this scum with his own hands. We see the lower part of the boy's face. He takes the sword in his hand and thanks his savior. The red light continues to burn in the monster's eye socket. Yoshito finds himself in front of the priest. The boy looks angrily at the monster and prepares to strike. The priest's head flies. Yoshito, looking up, declares that thanks to Okiomi, he was able to pull himself together. Okiomi, smiling, looks at the hero. The cane lies next to the hand of the slain boss. The Dominator King says that it seems the boy managed to overcome his fear. Yoshito confirms this. Okiomi places his hand on his shoulder and states that since this is the case, he can only say one thing without hesitation. Smiling, the young man congratulates the champion of the Heavenly Demon Tower Persephone. Yoshito asks again in amazement. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he states that he only delivered the final blow. Raising his left hand, the hero shouts that it was not he who defeated the boss, but Okiomi. The Dominator King, smiling, states that it does not matter at all who contributed to the victory, because the tower itself believes that the reward should go to the hero. We see a system message that says that Yoshito has defeated the final boss of Persephone Tower, as a result of which the unique weapon, as well as the magic stones, will be sent to his inventory. The young man shouts that he wants to give all this to the true winner, since he does not deserve this reward. Okiomi smiles. Closing his eyes, he declares that he can do without all this. Yoshito looks back at his companions. Okiomi says that this reward will allow them all to become stronger. The girls laugh happily. Okiomi smiles and looks at the rejoicing young men. The boy says that on top of everything, he does not need money at all. Okiomi holds the hilt of his sword tightly. He says that the weapon he has is also quite satisfactory, so he can afford to give the reward to the younger generation. Yoshito looks at the young man and calls him by name. Okiomi, smiling, says that if the young man wants to thank him, he can show him what weapon he got after defeating the boss. Putting his hands on his belt, Okiomi says that he is incredibly interested to know what it is. Yoshito looks at Mana and thinks that he has a slight déjà vu. A surprised expression appears on the hero's face. An inventory window hangs in front of his hand. The guy says that this time the unique weapon looks like a staff. Yoshito presses the icon with his finger. A staff appears above the heads of the young men. The hero opens his mouth in surprise. A magical weapon hangs right in front of his head. Yoshito says that it is Arcanum Aqua. Okiomi, smiling, rubs his chin. He asks how the hero is doing with magic. Yoshito holds the staff in his hands. He says that he is not at all friends with magic. He turns to Yuri and says that he knows a girl who is excellent at handling magic. The hero hands the staff to the girl and asks if Yuri wants to take it. The guy looks at the brunette in surprise, who seems to refuse this gift. Yuri looks scared. The hero calls her by name with a questioning intonation. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl says that she does not deserve such a weapon. Yoshito asks again in surprise. Mana scratches her cheek. Yuri says that she has already discussed this issue with her friend, and this time she was definitely convinced that they do not bring the guy any benefit. Yuri says that this is not only about the Persephone Tower, and that she understands perfectly well that she was useless in past battles as well. Strange scales are visible on the girl's body. Yuri says that she and Mana are like ballast for the hero. Yoshito stands in front of his companions with a staff in his hands. Mana says that they have already decided for themselves that the hero will be better off without them. The guy asks them to stop talking nonsense, and says that this time he was absolutely useless. His savior stands with his eyes closed. Yoshito says that if it were not for Okiomi, he would not have been able to protect the girls. Large drops of sweat are running down the guy's face. Mana smiles. Yoshito looks at the girl and hears that he himself has already answered his own question. Mana, next to whom a sad Yuri is visible, says that the guy always protects them, and they cannot even help him. In front of us is the lower part of the hero's face. He says that he does not agree with these words. A wide crack appears in the floor between Yoshito and the girls. Drops of water run down the hero's face. The girls look at their comrade with determination. Mana says that this is the reason they decided to become stronger. Yoshito asks again, puzzled. Yuri, clenching his fist, says that next time they will conquer the Heavenly Demon Tower on their own. Mana says that this is how they can become stronger. The girls clench their fists. Mana says that Yoshito just has to wait for it to happen. Raising both hands, Yuri says that in this regard, it would be better if Arcanum Aqua stayed with the hero for now. Yoshito throws the staff. It ends up in Yuri's hands. The girl looks at the guy in amazement. He says that she needs this weapon much more. The hero, smiling, says that the girls must use all their resources to become stronger. Yuri holds the staff in her hands and says the name of her benefactor. System windows hang in front of the hero. One of them reports that the boss of the Heavenly Demon Tower Persephone has been defeated, and there are 10 seconds left before the tower disappears. The young men begin to dissolve into thin air. Yoshito promises the girls that they will meet soon. The guy is sitting on the ground. Okiomi tells him that it was a rather mature farewell. The hero, smiling, replies that it didn't seem that way to him. Okiomi, arms crossed on his chest, stands over the young man, who declares that he feels only loneliness now. The Dominator King calls out to the guy, who turns around and asks how Okiomi knows his name. The young man replies that this is how his girlfriends address the hero. Okiomi smiles. He points at himself with his thumb and invites the hero, since he now has no partners, to join him. Yoshito looks around and asks if the young man has nothing better to do. He stretches and says that he was actually called by the head of the Tokyo branch. The hero understands that they are talking about Ridofune. Okiomi says that he usually works with the towers of the central region. A serious expression appears on the guy's face. He says that if Fune called him, it means that she wants to give him some very unpleasant task. Okiomi, smiling, looks at the hero and says that before the meeting he decided to kill time, so he went to the Persephone Tower, where he met the guy. Behind Yoshito, people can be seen calmly talking to each other. The hero asks why Okiomi decided to help him anyway. A drop of sweat runs down the guy's cheek. He thinks that Okiomi has not seen his infinite revival in action, so he has no reason to be interested in him. The Dominator King stands with his hand on his belt. He raises his finger and says that he heard from Fune that Yoshito will become one of the best conquerors of the next generation. The young man, as usual, asks again in amazement. Raising his right hand, he asks if Fune really said that. Okiomi confirms it. The Dominator King remembers the guy who stood with tears in his eyes, and says that he was surprised when he heard the young man's name in the boss's room, since he did not expect to meet him so soon. Yoshito turns away in embarrassment and says that, sadly, in that battle, he essentially showed nothing. Okiomi gives a thumbs up and says that, at least, the guy gained valuable experience, and will try even harder next time. Okiomi looks at the screen of his phone. He says that they managed to defeat even the boss, but there is still plenty of time before the meeting. We see the man's leg. Putting his hands on his hips, he decisively says that they simply must go shopping with the hero. The guy puts his fist to his chest and pompously declares that he, the King Dominator, will show how to spend his money wisely. He says that Yoshito has only recently become a dominator, so he probably doesn't know yet how to cope with such wealth. Smiling, Okiomi says that as an older friend, he is simply obliged to instruct the young man in this matter. Behind the hero's back, mountains of banknotes are visible. The guy thinks that there are only a few kings in Japan, and all of them are incredibly rich. We see Okiomi's back. Yoshito cannot believe that he will receive useful advice from the wealthiest conqueror in Japan. We see a skyscraper. The hero is wearing sunglasses. A tasteless necklace with a large blue stone flaunts on his chest. The guy has shopping bags hanging from his hand. Fune is sitting with her hands folded in front of her face. She looks at the young men who entered and asks who they are. Yoshito breaks his glasses and declares that he had no doubt that the girl would start making fun of him. Fune calmly says that some widows have come to see her, so the question seems quite logical to her. Okiomi puts her hand on the boy's shoulder and says that he should behave with dignity. Okiomi has a red bow tie on her chest. The boy says that wearing such expensive clothes, they should feel confident, because everything they are wearing was earned with blood and sweat. Fune, looking at the hero, says that all this is, of course, true, but when choosing clothes you need to demonstrate good taste, which guys apparently do not have. The hero slams his fist on the table. He points at the head of the Tokyo branch and asks how much she knows about clothes. The boy assumes that the girl does not follow fashion at all. He imagines Fune in a shirt with incredibly long sleeves, and says that the girl probably walks around the house in someone else's hand-me-downs. Fune calmly looks at the boy. She opens a drawer of the table. The girl pushes a magazine towards the hero. She is featured on the cover of the magazine. The girl points to the title, which reads as 7 Trends Recommended by Fashionista Rido Fune, the director of the Tokyo branch. Yoshito humbly begs the girl to forgive him, and says that he takes back his words. Okiomi, who is wearing stupid shorts, laughs. Looking at the girl happily, he asks why she called him. The head of the branch says with a serious look that if she called the Dominator King, then it means only one thing. Folding her hands in front of her again, the girl says that the Tokyo branch is planning a large-scale operation. The tastelessly dressed hero asks again in surprise. We see the top of the girl's head. A purple map of the area appears above her head. Fune declares that their target is Zeus, the tallest demon tower in Kanto. Okiomi, thoughtfully rubbing her chin, states that the branch has finally decided to take her on. Fune closes her eyes and says that the number of conquerors who have died in Zeus Tower is growing day by day, and as the head of the Tokyo branch, she can no longer ignore this danger, so she has decided to launch a large-scale operation. We see the girl's left eye. The conquerors are standing in a hall filled with treasures. Fune says that all volunteers who agree to take part in the operation will have access to the loot from the upper floors of the tower. Chess pieces are arranged on the board. The girl says that they are recruiting not only fighters, but also logistics personnel, magical support units, and specialists in other fields. Fune is extremely serious. She reminds us that the Zeus Tower is simply incomparable in terms of danger compared to other heavenly demon towers. We see the profile of the branch head. The girl states that she understands perfectly well that casualties among the conquerors cannot be avoided in any case. Fune, looking at the young people, says that if Okiomi agrees to take part in this operation, casualties can be reduced, and this is her main goal. A black tower is visible above the young man's head. Fune says that she needs Kagira Okiomi, the Dominator King who conquered the Hephaestus Tower, the tallest in the central region. The guy, closing his eyes, says that if his participation helps save the lives of the conquerors, then he agrees. A smile appears on the young man's face. Yoshito looks at him sideways, realizing that in this dialogue he seems completely unnecessary. Okiomi raises his index finger and states that he has one condition. Fune asks what it is. Okiomi hugs the hero by the neck and says that Yoshito will go with him. The guy asks again. Fune says that she does not mind. The hero panics. Okiomi, pressing his head to herself, says that she really hopes for her new partner. Sweat rolls down the young man's face. Birds fly above the skyscraper. Yoshito screams hysterically. Behind the multi-story buildings rises a grand structure, the Proteus Heavenly Demon Tower. Yoshito and Okiomi are standing next to each other. The Dominator King suggests going and leveling up. Fune, with her hands folded in front of her face, declares that the Zeus Heavenly Demon Tower Conquest Strategic Group is still in the formation stage. Young men in strange clothes stand in front of her. The branch manager says that Yoshito and Okiomi can thus do other things until further notice. Okiomi, whose profile we see, asks the girl to recommend towers where one can level up. The Dominator King glances at the hero standing next to him and declares that before going on such a serious operation, he wants to train the novice fighter a little. Yoshito, with a hopeful expression on his face, suggests that the young man simply not take him to conquer the Zeus Tower. Okiomi, laughing, replies that the hero will go there anyway. Yoshito sullenly says that he does not understand why his partner needs him there. Okiomi, smiling, says that he wants to make the guy stronger. The young man, squinting, says that he is going to personally see how the young man will succeed. Yoshito looks at Okiomi in surprise. Fune, closing her eyes, says that there is a tower that matches the voiced request. We see the eyes of the girl, who says that she means the heavenly demonic tower Proteus. Fune says that there are no anomalies in this structure, but the level of monsters is very high. The girl, folding her hands in front of her on the table, says that a large number of magic stones can be obtained in this tower, which is why it has become especially popular among the conquerors. Okiomi, thoughtfully rubbing her chin, says that this option suits him. The guy heads for the exit and calls Yoshito to follow him. Smiling happily, Okiomi declares that they will raise the level of the young man, and at the same time destroy the owner of the tower. A knight with a long spear appears in front of the partners. With his arms folded across his chest, Okiomi asks the hero to demonstrate his skills. He asks if the boy can handle it on his own. Yoshito sighs heavily. He puts his sword back, preparing for battle. The boy rushes to attack the enemy. He tells his partner that he will try to cope. A bright trace is visible near the knight's head. We see the young man's left eye. He strikes and hits the enemy in the stomach. The opponents converge in close combat. The knight flies back and falls to the ground. The hero kneels under the knight who has raised his spear above him. Yoshito smiles. He delivers a powerful blow to the enemy's chest and says that he acts very predictably. The knight kneels down. Yoshito exhales happily. Okiomi shouts at the boy not to relax. The hero looks to his left in fear. The knight throws a spear at him. Okiomi is saddened. He thinks that he could stop the boy, but before they fight shoulder to shoulder, he needs to see the boy's abilities with his own eyes. The Dominator King grinds his teeth in anger. The spear plunges into the hero's chest. Okiomi mentally apologizes to the boy. Yoshito flies far back. He falls to the ground. The spear is sticking out of his chest. The knight's eyes emit a red glow. The hero cuts off his hand and shouts that it actually hurt a lot. The guy whose top we see is furious, calling his enemy a complete bastard. A weak smile appears on Okiomi's face. He understands that this is exactly what the infinite revival the boy uses looks like, and apparently the boy really cannot die. The Dominator King has a huge sword on his back. Okiomi thinks that Yoshito is the only one who can eventually become a worthy partner for him. The hero puts his sword forward and tells the knight that it is simply pointless to continue fighting, since the enemy has no weapon against him. Something flashes near the warrior's shoulder. The hero's chest is pierced once again. The system tells the guy that he has died. The next window informs that Yoshito has lost 16 points of technical ability. Finally, the system informs that the debuff has been changed to a buff, and the same number of points have been added to the desired parameter. The hero, clutching his chest, declares that the knight has pierced his heart twice. Yoshito jumps up. He delivers a powerful blow. The knight tries to defend himself. The hero shouts at him that he can't even dream of mercy now. Yoshito attacks his opponent. He has to jump back. Traces of blows are visible between the enemies. The hero clenches his teeth in anger. He understands that he cannot deliver a decisive blow. The guy notices a bright glow not far from him. He has to arch his back strongly to let the enemy's blow pass him by. Yoshito jumps back and lands at a distance from the knight. He sees that there are now two opponents at once. 2 points are visible above the young man's head. The blows hit the ground in close proximity to the hero. The knights rush to attack. Yoshito, smiling, says that this is not funny at all anymore. The guy is surrounded by knights on all sides. He asks the enemies if they were taught that it is ugly to attack one enemy in a crowd. The hero repels the blows of the enemies. Another knight attacks from above. Yoshito delivers a sweeping blow. The guy desperately fights with many enemies. A deep scratch is visible on the young man's cheek. He raises his right hand. The hero understands that if everything continues in the same spirit, he will die again. Yoshito looks to his right in fear. Okiomi, whose lower part of his face we see, says that he seems to have seen enough. The Dominator King rushes to attack. He easily strikes 2 knights with his huge sword. A powerful explosion occurs in front of the young men. Okiomi looks at his comrade and says that the guy's strength is truly unique. We see the king's left eye. The young man says that now it's his turn to show what he is capable of. 2 knights jump on Okiomi. The guy's sword is engulfed in flames. The enemies burn behind the king's back. Yoshito looks at what is happening in amazement. Okiomi closes his eyes. Then he carefully looks at the hero. The boy says a little sadly that he wanted to show the young man the true level of his strength, but the knights somehow died very quickly. Yoshito, a little scared, says that he already understood how strong Okiomi is, so he does not need to try so hard to show something. The Dominator King looks very upset. He says that the young man does not understand something. Yoshito fights the knight. Okiomi says that he also wanted to demonstrate how desperately he can fight enemies, but the hero's style was truly unique, and he was not able to repeat it. Yoshito, surprised, asks the king if he really just praised his style. Sparks sparkle between the 2 young men. Okiomi, putting his hands on his belt, says that in any case, he will still have the opportunity to show everything he wants. Yoshito, large beads of sweat running down his face, asks what their next plan of action is. We see the backs of young people. Okiomi says that, according to Fyun, this tower is filled to the brim with magical stones. The guy raises his index finger and says that these crystals grant unusual abilities to conquerors, but monsters also adore them. Crossing his arms over his chest, Okiomi says that these stones make both monsters and people stronger. Next to the crystals stands a happy monster. The King Dominator declares that if he and the hero find a vein with stones, they will meet stronger opponents. Okiomi, looking to his left, asks if the guy understands the hint. He is smiling, says that he can say everything in simpler words. They begin to hunt strong monsters. Okiomi extends a clenched fist to the young man and says that if he understood everything, then it's time to get started. The walls of the cave are covered with crystals. The young people mine them. The guy chips off a crystal with a pickaxe. In front of us are three pretty girls. The conquerors are standing in a cave filled with crystals. We see the monster's eyes. The hero cries out in surprise. He is on the 25th floor of the tower, at a deposit of magic stones, and is amazed at how much treasure is in front of him. Okiomi asks the young man if this is his first time at the deposit. The guy shakes his head and says that he has never seen anything like this in the heavenly demon towers. Yoshito remembers how he sold a whole mountain of stones at the Tokyo branch, and received a huge amount of money. The entire ceiling of the cave is covered in crystals. The hero understands that if he gets them, he will become fabulously rich. The young man imagines himself dancing in the middle of huge piles of gold coins. Yoshito joyfully clenches his fist and says that they need to take a pickaxe and start mining stones right now. Okiomi calmly tells his happy partner that he appreciates the young man's zeal. We see people mining crystals. Okiomi asks the guy why the local conquerors have not yet become fabulously rich. Yoshito, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, suggests that these people bring too few assistants here. Blue crystals are visible next to Okiomi's head. He explains that in such deposits the stones are not very rich in magical power. The Dominator King explains simple truths to his student. He says that one large stone generates several more of the same, but smaller. We see the right side of Okiomi's face. He says that all subsequent crystals absorb part of the magic of the original stone, so there is not so much of it in each of them. The guy raises his right hand and says that even if the hero takes out the entire deposit from here, he will definitely not become rich. Young people walk through the cave. Okiomi says that the characters the hero sees are, in fact, not conquerors, but miners of magical stones, and the Tokyo branch takes care of them, attaching a couple of real fighters to them so that they can work in peace. Yoshito looks at his mentor in surprise. He says that these miners pay the branch a small percentage of the cost of the stones they extract, so some conquerors earn extra money by protecting them, and this is quite a profitable job. We see three girls. One of them happily says that there are a lot of crystals here. Yoshito looks sadly at the beauties. One of them, with green eyes, says that it wouldn't hurt them to speed up too. The brunette wants to find a larger crystal. The hero envies the girls, because they have a lot of fun together. The guy remembers Mana and Yuri. Sadness appears in his eyes. The young man looks at the girls, thinking that being a lonely conqueror is not very pleasant. Yoshito turns around in surprise. Okiomi grabs him by the neck and calls him by name. The hero tries to break free from the embrace and asks what the overly joyful King Dominator wants. He claims that Yoshito is looking at girls and asks which one he liked the most. Joyfully looking at the hero, Okiomi asks to tell what type of women attracts the guy the most. He is unpleasant about this conversation. Yoshito irritably states that it is too early for him to think about female types. Okiomi, folding his arms on his chest, says disappointedly that the young man is very boring for his age. An idea comes to the guy's head. He asks if the hero likes anyone he knows. Yoshito asks again in surprise. In front of us is Yuri. Okiomi, who is standing next to the hero, says that the girls who were with the boy in the Persephone Tower seem to him to be real beauties. Okiomi imagines Mana, Yuri and Fyun. He says that the head of the branch is also very pretty. The young man puts his hand on the hero's shoulder and asks him to confess his feelings. Yoshito recalls the girls with whom he conquered the aforementioned tower. Mana asks Yuri to concentrate, since the battle is still ongoing. The hero throws off his comrade's hand and asks what all this stupid talk is about. The young man moves away from Okiomi, stating that they actually came here to train, and not to have conversations dedicated to gender relations. The Dominator King points his finger at the guy. Looking sternly at the hero, he calls him an indecisive type. Yoshito asks his older comrade to shut up. The hero looks back at the three girls, one of whom says that she has found a very promising place. The other two are delighted. One of them states that there are indeed a lot of stones. The second exclaims that this is simply an incredible find. One of the girls swings a pickaxe. The next second, she grabs her hand and screams that it really hurts, and that it was much easier with other veins. Yoshito and Okiomi stand next to the amazed girl, who seems to notice something unusual. The red eyes of the monster are visible above the girls' heads. The heroes look around in amazement. The girls, screaming in horror, look at the huge red eye hanging over them. The monster jumps into the air. It chases the girls and knocks one of them down. The body of this monster is strewn with crystals. Stones hang next to the monster. We see blue crystals. The monster launches them at the girls. They helplessly watch the approach of unusual projectiles. The crystals fly up to their targets. The hero appears next to one of the girls. Yoshito actively waves his sword. Smiling, the young man turns to the beauties, asks if they are hurt, and asks them to run away, since there is someone here to deal with the monster. The girls look at the guy with fear and admiration. They quickly run away. The hero says that he wanted to show himself from the best side in front of them. It turns out that the crystals are sticking out of Yoshito's chest. He says that once again everything ended the way it always does with him. The hero lies on the ground in a pool of blood. Yoshito's eyes are covered with hair. He says that he suffered a very stupid death again. Although if he was able to protect someone, it probably can't be called that. The monster raises its front paw. Yoshito remembers how Okiomi destroyed skeletons, and asks himself when he will become like his mentor, and will be able to defeat strong enemies just as coolly and instill faith in the weak in spirit. The monster's giant paw falls on the hero. He continues to dream of becoming like Okiomi. Okiomi stands with his back to us. The hero thinks that he wants to become like him. The guy has a thick wad of bills in his hands. Yoshito thinks that he managed to pass several heavenly demonic towers and earn money. The guy stands with his hands in his pockets, trying to figure out what to do next. We see the profile of the young man. Yoshito thinks that he has not yet found the answer to this question. In front of us is the left eye of the young man. Okiomi is holding a giant sword. 3 girls are running away. Blue crystals are sticking out of the guy's chest. Yoshito remembers that when he met Okiomi in the Persephone Tower, he also wanted to become a cool conqueror who protects the weak. The hero lies on the ground in a pool of blood. A giant monster's leg falls on him. The system reports that Yoshito has died. The next window says that after death, 34 intelligence points are taken away from the hero. The third notification informs about changing the debuff to a buff and adding 34 points to intelligence. A smile appears on the guy's face. The hero is holding a sword in his hands. He says that in order to achieve the desired result, he has everything except combat experience. The guy's eyes glow menacingly. He rushes to attack the giant monster. The guy, smiling, looks at the enemy and declares that this creature will help him gain the necessary experience. Yoshito strikes. Bewilderment appears on his face. The young man is forced to admit that the monster is incredibly durable. The guy kneels in front of the enemy and tries to figure out how to cut him. Yoshito looks over his shoulder, hoping that Okiomi will help him with something. The Dominator King escorts the girls out. He calls the conquerors remaining in the cave and promises to escort everyone to a safe zone. The young man in the green jacket asks Okiomi if he is sure of what he is doing. The young man thinks that the guards should still stay. The king calmly says that most of those present will not like a fight with this monster, so they should just leave. Okiomi, looking at the hero, declares that his partner will cope with the monster on his own. Yoshito looks at his comrade in bewilderment. Blue crystals fired by the monster are flying at the hero. The young man actively waves his sword, repelling the projectiles. He quickly rushes forward to avoid being hit. Okiomi, standing behind him, calls out to the boy. The Dominator King, smiling happily, says that his partner must be smart and resourceful. Yoshito, continuing to fight off the blue crystals, asks if Okiomi is making fun of him. He, laughing loudly, declares that he does not mean the level of the boy's intelligence, but his characteristics. A trace of the hit is visible in front of the hero. The strange monster looks at the boy with red eyes. Okiomi says that if the parameters are high, then Yoshito will be able to figure out how to break through the defense of this monster. The Dominator King raises his left hand and shouts that he relies on the boy. The hero, who holds his sword with both hands, says that, of course, it is easier said than done. A round monster is visible above the guy's head. Yoshito thinks that intelligence is an important indicator for magic classes, and the higher it is, the more powerful and complex the spells that can be used. We see 2 magicians. The hero looks thoughtfully at the purple window. He thinks that thanks to inversion, his intelligence has increased, but not enough for him to use magic, so it is unlikely to help him in any way. In front of the guy's face hangs a system window, which says that the intelligence indicator has reached a certain point, due to which 2 new skills have become available to the hero: Magic Sense and Magical Energy Manipulation. System windows in the amount of 2 units say that Magic Sense allows you to recognize the magical power of surrounding creatures, and Magical Energy Manipulation makes it possible to concentrate the surrounding magical energy in one point. Yoshito is surprised. He understands that the basic skills of the magic class have now become available to him too. It seems that an idea comes to the guy's head. He remembers the system window, which said that he received an increase in intelligence. A smile appears on the young man's face. He says that since he paid for these skills with a painful death, it is worth trying to use them in practice. In front of us is the young man's left eye. Yoshito is trying to use his magical sense. He notices the haze above the monster's body and understands that this is magical power. We see the young man's left eye again. Yoshito realizes that he cannot use this skill to its full extent yet and must concentrate. The hero's eyes widen. The monster looks at him with round red eyes. Yoshito realizes that the monster's entire body is surrounded by a magical barrier. The guy says that this is why he was unable to damage the enemy. Large blue crystals adorn the upper part of the monster. 3 white spheres are visible above the monster. They become much larger than they were, and the hero understands that the monster is going to shoot with the help of magic, which is in the magic stones. A very strange expression appears on the guy's face. The young man thinks that all this is very bad. The monster shoots white beams at the hero and hits him. Yoshito falls to the ground. The hero looks at his opponent tiredly, and asks what is the point of all these skills if he still can't defeat this enemy. In front of us is the left eye of the boy. Yoshito seems to understand something. The purple glow around the monster seems to have become less intense. The hero realizes that after his opponent spent a lot of energy, his barrier has become less stable. Yoshito, smiling, says that everything is clear to him now. The boy rushes to attack, apologizing to the monster for making him wait. The hero rushes forward in leaps and bounds. He promises to rip off the damn magic shell from the enemy. Yoshito, smiling, declares that one precise and powerful blow will be enough for him. Purple clouds are visible above the monster. Yoshito stares at the enemy and understands that he will not be able to attack and defend at the same time, so if he continues to attack with the same force, the barrier will sooner or later collapse. The boy's eyes are glowing. He is trying to understand what will happen if he concentrates magic in one point and hits the enemy with it. Bluish dots are visible in the air. The hero's sword breaks one of the crystals. The boy thinks that in order to achieve the greatest magical power, he will destroy the magic stones around him and saturate the air with their energy. The monster is preparing to launch its projectiles at the hero. The monster shoots white rays again. We see a trace of the impact. Yoshito rushes forward, breaking crystals along the way. The projectiles are flying at the boy. The young man is rapidly running around the cave. He is striking many blows at the huge crystals. Rock fragments rise into the air. Yoshito looks over his shoulder and realizes that he is satisfied with the result of his work. The space is filled with smoke and debris. The young man understands that this should be enough. The monster hovers over the boy's head. The hero turns to face the enemy. Yoshito uses his recently acquired skill manipulation of magical energy. The air is filled with crystal fragments. The projectiles launched by the monster are approaching the boy. We see the hero's right eye. The boy thinks that manipulation allows you to gather magical energy in one point. Yoshito clenches his fist. The young man holds the sword in front of his face. He thinks that he, of course, does not have a magic class, but if magic helps to break the barrier over the monster, he will gladly use it. Smiling, the young man runs his finger along the blade of his sword. He thinks that the number of crystals he has broken should be enough. The hero takes off. A red mark from a powerful blow is visible above his head. A small crack forms on the magical barrier that surrounds the monster. The hero thinks that if what he has done is still not enough, he can easily fix it. Yoshito jumps away from the enemy and lands on the ground. He thinks that he has a backup plan. The young man puts his fingers out in front of his face and turning to Fasaminos says that it is time to act. The weapon glows brightly in front of the guy's face. He orders the unique skill in fluorescence chain to be activated. The monster shoots its crystals at the hero. Yoshito smashes them to pieces with a blow of his sword. The guy thinks that if he reflects 7 blows of the enemy, he will be able to deliver a very powerful blow of his own. The hero finds himself in front of the monster again. Yoshito plans to imbue his blow with magical energy and break the damn protective barrier of the monster. Enormous crystals are visible above the monster's head. Something is approaching the hero. A powerful flash occurs above the young man. Yoshito, smiling, thanks the monster. He states that, thanks to the enemy's stones, he was able to restore magical energy. The hero flies up to a large crystal on the monster's head and shouts that now the vile creature will get what it deserves. White whirlwinds swirl above the monster's head. The young man, putting his head forward, rushes to attack. The whirlwinds above the monster's head disappear. Yoshito, in whose eyes an unkind fire shines, says that the monster will not stop him with his techniques. In front of us is an endless poppy field. The hero is about to strike, imbued with enormous magical power and strengthened several times by a unique skill. Okiyomi, raising his fist, looks at his comrade. Smiling, he declares that the guy has outdone himself. Yoshio raises his sword to strike. He threatens the monster that he will destroy both the barrier and the monster's body in one go. We see a bright flash. The boy uses the inflorescence chain skill. In front of us is a barrier protecting the monster. The hero cuts the monster in half. A powerful explosion is heard. Yoshito flies far away. He falls on his back. The boy opens his right eye. He sees Okiyomi smiling happily above him. Grinning, the hero closes his eyes. The guys give each other a thumbs up. Yoshito and Okiyomi walk next to each other. The hero asks if the other conquerors are okay and whether his mentor doubted him too much. The girls look at the hero with admiration. Judging by the flowers flying around them, they have the warmest feelings for the guy. The hero says that he has one less problem. Something appears above Yoshito's head. The conquerors look in fear in the direction from which the sounds are coming. A huge snake's mouth is visible behind the hero. The huge monster flattens the young man. Okiomi tries to shout to the hero. The girls look at what is happening in horror. Yoshito jumps back with a sword in his hand. We see the lower part of the guy's face. A giant snake hangs over his head. The system reports that it is the Steel Destroyer. Yoshito, judging by his eyes, is very scared. He tries to understand what kind of enemy it is and realizes that it simply broke through the wall and ate him. A huge hole is visible in the cave wall. The guy thinks that a monster that is capable of such a thing is most likely an anomalous monster. The snake's eyes emit a blue glow. Yoshito holds his sword tightly in his hand. White streams swirl around the monster's head. Okiomi reflects the attack with his sword. Covering his head with his left hand, the Dominator King says that the enemy is very strong. Okiomi strikes and states that this creature is not to be trifled with unless you want to end up in its belly. Okiomi sighs, smiling. There is a bright flash. Flames rise into the air. Okiomi says that they will now see how the monster responds to his attack. The young man, holding the hilt of his sword with both hands, uses the skill Floga Lenhos. Flames blaze around the monster. Yoshito covers his face with his hands. The hero notices something. The Steel Destroyer does not seem to feel the effects of fire, and this becomes clear to the young man. Okiomi tells the hero standing in front of him that their opponent is most likely immune to fire. We see the steel scales of the snake. Okiomi holds his sword in front of him and states that they will have to fight the old-fashioned way then. He rushes to attack the giant opponent. The snake opens its mouth wide. The monster destroys the walls of the cave. Okiomi jumps into the air to strike. He brings his sword down on the snake. The monster opens its huge mouth again. The Steel Destroyer snaps his teeth, unable to grab the Dominator King, who tells the monster that he will not be dealt with so easily. One of the cells on the monster's body opens. Okiomi looks at his opponent in surprise. Projectiles fly out of the open cells. It turns out that these are special grips with 3 teeth. Okiomi says that he certainly did not expect this. The grips are approaching Okiomi. The young man holds his sword in front of him. Yoshito is visible above the falling Okiomi. The mentor tries to shout to his student. A sharp projectile flies at the hero. It pierces the guy and opens up behind his back. The hero is right above the monster's head. He screams that it was incredibly painful for him, but now he was able to get closer to the monster. The hero's left eye emits a red glow. The young man says that now he will check how strong the snake's eyes are. Yoshito sticks his weapon into the monster's organ of vision. With a deafening roar, the monster throws the young man away. Yoshito flies on his back. A white spark is visible next to him. Okiomi grabs the guy under the armpit. With a heavy sigh, the King Dominator apologizes to the guy and says that because of his carelessness he had to die again. The hero happily says that he has already gotten used to dying. The young people look at the snake's head towering above them. The hero says that this monster can still fight, and this is much more important than its death. The Steel Destroyer hits the wall of the cave. Large stones fly into the air. The snake, with its mouth wide open, hisses threateningly. Green sparks are visible above its body. The monster bends its head into an S shape. Yoshito, covering his face with his hands, says that this is simply unbelievable, and now he understands what is happening when the monster tries to get into the safe zone. The monster's body raises clouds of dust. We see the head of this creature. Yoshito looks at the steel breaker in fear and says that it seems to be planning something. The monster pierces the ground with its head. Yoshito and Okiomi look at what is happening before their eyes. One of them says that the monster seems to be going down. The hero says with alarm that this is completely abnormal. The young man looks at his mentor and tells him that the monster's strength increases with each floor, so if this monster penetrates the floor below and attacks the conquerors, everything will be very sad. Okiomi confirms that in this case, most likely, they will all die. The steel breaker breaks a passage for itself in the ground. The hero looks into a huge hole. He tells Okiomi, who is standing next to him, that the monster has indeed headed to the lower floor. Next to the Dominator King, a schematic image of a tower can be seen. The young man says that usually a safe zone is responsible for the passages between floors, which monsters cannot enter, but there are exceptions to the rule. Monsters with enormous combat power. In front of us is a horn monster. Okiomi states that these creatures can literally punch their way down. We see the eyes of the young man. He states that this iron snake is definitely an anomaly. The hero looks at Okiomi in surprise, who says that the administration has established a special category for such monsters. Yoshito asks what this category is. Okiomi, frowning down, says that the administration calls it an unauthorized threat. The hero asks again in fear. Touching his fingers to the ground, Okiomi says that it is not surprising that the hero has never heard of this category, since information about monsters of this level is available only to the most experienced conquerors, as well as kings. We see Okiomi's legs. The Dominator King calls the hero to follow him. The young man steps away from the guy and tells him that they need to report this situation to the command as soon as possible. We see a huge crystal. Yoshito and Okiomi approach a bright white line, flaunting on the cave floor. Yoshito turns around, hearing someone calling him. One of the girls we already know says in fear that the guy, as it seemed to her, just died. Before us is a terrible picture of the hero's last death. The young man understands that these girls are seeing a person who has risen from death for the first time. Smiling nervously, Yoshito says that he will now try to explain everything. He tells the girls looking at him in fear that it was just an illusion, and he and his partner thus confuse the enemy. The guy says that the girls see him safe and sound, and this is a medical fact. Smiling slyly, the guy looks to the right of himself. He thinks that in this case it is better not to tell the truth, since the girls are already a little uneasy. Judging by the expression on his face, the hero is ashamed of lying. One of the girls points to the floor of the cave and says that she sees real blood at the place where the guy died. The young man realizes that he will now be caught in a lie. Turning away from the girls, he tries to convince them that this is also the remains of an illusion, and, judging by the lines heard in response, he manages to achieve what he wants. In front of us is a girl with purple hair. The hero looks at her a little scared. The girls, smiling, thank the guy for saving them. Surprise appears on the young man's face. Smiling, he says that there is no need to thank him, and the main thing for him is that everything is okay with the girls. The beauties are standing next to each other. The bravest of them runs up to the hero and asks him to listen to her. Looking into the guy's eyes, the girl offers to exchange phone numbers. The young man remembers his previous partners, Mana and Yuri. Okiomi raises his hand to his face and tells the romantically inclined young people that it is time for them to run away from here. He reminds them that they are the only ones left here. Yoshito screams in fear that they are already coming. The girl who asked for a phone number looks at the guy hopefully. He says that it is really time for them to leave. The guy points his thumb behind himself and says that it is better not to meet the snake that just disappeared in that direction. Yoshito approaches Okiomi and apologizes for being late. He replies that everything is fine and he was ready to wait a little. The young man gives the guy a thumbs up and says that it is only natural, since Yoshito has accomplished an incredible feat, and he is entitled to at least a little enjoyment of the well-deserved glory. The hero says that he did not try for this at all. Making a surprised face, Okiomi pretends to not believe the young man. A smile appears on the young man's face. He says that they should return to the first floor, where the portal visible in front of them leads. On the floor of the cave there is a stone circle with exquisite patterns. The hero thinks that the portals allow free movement between the floors of the tower. We see a schematic image of the tower. It is reported that the portals are located on every fifth floor, and they are most often placed in safe zones. Yoshito and Okiomi are standing next to the portal. The young man thinks that as soon as someone opens a new floor, a similar passage immediately appears. The hero thoughtfully tells his partner that they are very lucky to see a portal here, but it is completely unclear what will happen to the people on other floors if they meet the Destroyer of Steel. The guy assumes that only a few of them will be able to get to the portal. Okiomi looks closely at the guy and says that he is absolutely right. We see the left eye of the young man. The king says that this is why they must return here with reinforcements. Yoshito and Okiomi walk towards the portal. Sparks sparkle above their heads. Okiomi says that they will immediately go to Fune to plan further actions. There is a hand on the table. Fune thanks the guys for the report. There are dead people on the floor. The branch manager reports that there are already several victims on the lower floors of the Proteus Tower at the moment. We see an iron snake. Fune reports that all these people were killed by a monster called the Steel Destroyer. The girl has a very serious expression on her face. She says that they, as representatives of the Tokyo branch, need to immediately eliminate the unauthorized first-class threat. Okiomi gets up from her chair. She reports that the branch is temporarily freezing the project to conquer the heavenly demon tower Zeus. A window is visible behind the girl. She states that now their only task is to kill the Steel Destroyer. Okiomi, next to whom the hero is standing, states that he and Yoshito have already fought against this monster, and they even managed to harm it a little. Okiomi states that this is why Fune must carefully choose those who will go on a mission to destroy this creature. We see the hero's face. The girl adjusts her hair and says that Okiomi doesn't have to worry about it. Sparks sparkle around her left hand. A weapon appears in the girl's hand. The hero looks at the branch manager in amazement. The girl lowers the weapon to the floor. Okiomi holds an ornate sword in her hands. She says that this time she will personally participate in the mission. Yoshito, next to whom Okiomi is standing, says that this is some kind of nightmare. Swords are sticking out of the ground. It is reported that the action is taking place on the 8th floor of the Heavenly Demon Tower Proteus. Fune, who is standing between the young people, reports that the Steel Destroyer used to live on the 25th floor, but after the young people fought it, it began to descend to the lower floors, and many conquerors died. The girl reports that, according to reports, tremors are still felt here, but their target is very close. Fune frowns and promises that she will not let the monster get away. The hero, clenching his fists, asks the girl if she is afraid for the agents who went on reconnaissance. The guy sullenly states that the last time the branch manager did this, many people died in Persephone. Fune, who is standing in front of the guy, states that the situations are not similar, and her people know what they are dealing with. because she sent those who have encountered the anomaly before on this mission. Okiomi smiles. He says that he sees the people we were just talking about. Yoshito looks to his left. We see a group of young people. Okiomi states that this is a squad of the Tokyo branch of the Conquerors, known as the Ice Flower. The hero looks at the young people in amazement and asks why the squad has such a name. Okiomi tells the boy that his jaw will drop now. The squad leader bows to Fune and reports that the reconnaissance is complete. He states that the reports were correct and the seismic tremors are still continuing. The boy states that in his opinion, the monster is hiding somewhere in the walls, and the seismic tremors are happening due to the movement of this monster inside the tower. The young man, looking at the hero and his mentor, says that it seems that in front of him is the King Rido Fune and the Dominator Yoshito Takamichi. The hero sullenly asks what he owes to the young man. Yoshito looks very displeased. The squad leader, bowing, states that he is glad to cooperate with such people. Closing his eyes, the young man tells the hero, surprised by his politeness, that initially it was believed that the Ice Flower was able to neutralize the monster, but it turned out to be an unauthorized first-class threat that is equal in strength to the master of the tower. The guy, looking down sadly, says that together with Yoshito and Okiomi, his squad will be able to reduce the number of victims to a minimum. The hero, whose lower part of his face we can see, asks again in surprise. The guy thoughtfully rubs the back of his head, trying to understand what is being said. Okiomi puts her hand on his shoulder and confidently says that as long as he and his partner are here, no one will die. The hero sullenly states that the only one who will die is, of course, Yoshito. The squad leader, smiling, says that he relies on the help of the young people. The conquerors are thrown into the air. Yoshito looks to his left. Someone suggests that an earthquake has occurred. Fune, a little scared, says that the monster, as it seems to her, is below. A powerful blow occurs, scattering the conquerors in different directions. A snake's head appears from under the ground. The squad leader, with his mouth wide open, orders the members of the Ice Flower to take positions. In front of us are two hands. The conquerors are ready to fight. A boy and a girl in uniform rush to attack. The fighters surround the monster. With swords in their hands, they prepare to attack the snake. The monster fires its projectiles. The Ice Flower fighters parry the blows. One of the guys notices a projectile next to him. His comrades cover the fighter. Yoshito and Okiomi watch the battle. The Dominator King says that this is an elite squad that exists precisely for such situations. The young men look up. Okiomi says that for these fighters, mid-level monsters are nothing more than helpless flies. We see the Dominator King's right eye. A girl from the Ice Flower squad deflects the monster's blow. Okiomi says that, however, even these fighters will not last long against this snake. A guy in a white uniform deflects the blow of an opening projectile. Okiomi offers to help these wonderful fighters. Swords appear in the hands of the young men. Okiomi asks Yoshito to fight at full strength. The hero agrees. We see clouds of smoke. Yoshito and Okiomi rush to attack. They find themselves in close proximity to a huge monster. Okiomi prepares to strike. He hits the steel body of the snake. Yoshito approaches the enemy from above. His eyes turn white. The tip of the projectile is visible under the guy's body. Yoshito flies back. 3 projectiles fired by the snake are already flying at him. The hero does a back somersault and dodges the blow. The snake disappears into the tunnel. Okiomi sees that the enemy is escaping from them. In front of us is Fune. She says that it is her turn. We see the hero's face. Almost knocking her allies off their feet, the girl rushes into the attack. She blocks the path of the monster trying to escape and screams that she will not let him get away. The young men look at the girl in shock. Okiomi says that he has not seen Fune in action for a long time. In front of us is the magnificent black hair of the branch head. Okiomi says that the girl has strengthened her body and increased her movement speed thanks to magic. Waves of white energy spread under the girl's feet. Fune stands, effectively holding a sword in her hand. Okiomi says that the branch head's unique weapon is frost. In front of us is the right side of the Dominator King's face. He says that the hero must watch carefully, and if Fune is serious about this fight, then it will end very quickly. We see the girl's left eye. Fune, sword in hand, rushes into the attack. Fune strikes the monster's neck and lands on the ground. The girl is on one knee, holding her sword in front of her. The steel destroyer tries to find Fune. We see the head of this monster. The branch head deals many powerful blows to the enemy's body. Fune jumps up and appears above the snake's head. She lands at a considerable distance from the monster. The girl rushes to attack again. Fune prepares to deal another blow from above. A trace of the blow is visible near her head. The girl's sword is aimed at the giant monster. Yellow splashes fly up. The hero asks in surprise if the girl was able to hit this monster. Okiomi says that Frost is a sword endowed with magical power, and Fune is a genius in using magic. A white circle is visible under the girl's feet. The Dominator King declares that she is able to manipulate magic so masterfully that she strengthens not only her body, but also the tip of the sword, and this is the true power of Rido Fune, the head of the Tokyo branch of the Conqueror's office. We see the girl's eyes. Fune asks the agents to listen very carefully. Standing in front of the Ice Flower squad, the girl declares that the unauthorized threat class monster called Steel Breaker must be destroyed immediately. Yoshido raises his left hand, declaring that their help was not needed after all. Fyun prepares to deliver the finishing blow. The snake's eye glows. The monster shoots its sharp projectiles upward. Steel Breaker opens its mouth wide and hisses. The monster writhes, destroying the floor and walls of the cave around itself. The Ice Flower Commander looks at the snake with anger, declaring that it is impossible to get close to it. The huge monster disappears into a narrow passage. Fyun watches the monster trying to escape, thinking that this monster cannot be allowed to escape, because for once she managed to pierce the armor. The girl, however, does not understand what to do now. We see a white trail. Fyun looks at someone in surprise. The hero rushes after the monster. Okiomi calls him. The young man jumps very high. Three-pronged grips of the monster rush towards him. Yoshito grinds his teeth from unbearable pain. The system reports that he died. The next window informs that 24 points have been taken from the hero's life force. The last window, as usual, reports the change of debuff to buff and the addition of 24 points to life force. We see the guy's hand. He greets the monster. Yoshito hangs on the back of the steel destroyer with one hand. The guy says that the monster has gotten too carried away, and now no living person can get close to it. Smiling, Yoshito declares that he is the only exception. The hero, grinning, reminds that he is immortal. In front of us is the steel body of a snake. Yoshito thinks that thanks to the skill rebirth point he managed to end up right on the belly of the monster, but he does not understand what to do next. The monster's eye glows. The guy desperately tries to hold on to the snake's body. Yoshito screams for the monster to slow down at least a little. The boy does not understand how such a colossus can move so fast. Beads of sweat run down the hero's hand. The guy flies away from the steel destroyer. Cracked earth is visible under his back. Yoshito crashes into the wall of the cave. Revived again, the hero lets out a loud scream. The guy falls on the snake, declaring that it has finally had enough of him. Sharp projectiles are approaching the hero. Yoshito understands that he will not be able to dodge, and swears dirty. The next second, he dies under the blows. We see the lower part of the guy's face. Clinging to the snake, he shouts to it that he will not leave it alone. Fear appears in the boy's eyes. Yoshito sees the steel destroyer rushing into a hole in the cave wall and screams at the creature not to dare go into that hole. We see the hole up close. Yoshito lets out a cry of despair and pain. The system reports that the hero has ended up on the top floor of the Proteus Tower. A white fog rises above the surface of the cave. The monster breaks through the ceiling. The heroes fly down. He falls on his back onto the cave floor. Yoshito gets on all fours, looks around, and curses again. We see the guy's left eye. In front of him, he can see the silhouette of the monster and large yellow-blue crystals. The hero is trying to figure out where he ended up. Yellow-blue crystals are visible on the walls. There are cracks on the surface of the cave. The hero thinks that this is unlike any floor he has been to before. Yoshito, whose left eye we see, calls the monster a bastard and asks if this is really his lair. Three-pronged grabs fly at the guy again. The shells, which have not yet opened, fly up to the young man from above. Yoshito runs away. The shells crash into the ground behind him. The boy understands that he will not be able to defeat this steel creature alone, so he needs to bring his allies here. Yoshito runs around the giant snake. He understands that this monster can only be killed by joint efforts. The young man tries to escape from the snake. He has to jump high to let the monster's body pass under him. The boy looks up in fear. Not far from him, a hole is visible in the cave wall. Yoshito takes a strange pose. He runs as fast as he can to the hole, thinking that he must bring his comrades here. Shells fly at the hero's back. The young man jumps, and they crash into the ground. A white trace from the jump is visible in the air. Three-pronged grips continue to pursue the hero. They block his way to the hole in the cave wall. Yoshito, smiling, asks the steel destroyer if he wants to play tag. The guy slides, raising his left hand. He declares that in this case he will also not play by the rules. Near the hole you can see the trace of the jump. Yoshito, smiling, turns to the snake, and calling it a nasty piece of iron says goodbye. The hero falls into the hole. He flies down, raising his hands above his head. We see Fyun, Okiomi and the members of the Ice Flower Squad. The branch manager notices something. Yoshito comes out from behind a rock. The girl calls out to him. Breathing heavily, the guy says that he finally reached his allies. Okiomi, with a displeased expression on her face, says that they were already starting to worry about him. The Dominator King says that they, of course, knew that Yoshito could not die, but they were still afraid for him. The hero apologizes and says that he did not come empty-handed. The boy smiles happily. Fyun demands that he tell her everything. Raising his right hand, Yoshito says that the top floor is the lair of this creature. The hero's allies look at him attentively. Yoshito states that he thinks that with joint efforts they can defeat the steel destroyer in its lair. Fyun thoughtfully rubs his chin. Putting her hand on her belt, the girl asks if the boy noticed any unusual magic stones in the steel destroyer's lair. Thoughtfully scratching his cheek, The hero says that there were crystals in the monster's nest, and compared to those that can be seen on the lower floors, they were different, as they had a golden hue. Fyun, closing his eyes, thanks the boy and states that this information will be very useful to them. The boy looks at the girl in surprise. Fyun recalls a recent fight with the monster, stating that during their first encounter, the Ice Flower members analyzed the Steel Destroyer's body structure and discovered that the monster feeds exclusively on fossils with high magical energy content. We see a schematic image of a snake. Okiomi reports that all the magic stones found in this tower, although there are a lot of them, were impurities. In front of us is a yellow-blue crystal. Okiomi states that, of course, she guessed that there was an area with pure magic stones here, but she could not even imagine that this place would be the snake's lair. Yoshito looks closely at the girl and asks if this means that finding this lair was real luck. Okiomi, looking at the guy with her green eyes, says that there is no other area with pure magic stones in this tower, so if they catch the snake by surprise in its lair, it will simply have nowhere to run. Turning around, the girl sets off and calls everyone to follow her to the decisive battle. The hero looks at the girl's back in surprise. She turns to Yoshito and asks him to show them the way. The young man realizes that he is the only one who knows the way to the lair of the Steel Destroyer. Yellow-blue crystals are visible on the walls of the cave. The snake devours them. Someone is surprised to note that this creature actually feeds on rocks. Looking out from behind a rock, Yoshito says that the monster seems to replenish its energy reserves in this way. A hand grabs onto a ledge next to the hero. Members of the Ice Flower crawl out of the hole. One of them says that he is about to die of fatigue. The young man looks at the hero and says that Yoshito did not even break a sweat while climbing up this hole, and now it is clear why he became a dominator. Fyun and Okiomi jump out of the passage. Yoshito and one of the Ice Flower members look at their senior comrades. The branch manager, holding his magnificent sword to the side, declares that it is time to begin the operation. The girl with a very serious expression declares that the target has been detected and orders her subordinates to make every effort to destroy this creature. The conquerors rush to attack. The Steel Destroyer sees how people rush to attack him. The body of the monster raises clouds of dust. In front of us is Okiomi. He approaches the enemy, declaring that he does not intend to play his games anymore. The Dominator King smiles. We see the legs of a young man. Okiomi promises to show the monster all his strength. Okiomi prepares to strike. The Steel Destroyer opens its mouth wide. Okiomi's eyes emit a yellow glow. The monster's head crashes into the ground in front of the king. In front of us is the sword that Okiomi is armed with. The young man strikes. Yoshito watches from afar. Smiling, he says that this is simply incredible. A strange oval glows on the forehead of the snake. The monster shoots out three-pronged grippers. Okiomi looks at the enemy with concern and says that it does not seem like it will give up easily. The projectiles fired by the monster fly towards their targets. They are approaching the monster's enemies. Traces of multiple impacts are visible near the members of the Ice Flower squad. The hero grits his teeth in anger. The guy hears the desperate cries of his allies. Fyun defends himself with a sword from a projectile crashing into the ground. An open projectile flies towards two guys in uniform. The young men try to protect themselves from the impact. The guys stand back to back. Their commander shouts that they must destroy the unauthorized threat at any cost. Clouds of smoke rise in front of the squad leader. The guy says that the Ice Flower does not give up easily. Yoshito angrily calls out to the guy and shouts for him to lie down. The open projectile is reflected in the eyes of one of the fighters. Blood splashes upward. Okiomi looks at what is happening in fear. Now Fyun is in front of us. The squad leader calls his fighters. The shells fired by the monster are already flying towards him. The guy closes his eyes in resignation. The hero appears behind the squad leader. He deflects the shells flying at the young man with his sword and shouts at him not to relax. Yoshito, with his head down, stands in front of the guy. He says that he understands how painful it is to see his comrades die. The Ice Flower commander looks at the hero with sorrow. He asks who will mourn the death of the fallen if the guy dies. Yoshito remembers Nojishi and the other dead guys. The squad leader looks back at the corpse of one of his fighters. The hand lies in a pool of blood. The guy says that the hero is absolutely right. The Ice Flower commander decisively declares that he must survive, no matter what. The Destroyer of Steel throws Okiomi away with his tail. The Dominator King lands next to the hero and calls the enemy a multi-clawed bastard. Okiomi asks where they should aim. Snowflakes fly around Fyun's face. She orders Frost to activate at maximum power. Waves of frost spread around the girl. The projectile flying towards the girl from the Ice Flower squad stops in front of her face. One of the fighters looks in amazement at the open grab hanging above his head. We see the top of the branch head. Okiomi apologizes to everyone and states that if she had taken this matter more seriously from the beginning, no one would have died. Yoshito looks at the girl in surprise. Her hair turns white. We see the girl's transformed face. Fyun, sword in hand, approaches the monster. Open projectiles fired by the snake fly at her. Blue energy flows from the girl's eyes. Fyun does a backflip in the air. Ice crystals are visible above her head. The branch head looks at the projectile approaching her. A thick cable flies past her. The girl looks at her opponent. She delivers a powerful blow and cuts the long cable. More projectiles fly at her. Fyun dodges them. The girl puts her sword forward. She delivers multiple blows, cutting the thick iron cables. Blue crystals are visible next to her body. Yellow splashes become visible under the destroyer's body. The snake rushes forward. Fyun pursues it. The monster tries to grab the girl with a huge iron mouth. The monster's head hits the ground. Fyun flies back. The branch manager says that the monster has finally opened up. The girl raises her brightly shining sword above her head. The steel destroyer, whose head we see, hisses threateningly. Fyun delivers a blow. A bright blue stripe is visible next to the monster's head. The monster's eye is in front of us. The snake's body is visible under the girl. A very powerful flash occurs under the tip of Frost. The snake's head is thrown aside, the ground cracks. We see Fyun's face, she understands that she missed. In front of us is the girl's shoulder. A white mark is visible next to the snake's body. Fyun is imprinted on the cave wall. Yoshito tries to shout to the girl. Frost is stuck in the ground. The hero looks to his right. He thinks that his Phos Aminos is not strong enough to cut off this snake's head. The guy holds his weapon in his hand. The young man pays attention to the sword sticking out of the ground. He understands that Frost, which the guild leader uses, is filled with mana, so it will cope with this task. The giant monster bends its neck. Yoshito stands in front of it with his sword in his hand. The young man grinds his teeth from anger and tension. He exhales. The destroyer of steel, opening its mouth, rushes at the guy. The young man's eyes emit a purple glow. He warns the snake that it can choke. A huge mouth approaches the hero from above. We see blood stains. Yoshito runs away with someone else's sword in his hand and says that the monster will pay with its life for what it did. We see a white trail. The steel destroyer threateningly watches the hero running past him. The guy spins Frost in his hand. A smile appears on Yoshito's face. There are tears in the young man's eyes. He says that he is not as fast as the head of the branch, but he has one proven method that will help him tear off the monster's head. The system reports that the hero has died. The next window informs that after death, Yoshito loses 34 points of physical strength. The traditional third window informs about changing the debuff to a buff and adding the same number of points to the same parameter. The fourth system window informs that the revival will be carried out at the specified point. The hero says that normally he wouldn't do such a thing, but if he kills himself, the snake will never guess where he will eventually be reborn. Yoshito is above the steel destroyer's head. A white trail is visible next to the monster. The boy strikes. The sword falls on the giant monster's torso. A bright flash occurs. The hero manages to cut the monster. Okiomi looks up. The Ice Flower Squad leader stands with his mouth open. Fyun watches in amazement from a rock. The snake's head flies off. It falls to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Blue crystals are visible behind Fyun. The girl, whose hair has turned black again, thanks the hero for what he did. Blood spreads under his hand. The surviving members of the Ice Flower Squad support each other. Fyun declares that by killing this creature, Yoshito proved that the sacrifices were not in vain. The hero stands behind the girl. A purple system window appears next to the guy's head. Yoshito is incredibly surprised. The system informs him that he has defeated the owner of the Heavenly Demon Tower Proteus, and the unique weapons and magic stones have been automatically added to his inventory. Yoshito is shocked by the fact that he has defeated the owner of the tower. The hero calls Fyun and screams that he does not understand what all this means. Covering her eyes, the girl states that it was her mistake. She says that she used to say that there was nothing abnormal in the Proteus Tower, but this statement turned out to be fundamentally wrong. Yoshito is surprised and asks why. A heavenly tower is visible next to Fyun's head. The girl says that the organization's reports indicated that Proteus is inhabited by very unusual monsters, for example, stone monsters and creatures with transforming arms. We see the creatures that the branch manager speaks of. Okiomi says that there were reports of other monsters, but all these entities hid the true evil of the tower. The steel destroyer looms over the hero. Yellow-blue crystals are visible behind Fyun. The girl says that this is how the boss hid his presence, and he traveled through the floors of the Proteus Tower. Yoshito looks back at the girl in surprise. The young people are standing in front of a giant snake corpse. The hero asks if this means that he really killed the owner of the tower. Fyun confirms this. Closing his eyes, the head of the branch says that usually the owner of the tower does not leave the top floor, but with this creature everything turned out to be different, and that is why it turned into an unauthorized threat. Yoshito sadly says that everything is clear to him, and asks if all this means that he simply finished off this monster. Fyun asks what exactly the young man is not happy with in this fact. The hero, thoughtfully rubbing the back of his head, says that this is not the case at all. Fyun looks at the hero calmly. He says that the girl herself, Okiomi, and the members of the Ice Flower Squad contributed much more to the victory than he did. Okiomi puts her hand on the shoulder of the Ice Flower commander. Yoshito remembers how he motivated the squad commander. The hero states that, despite all their joint efforts, this battle was not without casualties. A system window is visible next to the guy. Yoshito says that he just wants to become stronger. The system informs that the owner of the heavenly demonic tower Proteus has been defeated, and there are 10 seconds left before the tower disappears, after which everyone will be forcibly teleported from it. Bright yellow dots fill the cave. Yoshito repeats that he wants to become even stronger. The Proteus tower disappears. Yoshito and Okiyomi are standing in front of Fune sitting at the table. It is reported that this is happening in the office of the head of the Tokyo branch. Yoshito puts a magnificent ring on the table and asks the girl to look at it. Fune says that this seems to be the trophy that the boy got for winning the tower. He confirms this. The boy works with the system window. He says that he received something else. A whole mountain of crystals rises in front of the branch manager. Fune asks if this is a bribe. Yoshito replies that he did not even think about bribing anyone. Smiling, the boy says that they defeated the owner of the tower with their combined efforts, so he decided to give the reward to the needs of the branch. Okiyomi stands with her eyes closed. Yoshito says that the Dominator King supported this initiative. The hero asks Fune to use these riches to support the rest of the conquerors. Yoshito and Okiyomi look back at someone. In front of them stands the leader of the Ice Flower Squad. He introduces himself as Ryudo. Yoshito and Okiyomi look at the young man in bewilderment. He declares that he has business with the Dominators. The hero asks what exactly. Ryudo sadly reports that the Tokyo branch is preparing for a large-scale operation to conquer the heavenly demonic tower Zeus, and the Ice Flower Squad will be involved as a strike force, because, most likely, anomalies await the conquerors in the depths of the tower. Clenching his fist, Ryudo says that although he has become the commander of this squad, he still does not have enough strength to cope with this role normally. Closing his eyes, the guy declares that he does not want to lose his comrades in arms anymore. Ryudo opens his mouth wide. He bows before the hero and begs him to take him as a student. Yoshito and Okiyomi look at the young man in surprise. In front of us is the magnificent building of the Tokyo branch of the Conqueror's office. It is reported that exactly a month has passed since the murder of the Steel Destroyer. The lamps in the ceiling are burning. Ryudo, the Ice Flower Squad leader, is breathing heavily. He charges at someone. The boy collides with his opponent. Okiyomi smiles happily. The Dominator King casually parries the boy's attacks. Ryudo stands with his sword back. He charges at Okiyomi again. The Dominator King looks back. Yoshito flies up behind him. The hero seems very determined. Okiyomi strikes and the boy has to work hard to block it with his sword. Now Ryudo appears behind Okiyomi. The Dominator King throws his opponents in different directions. Yoshito holds a sword in his right hand. Ryudo flies far back and breaks with his feet to stop. Okiyomi places the sword tip on the floor and says that his opponents probably didn't have a good breakfast today. The mentor looks at his students and says that they should try harder. Ryudo bows low before Yoshito and Okiyomi. It is reported that it happened a month ago. The leader of the Ice Flower Squad asks the hero to take him as a student. The young man, thoughtfully rubbing the back of his head, replies that he is not strong enough to teach someone, and he himself has a lot to learn. Drops of sweat or tears flow down Ryudo's cheeks. He learns from the hero that the mission to conquer Proteus was part of his own training. Ryudo puts his hand on the hero's shoulder. He looks into the guy's face with wild eyes and begs him to start training together. Yoshito agrees, stating that perhaps this is the only way to calm Ryudo down. The hero pushes the commander of the Ice Flower Squad away. Someone laughs loudly near the young people. Okiyomi, rubbing his chin, declares that since the young people are so enthusiastic, he will train them. Ryudo asks again in surprise. The King Dominator says that he will indeed do so. We see the faces of the young people. Okiyomi promises to give them a couple of good lessons before the conquest of the Zeus Tower. Yoshito frowns at his mentor. He and Ryudo spent a whole month in the training hall, challenging the king. Beads of sweat are running down the guy's cheeks. Yoshito thinks that, judging by his own feelings, he has begun to fight much better than before. Okiyomi smiles happily. Yoshito understands that he is still incredibly far from this man. The guy, smiling, says that Okiyomi is really incredibly strong. The hero and his partner rush to attack. A mark from a blow is visible near Okiyomi's head. The Dominator King, hiding behind his sword, says that Yoshito is absolutely right. However, in the battle against the Steel Destroyer, it was he and Fune who contributed the most to the victory, according to the king, and one should not forget that some conquerors may be powerless against a certain type of monster. Yoshito and Ryudo attack Okiyomi. He easily throws them aside again. The mentor says that if the guys become even stronger, then he will not have to make any effort in the battle at all. Yoshito looks at his opponent in amazement. He understands that, despite the fact that they use real weapons in training, he and his partner were unable to even scratch Okiyomi. The Dominator King hits the hero on the chin with his hand. He curses everything in the world for not being able to succeed. Both opponents stand bent over. The hero screams, his mouth wide open. He hears someone calling him. Yoshito looks around. The boys rush at their mentor again. They attack him together. A fire appears near Okiyomi's body. The Dominator King looks menacingly at the young men and declares that it's time for them to warm up. Horror appears on the hero's face. The boy stops being shy in his expressions. We see a powerful pillar of fire. Okiomi uses his Floga Elenho's skill. Screaming hysterically, the boys fly away. Yoshito and Ryuto sit by the wall with a suffering look. The commander of the Ice Flower Squad states that they failed again. Okiomi, smiling, objects, declaring that the young men have become much better at orienting themselves during battle. Rising to his feet, Yoshito says that there is no point in this, since they have never been able to defeat their mentor. A ventilation hatch is visible in the ceiling of the room. Okiomi says that it doesn't matter whether the guys won or lost, and the main thing is that this knowledge will help them survive in the tower. Ryuto sadly says that he is still offended, since the two of them could not even scratch their opponent. Okiomi replies that this only means that the guys will have to try even harder. The young people walk through a huge hall. The hero notices something. He looks up in surprise. A message appears on a huge screen that the strategy planning for capturing the Heavenly Demon Tower Zeus is complete, and the branch office is starting to accept applications for participation in the expedition. Yoshito calls out to his mentor. Okiomi looks up in surprise and says that the time seems to have come. Ryuto clenches his fist. A guy standing in the middle of the crowd says that this time he will definitely protect his squad. Fionn and her secretary come out to the conquerors. It is reported that this is happening a couple of days later, at the exam for the right to participate in the conquest of the Heavenly Demonic Tower Zeus. The secretary says that now the head of the branch will check the abilities of the candidates, and decide which of them will go to conquer the tower. In front of us are two unfamiliar conquerors. They hear that the exam can be taken by a whole squad, and based on the results of the selection, the candidates will be distributed among operational areas. A young man in sunglasses invites the first group of conquerors to take the exam. Fionn is surprised and says that it seems that in front of her are former members of the Yoshito squad. Two girls are standing in front of the head of the branch. She asks them to demonstrate their skills. We see Mana and Yuri. In front of us is the Heavenly Demonic Tower Zeus. Blue sparks sparkle around Yoshito and Okiomi. It is reported that the young people are on the 60th floor in the safe zone. We see the conquerors calmly walking around the camp. One of the girls has a gas mask on her head. Yoshito looks around and states that there are a lot of people here. Okiomi reports that the real workers, as well as the conquerors participating in the battle, have gathered in the safe zone. The guy waves his hand in greeting. Yoshito, looking around, asks if this means that Ryuto can also be somewhere here. Okiomi, smiling, answers that this is impossible, since the Ice Flower is one of the main forces of the offensive, and they will be able to meet Ryuto only on the battlefield when they rise higher. Yoshito, smiling, says that they still need to live until this meeting. Okiomi replies that he appreciates the joke. The young people laugh merrily. Some guy asks discontentedly who these fun-loving scumbags are. The young man looks at the hero and his companion with displeasure, and demands that they behave more modestly. The boy rushes after Yoshito and Okiomi. He shouts for them to stop, calls them bad words and declares that they are not here to have fun. The hero and his companion fall silent. They look back at the boy and ask again in surprise. Fear appears on the young man's face. The hero smiles. Okiomi puts her hand on the boy's shoulder, and says that the main thing now is to maintain the mood and not give in to panic. Yoshito also encourages the conqueror. The hero, looking around, says that he can understand the young man who made a remark to them, since this is a very unpleasant place. We see lava flowing between the stones. The conquerors are standing on the shore of a lava lake. It is reported that the Zeus Heavenly Demon Tower is considered the tallest of the remaining ones, and its height exceeds 150 floors. It has long been open to the public and has been climbed to the 59th floor. We see a trembling hand. There are corpses on the floor. It is reported that many conquerors died on the 60th floor, and the Tokyo branch has taken it upon itself to draw up a plan to conquer the Zeus Tower. Yoshito frowns down. He, along with several other conquerors, is standing near the lava lake. The guy thinks that the main reason for the failures in this place is the abnormal heat. The guy wipes the sweat from his forehead and admits that it is quite hot here. Okiomi calmly states that if they go further, the damage they receive from the heat will only increase. The Dominator King looks at the young men standing nearby and says that the main thing here is for the healers to constantly cast their healing, but if something happens to the medics, the entire group will be destroyed. Okiomi claps his hands, drawing attention to himself. Standing in front of the conquerors, the young man loudly announces that everyone present here will have to work together. We see 4 members of the squad. Okiomi says that the healers should focus on all the other members of the group, and they, in turn, will guard them. Yoshito, standing nearby, watches the instructions given by his mentor. The hero understands that if he is healed, he will receive damage due to inversion. The young man looks at his clenched fist. He understands that he has not told anyone about this skill of his yet, and if he now asks not to heal him, it will look extremely strange. A reddish smoke rises in front of the boy. Yoshito thinks that the heat means that he will receive initial damage, as it was with the curse in the Persephone Tower. The hero stretches out his left hand. A system notification appears in front of him. The boy sees a warning that the heat wave status has been applied to him, and he will receive constant damage in this area. The next window informs that the conditions have been changed, and health will now be constantly restored. The hero thinks that this is exactly what he assumed. Yoshito, smiling, declares that he will not need the help of healers. The boy approaches Okiomi and calls out to his mentor. The hero runs away, having declared before that he tolerates the heat quite well, and will go forward first to check the situation. The conquerors look after the boy in amazement. Okiomi frankly does not understand what his student is doing. Yoshito runs forward. He looks over his shoulder. The guy thinks that his behavior does not look the most sane, but he had no other choice. Something hits the hero. Blood splashes are visible next to the guy. Yoshito is lying on the ground in a pool of blood. The guy raises his head and looks up. In front of him are monsters in robes. Yoshito realizes that there is someone here after all. The hero is revived, realizing that what is happening suits him quite well. The guy gets to his feet. One of the opponents rushes to attack with a sword in his hand. It turns out that the hero is being attacked by some flying creatures that look like bees and birds at the same time. Yoshito actively swings his sword. His opponents are forced to retreat back. The hero, smiling, tells them that he has been preparing for this expedition for a whole month. The guy cheerfully rushes to attack. He shouts at his enemies so that they do not even think that they can easily finish him off. Yoshito strikes the monster. White traces are visible above the guy's head. The young man looks at his enemies and says that they are very strange guys in front of him. He cannot understand who they are, although it is clear from the wings that they are some kind of angels. In front of us is one of these monsters. It is reported that he belongs to the righteous squad of killers. Yoshito frowns at the monsters and says that angels in the entourage of real hell look incredibly strange. The hero rushes to attack 3 opponents hanging in the air. He thinks that he does not care who is in front of him, and there is no point in thinking about the nature of these creatures if he is going to finish them off anyway. Yoshito actively moves across the battlefield and strikes one of the enemies. The monster is preparing to put an entrance to its weapon. The sword flies right in front of the hero's face. A smile appears on the young man's face. He looks at his enemy and thinks that if this had happened a month ago, he would have lost his head. A white trace is visible in front of the hero. Yoshito thinks that now such attacks no longer work on him. The monster's eyes glow red. The boy asks his enemies if they really aren't going to give up. The boy looks to his right, thinking that he can't expect anything else from the creatures from the Zeus Tower. The hero fights off an attack from one of his opponents. Another monster is visible behind him. It looks like the flying creatures are retreating. Yoshito rushes after them and shouts loudly, calling on them to stop. We see the hero's left eye. The boy realizes that something is wrong here. He stops, suspecting that they just want to lure him into a trap. Huge crystals are visible next to Yoshito. The boy asks where those damn moths could have gone. In front of us is a cave in which the hero is located. The crystals along its walls emit a yellow glow. Beads of sweat roll down the boy's face. They flow down his chin. The monsters attack from above. Yoshito looks at the monsters approaching him in fear. We see the glowing eyes of the monster. The enemy delivers a powerful blow, but the young man manages to jump away in time. A trace of some kind of projectile can be seen near his head. Shards similar to pieces of amber fly in the air. Yoshito tries to understand what it is. The guy grinds his teeth in anger. It seems he understands what he is dealing with. A very powerful explosion is heard next to him. Yoshito puts his sword in front of him. He says that these seem to be explosive crystals. A bright flash occurs next to the guy. The hero finds himself in the epicenter of a powerful explosion. He flies far back and falls to the floor of the cave. Monsters rush towards him. Many white marks are visible around the hero. Yoshito, sweat rolling down his face, swears dirty. He sees bright yellow flashes in front of him. Another powerful explosion occurs. The system reports that the guy is dead. The next window reports that the guy has lost 40 points of physical strength. Now the system reports that the debuff has been changed to a buff, and 40 points have been added to the named parameter. Having revived, the hero demands that his enemies not get cocky. He rushes into the attack again. Flying creatures throw sharp daggers at him. Shells fall to the ground under the young man's feet. Yoshito, with powerful explosions behind him, runs up to one of the monsters and shouts that he's been caught. The young man delivers a series of blows and cuts the enemy into many pieces. Another enemy approaches the young man from behind. Yoshito turns around sharply and deflects the blow flying at him. Another explosion occurs not far from the young man. The hero looks at something in surprise. A smile appears on his face. Yoshito flies up to one of the monsters from above and shouts loudly that he's simply returning the favor for his death. The hero slams the monster into the wall of the cave, calling the enemy a damn saint. We see several large crystals. The monster's hand is shaking. Bright yellow crystals are flying around it. An explosion occurs. Clouds of smoke rise upward. Yoshito looks at his wounded hand. The guy sees that inversion quickly heals the burns caused by the heat wave, and he thinks that it is incredibly convenient. A system message appears next to the guy's face. The hero learns that the number of explosive crystals has decreased, as has the damage from the heat wave. Yoshito examines the crystals clinging to the walls of the cave and realizes that it is because of them that the debuff has been applied to this entire area. The hero examines the cave and realizes that there are indeed quite a lot of crystals here. The young man smiles. We see the crystals up close. Yoshito thinks that if he destroys them all, the debuff will simply evaporate. The hero rushes through the cave, breaking the crystals. We see another bright flash. In front of us are the columns supporting the roof of the cave. Okiyomi walks ahead of the squad of conquerors. One of the guys looks at the system window and curses. He turns to one of the healers and rudely demands that she heal him, since he is losing health. The girl holding the staff promises to heal the young man right now. She helps everyone around her. The girl sighs heavily. Fear appears on her face when the rude guy asks why she relaxed. The guy looks aggressively at the healer and advises her to get ready, since the squad will soon need treatment again. He asks if the girl understands how many lives are at stake. Someone's hand falls on the young man's shoulder. Okiyomi pulls the guy's head towards herself and demands that he stop putting pressure on the healer. The Dominator King says that the girl is very smart and understands everything herself, and the words of a man can very easily hurt a woman's heart. Okiyomi frowns to the right of himself. He understands that things are very bad, and his entire squad is on edge, and this is not surprising at all, since the debuff is constantly in effect, creating nervous tension, among other things. The squad members keep their eyes on the system windows hanging in front of them. Okiyomi understands that if the monsters attack now, things will be really bad. A red eye of a monster glows behind the healer. Okiyomi hears a loud scream. One of the conquerors reports that the medic is injured. The girl with blue hair bends over her friend and asks how she feels, after which she says that she will now heal her. A hand is placed on the girl's shoulder. The guy, sweat running down his face, leans over to her and asks what the girl is going to do. He pulls her to her feet, stating that there is no point in wasting energy on a useless piece of shit when you can take care of many other people. Apparently, someone is approaching the conquerors from above. The guy and the girl look up and notice a monster with a sharp beak there. A bright white trail is visible in the depths of the cave. Okiyomi cuts one of the monsters in half. 3 other monsters fly past the Dominator King. They fly deep into the cave. Okiyomi understands that the monsters have been hiding somewhere nearby all this time. The monsters attack the conquerors. They, succumbing to panic, scream loudly. One of them claims that he has almost no health left. The second says that he cannot fight. The third calls for help. The fourth orders to help the wounded. The question is heard why the healers are not doing anything. Okiyomi deals another blow, thinking that his entire squad is at its limit. We see the profile of a young man. He understands that at this rate they will all soon die. The hero, meanwhile, says that he did the right thing when he decided to destroy the crystals. Okiyomi notices Yoshito approaching him. The hero, smiling, rushes forward. Okiyomi calls out to him. The nasty guy also notices the hero approaching. He says that he seems to have run here to heal. The bastard, with his mouth wide open, demands that Yoshito disappear from his sight, calling him a fool who went ahead and abandoned the entire group. The villain shouts that the guy is not worthy of help. Yoshito, smiling, asks if he really just up and ran away. The hero calls this a very bold statement, after which he says that he destroyed the source of the debuff. We see crystals on the surface of the cave. Yoshito says that it will soon become cooler here. The villain looks at the hero in bewilderment, who starts the countdown from the number 3. In front of us is Okiyomi. The healer is healing her friend. The hero, smiling, brings the countdown to 0. The frightened conquerors seem to be coming to their senses. Okiyomi strikes the monster in the face and says that now he understands where Yoshito ran off to. He assumes that the young man understood how the debuff works and decided to get rid of it himself. The Dominator King looks at the guy and says that he never ceases to amaze him. Yoshito smiles and looks at the nasty guy and asks if he still thinks he is a fool who abandoned everyone and ran away. The villain looks at the hero with displeasure and admits that he really helped. Smiles appear on the faces of the conquerors. Okiyomi states that thanks to the hero, the fighting spirit of the group has been restored again. He extends his fist to the guy and asks if his partner will go with him further. The young men touch fists. The hero says that he will follow his mentor. The conquerors walk through the cave. The hero thinks that the heat wave was active from the 60th to the 64th floor. In front of us is a healer and an unpleasant young man. Yoshito was responsible for destroying the explosive crystals, while the healers restored the health of the squad members, and that is how they were able to move on. We see some kind of structure. Torches are burning near the columns. In front of us is a spacious hall. The monster pulls the chain, making strange sounds. We see the bracket to which the chain is attached. The 2 monsters nod to each other. A white cloud rises above the floor. In front of us are 3 heads, similar to dragons. We see a lizard chained up. In front of us is a cave. Okiyomi says that they have reached the 65th floor. The conquerors enter a spacious hall. The system reports that this is a safe zone on the 65th floor of the Heavenly Demon Tower Zeus. Yoshito looks to his left. In front of him and Okiyomi, a blue portal is visible. The hero states that, in addition to everything, they have found a teleport. The Dominator King, smiling, says that now they can safely move to the lower floors and back. Okiyomi, closing his eyes, says that first they need to let the guys rest. The tired conquerors sit down on the floor. An unpleasant character with a scar on his face asks Yoshito and Okiomi in amazement how they are still standing. The hero rubs his chin thoughtfully. He remembers how Okiomi trained him and Ryudo. Turning away from the guy who asked the question, Yoshito says that he has survived in worse conditions. Raising his right hand, the hero says that in any case, the conquerors need to gain strength. An unpleasant young man rubs his head thoughtfully. Yoshito tells him that he will continue exploring the 65th floor with Okiomi. A question is asked if they are really going there together. We see someone's leg. Its owner says that the conquerors cannot worry about Yoshito and Okiomi. The hero and the Dominator King look at the man who has approached, who says that from now on, the Ice Flower will join the exploration of the floors. The hero smiles happily. Ryudo adjusts his tie. Yoshito says that he is incredibly glad that they met again. Ryudo, raising his right hand, says that his squad has destroyed all the monsters that remained on floors 61 to 64, and at the moment the technology group is collecting valuable resources there. We see people working with pickaxes. Ryudo says that no one else needs help on the said floors, so the squad has decided to join the main group of conquerors. Ryudo, smiling, says that he thinks they arrived in time. The young people touch fists. Yoshito says that the commander of the Ice Flower is right as ever. The healer and the unpleasant young man smile at each other. The conquerors move forward. Okiomi, whose back of his head we can see, notices that there does not seem to be a heat wave here. Yoshito replies that this is very good, since they will not have to deal with destroying crystals. Ryudo, standing behind the guy, warns that it is too early to relax, as he knows from experience that with each floor the probability of meeting a monster of the middle floor increases. A terrible monster with shining eyes can be seen above the conquerors' heads. Yoshito says that in towers with few floors, such bosses are almost never encountered, but here everything is different. It seems that the hero notices something. Yoshito, behind whom Ryudo is visible, says that the commander of the Ice Flower has a chance to fulfill his duty and protect his subordinates. He asks again in surprise. We see the hero's right eye. The young man says that what Ryudo himself warned about happened. We see a magnificent gate. The conquerors enter a spacious hall. White smoke rises in front of the hero. Torches burn above the columns. A monster with glowing eyes roars menacingly. We see a three-headed monster bound in chains. Yoshito understands that they will have to face a new wave of enemies. The system reports that we are facing the Hydra of Destruction. Ryudo orders the fighters of the Ice Flower squad to get ready. His two charges look at the enemy with apprehension. The commander shouts that they are in the enemy's lair, and they need to be very careful. The Hydra opens its mouth wide and lets out a deafening roar. Strong chains hold back the three heads of this monster. The hero looks at the monster in bewilderment, and tries to understand why it is chained. It seems that the young man understands the reason. The guy tries to stop the members of the Ice Flower squad, who have already rushed to attack. The hero shouts that something is wrong with this monster, and asks Ryudo not to touch it. However, the heads are already flying off the Hydra. The collar flies down. The decapitated Hydra lies in front of the conquerors. Yoshito breathes out with relief. One of the fighters of the Ice Flower squad notices something moving behind his back. Disgusting bubbles crawl out of the stump of the Hydra's neck. The monster is growing heads. Yoshito understands that the monster is regenerating. Sweat is running down the guy's cheeks. He says that now this monster is not bound by collars and is completely free in its actions. The Hydra opens its mouth wide. Ryudo stands in front of the three-headed Hydra. Yoshito calls out to the guy. He says that the hero should not worry about him, since he trained as much as his comrade. Ryudo strikes the enemy. The monster's heads examine the opponents from the Ice Flower squad. One of the fighters says that he will not allow himself to be killed so easily. A toothy mouth is visible above the young people. Ryudo, whose eyes emit a blue glow, shouts that he will not allow anyone to harm his subordinates. In front of us are the heads of the Hydra. Ryudo makes unusual movements with his hand. He tells the hero that not only he, but all his fighters have undergone special retraining. Two heads of the Hydra spew out purple spheres. The Ice Flower squad members are fighting a monster. Their commander shouts that his team will not lose to anyone so easily now. The soldiers rush to attack. They deal many blows to the monster. Yoshito, smiling, says that these guys move much faster than before, and in addition, all their movements have become much more precise. Okiomi agrees with his comrade, stating that it seems that there is no need to worry about the Ice Flower. The Dominator King holds a sword in his hand. He rushes forward, stating that it is time for him and the hero to attack. Yoshito agrees with his mentor. In front of us is the middle head of the Hydra. We see disgusting bubbles again. The hero notices that only the heads of the monster regenerate, and the wounds on the rest of the body do not heal. Deep cuts are visible on the body of the monster. Yoshito suggests focusing on other parts of the Hydra's body. In front of us is the enormous chest of this creature. Okiomi states that the hero has proposed a bad idea, as the monster is too huge, and they will not be able to deal it a fatal blow if they hit it in the torso. Holding out his sword, the Dominator King states that they need to find out how exactly this creature regenerates. The young man jumps up and finds himself above the heads of the Hydra. He chops one of them down and says that in order to determine the nature of regeneration, they will have to decapitate this monster again. Disgusting red bubbles crawl out of the stump of the neck. Okiomi looks over his shoulder. He shouts at the hero, who is standing far below him, to look at the stump with his magic sense skill. The boy's eyes emit a blue glow. In the center of the stump, a particularly large bubble is visible. Yoshido thinks that a huge amount of magical energy is concentrated in the place of the future head. The guy sees 3 blue formations at the base of the monster's necks. He tells his ally that the Hydra has 3 magical cores, which are located in each neck, and it is from them that the energy comes. The young people stand next to each other. The hero says that now he sees only one way out, and they need to break all 3 cores. Yoshito and Okiomi rush to attack. The monster, opening its mouth wide, roars deafeningly. The Hydra spreads its wing. We see the hero's left eye. The conquerors rush to attack the giant monster. Purple spheres appear again near the 2 outer heads of the Hydra. The monster launches balls at its opponents. Explosions are heard near the hero and the Dominator King. A collar flies up. Barely bouncing off it, Yoshido shouts to his comrades to be careful. The hero frowns down. A red magical formation is visible inside the collar. The guy remembers that he saw something like a seal inside this object. Okiomi asks his ally what he is thinking about. Yoshito, behind whom another explosion occurs, says that he is worried about the seals on the collars. Turning to him, Okiomi asks what exactly the guy means. We see 2 collars with green magical formations. Yoshito suggests that perhaps these objects were holding back the power of the Hydra. The guy understands that if this is really the case, then we need to understand why the color of the seal has changed. The hero looks over his shoulder. He notices a collar with a red seal and realizes that the greatest amount of magical energy comes from it. The Hydra angrily bares all 3 of its mouths. Yoshito understands that one of the heads is still held back by the seal. In front of us are purple spots. The hero understands that this is the same head that has never used magic in battle. We see one of the monster's heads. Yoshido understands that the central head of the Hydra did not use magic, and most likely, the collar with the red seal belongs to it. The monster flies into the air. The monster spreads its wings over the conquerors. A red sphere appears in the Hydra's mouth. Yoshito and Okiomi are in front of us. Now we see the members of the Ice Flower Squad. The central head of the monster leans back unnaturally. The hero understands that it will be the next blow. The Hydra erupts a stream of yellow energy. A powerful explosion is heard in front of the conquerors. Black streams rush at them. Okiomi screams for everyone to jump. The conquerors jump over the streams spreading across the floor. Yoshito looks at what is happening in fear and understands that it will not be possible to hide from these streams. They really cover the entire floor of the room. Columns rise above the streams. Yoshito seems to realize something very unpleasant. He screams that the energy released by the monster has not gone anywhere. Purple streams are visible under the conqueror's feet. The young men scream hysterically. Yoshito, looking down, tries to understand what to do. Okiomi, kneeling, holds a sword in his hands. The hero looks at his feet, around which purple discharges sparkle. The young man screams loudly. Bright white sparks are visible on the guy's head. Yoshido thinks that this is incredibly painful, but still not so much as to die from shock. The young man thinks that everything should be fine with his allies. Yoshito looks back. Horror appears in his eyes. He sees that the members of the Ice Flower Squad are unconscious on the floor. We see 2 fighters up close. Yoshito cannot understand how this happened. A red system window appears in front of the guy's face. It informs that the lightning paralysis debuff has been activated, during which Yoshido will become completely incapacitated. The hero understands that this debuff is stronger than the usual paralysis. The next system window, as usual, informs about changing the debuff to a buff, as a result of which all the effects of lightning paralysis are removed from Yoshito. The hero pays attention to Okiomi. The guy thinks that the usual paralysis makes it difficult to move, but now the conquerors are not even able to get up from the floor. Before us is the profile of the young man. He sees a 3-headed Hydra in front of him. Yoshido takes the sword, preparing to enter into battle with the monster. He states that, apparently, he is left alone with this bastard. The Hydra grins angrily with all 3 of its heads. Bright purple flashes occur behind the guy. Yoshito does not understand what to do, since he realizes that he cannot cope with this monster alone. The hero looks over his shoulder. He turns his attention to the fighters lying on the floor and thinks that things will get even more complicated if the Hydra tries to attack Okiomi or the Ice Flower Squad members. Something flies past the guy's face. A huge wing of the monster is visible above Yoshito. A purple ball appears near one of the Hydra's mouths. Yoshito lands on a column. The guy flies away from the 3-headed monster, assuring it that he will not give up so easily. A purple flash is visible in front of the Hydra's muzzle. The system reports that Yoshito has died. The victim learns that 380 health points have been taken away from him. The system window reports changing the debuff to a buff and adding 380 points to the named parameter. The monster's eyes emit a red glow. Yoshito stands in the way of the purple sphere, which flies at his allies. and loudly screams that he will not let this creature attack his friends. An explosion occurs in front of the Hydra's head. The system windows report the loss of 51 defense points, and then their addition to the original value. Yoshito, sword in hand, stands in front of the Hydra, which is again preparing to attack with purple spheres. The guy, looking at the enemy with hatred, says that it is very difficult to fight against such a strong monster. All three heads of the Hydra are grinning angrily. Mana shouts loudly that she will attack from the right. The girl rushes past the hero and orders her friend to attack from the left. Yuri, whose lower part of the face we can see, makes it clear that she understood the order. The hero turns around in bewilderment. In Yuri's hands is visible a bright blue sphere emitting powerful streams of energy. The girl promises to do everything in the best possible way. The beauty smiles happily. The hero sees two of his good friends in front of him and calls out their names. Mana spins in the air. She spreads her arms out to the sides, preparing to fall on the monster underneath her. The girl's eyes glow. Mana deals multiple blows to the Hydra. The monster shoots a purple sphere. An explosion occurs above the hero's head. Yoshito looks to his right in fear. The next sphere flies straight at him. The guy, cursing, says that he will not be able to stop this blow. Yuri says a little sadly that it is not necessary, since she will repel this attack with one blow. The girl puts her staff in front of her. A powerful stream of blue energy rushes away from the girl. It crashes into the purple sphere. A very powerful explosion occurs. The Hydra makes a strange sound, apparently indicating that it is in great pain. Yoshito, who is in front of the monster, sees that its left head is missing. Mana, kneeling in front of the guy, asks how he evaluates their fighting skills. Yuri, smiling, asks if they have become stronger. Yoshito fearfully asks what the girls are doing here. Mana happily declares that they also wanted to participate in this operation, so they received permission from Fionn to finally meet their old acquaintance. Yuri, whose lower part of her face we see, quietly addresses the hero. He looks at the girl. Mana and Yuri are standing in front of the guy. The brunette says that they will no longer be a burden to him. Yoshito remembers how the girls at the very beginning of their acquaintance asked him to stay away from monsters, and a little later he said that he would no longer be a burden to them. Then the scene of parting with the girls pops up in the guy's memory, when they said that he always helps them, and they can help him in any way. The next image that pops up in the young man's memory reflects the girl's decision to leave him and become stronger. Finally, he remembers their request to wait for their return. Before us is the lower part of the hero's face. A smile appears on the guy's face. Holding the sword, he gets to his feet and says that in this case they must finish off the Hydra together. Yoshito, behind whom columns are visible, says that in order to stop the monster's regeneration, it is necessary to destroy the cores located inside its body. Yuri, whose eyes are glowing, looks at the monster. The guy asks her to use magic sense to see the location of the cores. The girl sees 3 white dots on the Hydra's body. She tells the guy standing next to her that she found the cores. Yoshito asks if she can pierce them with magic. Yuri's eyes are streaming with blue energy. The girl declares that she can handle this task. She puts her staff forward. The Hydra has only 2 healthy heads. Yuri stares at the monster. A powerful flash occurs at a short distance from her. We see one of the Hydra's heads. A bright white beam pierces the monster. A huge hole is visible at the base of the neck of the Hydra's right head. Yoshito happily states that one of the cores has been destroyed, and now one head will not be able to regenerate. The Hydra flies into the air. Streams of purple energy are visible above its head. Yoshito shouts that this creature is going to use lightning paralysis again. The guy calls Mana and warns her that they must prevent the monster from using this skill. The blonde rushes after the hero to attack. A bright yellow flash occurs under the Hydra. Yoshito and Mana rush to attack with wild eyes. They deal multiple blows to one of the Hydra's heads. The monster spews out a stream of yellow energy. Yuri, who is standing below, watching the battle unfold, screams that it seems they have succeeded. Yoshito screams in fear that this is not so. The guy sees that the monster continues to prepare its spell for use. The Hydra hangs in the air, with its heads and arms awkwardly spread out to the sides. Yuri sends a stream of blue energy at the enemy and screams to her allies not to worry, as she is about to stop the enemy. Another huge hole appears in the Hydra's body. The monster falls to the ground. A huge red sphere is visible next to it. It flies into Yuri's back. We see the girl's left eye. Mana looks at her friend with alarm. Yoshito screams loudly. Ryudo, beads of sweat running down his face, says that he is lucky to be the first to come out of paralysis. A huge ball is approaching the guy. Ryudo says that now he will definitely be able to protect everyone. Yoshito looks at his comrade in fear. The hero rushes to Ryudo, trying to warn him of the danger, and demands that he immediately get out of the way. Ryudo sighs heavily. A smile appears on the young man's face. Purple streams are visible around the guy's face. Ryudo says that his wish has come true after all. A powerful explosion occurs. Ryudo holds the sword with both hands. He says that now he will definitely be able to protect everyone. The guy smiles. Yuri looks at him in fear. Mana is also alarmed. Yoshito tries to shout to his comrade. A powerful explosion occurs. Ryudo flies far back. The guy crashes into the wall with great force. A cloud of dust rises around the column. Blood spreads across the guy's uniform. The Hydra, raising all three heads, roars deafeningly. The hero, gritting his teeth with anger, calls it the most vile words. Yoshito looks back at the red sword sticking out of the floor. Okiomi gets to his feet. The guy calls out to him. The Dominator King asks his comrade for forgiveness. The fighters in white uniforms get to their feet. The hero thinks that the members of the Ice Flower Squad are also slowly coming to their senses. The young man mournfully closes his eyes. He understands that Ryudo's sacrifice was not in vain. We see the hero's eyes. Yoshito turns to Okiomi standing behind him. The guy looks at the monster and says that he is going to chop off a couple of heads of this creature. He asks if his mentor will join him. Okiomi's eyes are closed. He puts a huge sword to the right of himself and says that there was no need to ask about this. Yoshito breaks away. Okiomi does the same. They rush to attack the Hydra. A purple sphere is visible next to the monster's head. With a deafening roar, the monster shoots out the ball. Yuri's eyes are streaming blue energy. Two multicolored streams collide. Yuri stands, holding his staff forward. The Hydra, raising its middle head, roars deafeningly. It jumps away from the hero approaching it. Mana flies up to the monster from above. The girl looks at the enemy with her mouth slightly open. Her blow hits the target. A white cloud rises above the Hydra. Two heads of the monster lie on the ground. Okiomi is in front of us. He chops off one of the enemy's heads with his sword. Red bubbles crawl out of the stump of the neck. Yoshito flies up from above with a sword in his hands. His eyes glow menacingly. The young man thrusts the sword into the stump of the neck and screams that he will not let this piece of shit rise again. The guy's weapon pierces the blue crystal. Yoshito presses on the sword. We see the interior of a huge hall. Someone says that her beloved servant has died. The blonde we see asks who dared to do this. The conquerors stand around Ryudo, who is lying on the ground. The hero tries to shout to his comrade. He opens his eyes and calls the guy by name. The commander of the Ice Flower asks him not to make such a sad face. Yoshito looks at Ryudo with tears in his eyes. He, barely smiling, says that he has already managed to say goodbye to life. The guy looks at his comrade and says that it looks like he will live after all. Ryudo raises his hand and promises that he will be treated, then he will rest a little, after which he will return to the ranks. Yoshito looks at his comrade. He, closing his eyes, declares that they will fight side by side again. The guy's hand falls to the floor. Yoshito, supporting the guy's head, screams loudly. We see the blonde again. In front of us are red spots. The girl says that her servant was killed by the owner of the gift of infinite rebirth. The blonde raises her hands up and calls her god. Smiling, she declares that they will finally be able to meet again. Yoshito cries inconsolably over the body of his comrade. We see a first aid tent, which is located in the safe zone on the 60th floor of the zoo's Heavenly Demon Tower. Behind the curtain, the legs of a man lying on a bed are visible. Yoshito looks sadly at the patient. Ryudo is lying on a hospital bed in an oxygen mask. The hero moves the curtain with his hand. He sees Mana, Yuri and Okiomi in front of him. The Dominator King asks how Ryudo is doing. The guy sadly replies that thanks to timely treatment, the wounds have healed, but the guy still has not regained consciousness. Okiomi says that Ryudo is really lucky to have survived after this. We see the wounded Ryudo. Okiomi declares that now all that remains is to wait. Yoshito looks a little scared at the interlocutor, who asked him a question about what the guy is going to do next. Mana, raising her right hand, says that she thinks what happened to Ryudo has shaken the young man up a lot, so she suggests that he take a break. The girl looks at the boy in surprise, who says that he is not going to do that. Looking down, Yoshito says that if he stops now, Ryudo will never forgive him. The boy thinks that if he were in the place of the squad leader, Ice Flower would do exactly the same. Smiling brightly, Yoshito says that Ryudo will probably come to his senses soon, and he himself will fight the monsters for now. The blonde looks up and addresses her god. The monsters bow respectfully before the girl. She says that the righteous squad of assassins must bring their master here. The blonde, whose face is covered with a veil, says that their master is modestly hiding in the crowd of mortals. The girl's eyes become empty. She says that such a pitiful spawn does not deserve to see the face of the master. The blonde stretches out her hand and orders the monsters to escort the master here and get rid of the plebeians. The girl, standing on a very elegant pedestal, declares that by killing the worthless serfs, she will finally meet the owner of infinite rebirth. The girl has a completely crazy expression on her face. She screams that she cannot wait to meet this person. The workers are mining crystals. It is reported that they are in the former abnormal heat zone on the 60th floor of the Heavenly Demon Tower Zeus. Next to Fyun, a girl with pigtails is standing. She declares that the resource extraction is going without problems. Fyun, looking at the smartphone screen, declares that there are a huge amount of useful resources in the Zeus Tower, and one of the main tasks of the branch is to collect and transport them. Her assistant, behind whom workers are visible, declares that all the monsters in this zone have been defeated, and this means that the conquerors can do their work in peace. Looking to her right, the girl hopes that they will soon obtain all the valuable resources in this place. Fionn warns her that they must not let their guard down under any circumstances. Looking into the distance, the branch manager says that even if everything is calm now, no one knows when the situation may change. Hearing a loud scream, the girl with pigtails drops her phone. Fionn takes off and calls her to follow him. The girls quickly rush forward. They notice something. In front of them lie the corpses of the conquerors. The assistant asks in surprise what happened here. She covers her mouth with her hand in fear. Fionn rushes to the attack. A white trace is visible next to her assistant. The girl looks at her boss in fear, thanks her and asks if some monster could have survived the cleansing. Fionn, looking to her left, declares that this is not so. A powerful flash occurs above the girls' heads. They see monsters with menacingly glowing eyes. Fionn reports that new enemies have arrived here specifically to kill everyone here. Flying monsters circle around Fionn and her assistant. The branch manager covers his face with his sword. She notices something to her left. The assistant screams loudly, trying to attract attention. The girls are attacked by several monsters. Traces of blows are visible on the monsters' bodies. Yoshito lands in front of the girls. He turns to the branch manager and calls out to her. The girl with pigtails is shaking in horror. Fionn hears that something bad has happened. We see a scene of mass murder. Yoshito reports that the 60th floor is overrun with winged bastards who kill everyone indiscriminately, and we need to destroy these creatures as soon as possible to save the remaining conquerors. Fionn takes the hilt of her sword. Yoshito asks her to help in the battle. Yoshito destroys the enemy. Another monster is visible above his head. The young man covers himself with his sword from the blow. The swing of the sword forces the enemy to retreat. Fionn rushes to attack. The girl cuts the winged monster into several parts. The head of the branch rushes forward, destroying several monsters along the way. Yellow pillars are visible behind her. Yoshito joyfully exclaims that he expected nothing less from the head of the branch. Fionn, slightly raising his right hand, demands that Yoshito report what happened on this floor. The guy replies that he will tell everything while they are walking. His comrades are standing in front of the young man. He reports that a little earlier, together with the rest of the squad, he ended up in a safe zone. Yoshito turns around in fear. He says that at some point they heard screams coming from outside the safe zone. Yoshito looks at something in horror. In front of him is a terrible scene of a mass beating of conquerors. The guy says that as soon as they reached the source of the sound, they saw real hell. In front of us is Fionn. Yoshito says that the screams did not stop, so he believes that not only the 60th floor, but also other areas were attacked. Yellow dots are visible next to the young man's face. He says that the squad was not able to cope with so many bastards, so he left him under the command of Okiomi, and he himself went to look for the head of the branch. The Dominator King holds a sword in his left hand. Fionn, thoughtfully looking down, says that now everything is clear to her. One of the conquerors is fighting monsters. The guy barely holds back the blow of the winged creature, swears dirty, and says that in fact there should not have been monsters left on this floor. The guy's sword flies high up. The monster's weapon is aimed straight at the young man's head. The conqueror closes his eyes, realizing that he is about to die. Suddenly, his opponent receives multiple blows. Yoshito and Fionn rush past. The guy looks up in surprise. Yoshito, continuing to fight the monsters, asks him how he feels. The young man replies that he is completely unharmed. The dead monster lies on the ground. Fionn, who is standing with her back to the hero, asks him to evacuate the survivors to a safe zone. The branch manager calmly looks at the guy and says that he will check the other floors. Yoshito, smiling, replies that he understands everything, and expresses hope that they will see each other again. Yoshito approaches the girl and the guy, and asks them to follow him to a safe place. The four conquerors quickly rush forward. Yoshito notices several monsters behind the rock. He thinks that these angels should not be near the safe zone. The guy points his thumb behind the rock. He hopes that Okiomi and the rest of his comrades took care of the monsters. In front of us is the camp. Yoshito smiles happily. He sees his comrades and greets them. Yuri is incredibly happy to see the guy. Yoshito turns to the girl running behind him and says that they are almost there and they need to hurry a little. Two yellow pillars appear in front of the guy. The hero sees that two more bastards have appeared out of nowhere. Fear appears on the boy's face. Yoshito sees that there are many more monsters. Okiomi, Mana and Yuri rush to help the hero. A huge yellow pillar grows in front of Yoshito. The guy strikes, but it is blocked by his opponent. The hero looks around in fear. The conquerors he saved look at the boy in horror. Someone's leg is visible behind the winged monster. Mana attacks the enemy from behind. The girl notices something. Yoshito and Mana look ahead in fear. There are two huge monsters in front of them. Yoshito and his comrades are surrounded by significant enemy forces. Mana and Yuri stand with their backs to each other. Now we see Yoshito and Okiomi. The hero looks at the monsters with fear. They bow before the guy. Yoshito asks why these holy men suddenly stopped attacking. A yellow glow is visible in front of the hero. This is a huge portal. Okiomi understands that there is a teleporter in front of him. Yoshito says that if the monsters attack them all at once, they will not be able to fight back. We see the lower part of the young man's face. The guy says that monsters do not know how to invite people to visit properly. A yellow portal hangs in front of the guy. His comrades are standing behind the hero. Yoshito says that it seems that they have no choice. In front of us is a portal. Mana, looking at it thoughtfully, asks if the hero is sure that this is a good idea. Yoshito replies that they have no choice anyway. The monster, bowing, stands in front of the guy, who tells his ally that the angels made it clear to them that they need to go through this portal. Yuri approaches the interlocutors. The girl holds her staff in her hand. She says that when she thought about participating in this mission, she understood that she could meet a serious opponent. To the horror of her friend, Yuri declares that therefore she is ready to go anywhere. Okiomi, smiling, declares that he is not at all against it either. Mana, sadly sighing, declares that in this case she will go too. Yoshito looks at the girl. The guy smiles happily. He goes to the portal and says that then they just have to enter it. The room where the young people end up is shrouded in fog. In front of us is the upper part of the portal. Yoshito and his companions appear from the passage. A line is heard about the guy exuding greatness. Yoshito notices something. The guy holds his sword out in front of him. He is called a god and greeted. The blonde is sitting on a strange structure, next to which two hands are visible. She says that Yoshito has found himself on the top, 150th floor of the great heavenly demonic tower, in the so-called abode of the higher. The blonde is sitting with her hands folded in front of her. It is reported that in front of us is the heavenly abyss. Mana and Yuri are quietly talking. The brunette is surprised that they found themselves on the 150th floor at once, especially in the abode of the higher. Yoshito says that they were transported straight to the room of the tower's boss. The heavenly abyss seems to be praying. Yoshito looks up. The blonde, looking at him from a great height, says that she has a very strange feeling. She seems to feel the presence of a god, but sees only ordinary mortals in front of her. A yellow glow appears in front of the hero. We see the lower part of the blonde's face. Slightly spreading her arms out to the sides, she asks the guy where a piece of her god's power came from. Yoshito looks up angrily. A very strange smile appears on the blonde's face. The girl says that no person has the right to possess this power. The hands that were around the strange structure rush at the hero. In front of us is the young man's left eye. A huge hand crashes into the ground, scattering the conquerors. Its palm approaches Yoshito. The hand grabs the guy and squeezes him tightly. The blonde, looking at the immobilized hero, says that she will turn his bones into dust and break his spirit. The girl's face is distorted with rage. She promises to do everything to return a piece of her god, which is endless rebirth. Yoshito, gritting his teeth from the tension, looks up. His eyes are ready to bulge out of their sockets. The hand lets go of the guy. He falls down. A ball is visible at the base of the hand. A huge fist flattens the hero. The system reports that the guy has died. Yuri calls out to her comrade in fear. A window appears, reporting that Yoshito has lost 20 attack power as a result of his death. The system then informs about changing the debuff to a buff and adding 20 points to the same parameter. We see the lower part of the hero's face. The guy frowns at the enemy. The blonde states that, as she already said, the gift of endless rebirth should not belong to mortals. Huge hands rush towards the young man again. The heavenly abyss states that if the guy dies a few more times, he will lose everything he has, and she will return the gift of her god. Yoshito looks at the blonde with displeasure and tries to understand what she means. Eventually he realizes that she is talking about endless debuffs. Bright glowing spheres appear around the girl. Yellow beams hit the ground. The hero's allies have to dodge them so as not to be hurt. Yoshito looks at his comrades. He himself dodges the yellow beams, thinking that it is better to attack now than to defend endlessly. The guy jumps. With a sword in his hand, he approaches the girl. She puts her right hand in front of her. Yellow chains are visible next to the blonde's limb. The girl's finger is right in front of the boy's eye. The chains bind the guy's hands and feet. The heavenly abyss asks if Yoshito really thought he could hit her. The blonde laughs. She brings her hand to the hero's face and says that he should be punished for taking a part of her god. A yellow sword appears in the blonde's hand. She chops off the hero's head, declaring that since he has the gift of endless rebirth, she has no choice but to kill the guy countless times. In front of us is the hero's left eye. The heavenly mother stands before the boy and declares that in order to obtain this gift, the hero's body and spirit must be exhausted. The blonde, smiling bloodthirstily, declares that as soon as the pain of death breaks the boy, she will take his gift for herself. Yoshito hangs on chains, losing blood. He angrily asks what the hell the girl is talking about. The hero rushes to attack. Traces of blows are visible in the air. The heavenly mother blocks the boy's sword with her weapon. Yoshito screams that before he goes completely crazy, he will blow off the damn head of this bastard. The heavenly mother, smiling disgustingly, declares that the hero is trying in vain. Yoshito flies away from her. Torn chains are visible near the blonde's hand. She screams that she will kill the boy. The chains entangle the hero again. Yoshito, who cannot move, swears foully. The heavenly mother smiles. Something yellow is approaching the chained young man. The blonde smiles with her arms outstretched. The yellow object is approaching the young man. There are tears in the hero's eyes. Streams of blood fly up. The Heavenly Mother screams that she will first decapitate the young man. We see the young man's right eye. The system reports that he has died. Yoshito clutches his head in horror. The young man falls down and screams hysterically. The Heavenly Mother, raising her right hand, asks who gave the young man permission to leave. The chains bind him again. The Heavenly Mother looks up at her opponent. She declares that she will now cut him in two. The girl delivers a powerful blow. The system window reports that Yoshito has died once again. We see the hero's hand. He screams, trying to break free from the chains. The Heavenly Mother, smiling, extends her left hand to the side. The chains wrap around the young man's neck. The blonde prepares to strike with a sword. She screams that she will now pierce the guy's heart through and through. The Heavenly Abbess pierces the young man. Blood gushes from the guy's mouth. The blonde advises the young man, dying in agony, to curse his nature. The girl holds in her hand the sword that pierced the hero. She throws the guy down and tells him to pray to lose the gift of endless rebirth. Yoshito falls to the ground. The Heavenly Abbess declares that only in this case will she finally end his terrible torment. The guy lies on the ground in a pool of blood. In front of us is Yuri. She looks at the blonde towering on a huge pedestal. A pool of blood spreads under the hero. We see the lower part of the girl's face. She opens her mouth wide and screams deafeningly. Her staff begins to glow. Yuri angrily declares that she will not allow the disgusting creature to touch the hero even with a finger. The girl puts her weapon in front of her. Blue energy streams rush at the boss monster. They fall into the hands that recently grabbed the guy, as well as into the pedestal on which the Heavenly Abbess stands. The blonde says that she is not interested in anyone except her deity. Smiling disgustingly, the Heavenly Abbess asks if Yuri really thinks that some ballast can harm her. At the same second, a stream of energy hits right in front of her. The blonde looks scared. She sees a crack on her hand. The Heavenly Abbess smiles again. She says that, apparently, she rushed to conclusions. Yuri says that she decided one thing for herself: she will no longer be a burden for Yoshito. The hero smiles. We see the back of the girl's head. Yuri tightly squeezes her staff. Bluish stars appear in the air. Yuri decisively declares that she will destroy anyone who gets in Yoshito's way. Yuri sends a multitude of blue spheres towards the blonde. The Celestial Mother Superior, raising her right hand, declares that the girl's attacks are very careless. The spheres fly up to a strange structure with the boss on top. There are more and more of them around the blonde. We see one of these spheres up close. It hits the base of the structure. Yuri holds the staff in her right hand. The girl looks at her opponent with huge eyes and demands that she die. A blue sphere is visible next to Yuri. Stones fly up. A huge sphere rushes towards the blonde. The Celestial Mother Superior puts her hand on her cheek. The entire space above her is engulfed in a blue glow. The blonde curls her lips. A multitude of yellow vortices appear above her head. A clash of yellow and blue energies occurs above the monster boss. The Celestial Mother Superior admits that Yuri is a very annoying creature. We see curved yellow beams. Yuri looks very tired. Glowing yellow circles appear around her. We see a pillar of flame. Okiomi declares that he is ready to burn everything in a hot fire. A giant fiery whirlwind is visible above Yuri. The Dominator King uses his skill Floga Elenhos. The young man stands in front of Yuri and asks the girl not to rush into trouble. Frowning at the boss, he tells his ally that she is not the only one who wants to protect Yoshito. Okiomi asks the girl to trust her allies. Yuri, smiling, declares that Okiomi is absolutely right. A huge shadow of a hand is visible next to the young people. The Heavenly Abbess says that being distracted in battle is somehow too careless. The giant hand is about to slap Yuri and Okiomi. Mana, whose lower face we can see, screams that the same actually applies to the blonde herself. The Heavenly Abbess notices something. The huge hand that she sent into battle is cut into many pieces. Stone fragments are visible above the heads of the young men. Mana, smiling, says that she understands perfectly well that the disgusting creature is only interested in Yoshito, but she also shouldn't forget about the boy's allies. Mana, with Yuri and Okiomi visible behind her, declares that together they will definitely finish off this crazy scum. The Heavenly Mother Superior, who is just called such a harsh name, looks at the young men below. A smile appears on the blonde's face. She laughs with a completely crazy look. The hero's allies look at her in surprise. The Heavenly Mother Superior, lowering her head, apologizes to the enemies for giving them false hope. The girl stands with her hands hanging in her hands and says that she should have shown the difference in their abilities from the very beginning. The Heavenly Mother Superior proudly straightens up on her pedestal. The girl closes her eyes and says that she will borrow strength from her master. The blonde puts her hands to her chest. She then raises them above her and uses the skill Continuous Divine Light. Mana, looking up, notices that something strange is happening to the arm she just smashed. The giant limb turns green and is being restored. Stones and stars are visible near the pedestal. The Heavenly Mother states that this is the grace of the god himself, and no matter how much the enemies try to hurt her, these attacks will have no effect, and her wounds will be healed in a matter of seconds. The blonde, raising her hands, shouts that her opponents must know the taste of despair and fear. The Heavenly Mother, laughing, offers the enemies to feel how weak and helpless they are before the power of her deity. The monster boss still has the same crazy smile on his face. Yoshito, revived, asks if this creature really just uses enhanced recovery. Yuri happily calls out to her comrade. The hero, smiling happily, declares that in this case, defeating this crazy bastard will be easy. He summons Fasaminos. Yoshito rushes to attack and shouts to his sword that it is time for it to act. Yuri happily calls out to the hero. The Heavenly Mother Superior, whose eyes are completely empty, declares that she has killed the guy 3 times already. She looks at the hero approaching her and says that endless revival should have punished him by now, and it is completely incomprehensible why he is still able to move. The blonde grabs her head and asks if Yoshito really found a way to get rid of the punishment of this gift. The hero smiles. He rushes to attack, having time to say that he does not understand why the Heavenly Mother Superior decided that punishments make him weaker. Yoshito flies up to the blonde from above and declares that the more he dies, the stronger he becomes. The young man deals a powerful blow, and tells the girl that her plan was complete shit from the very beginning. The blonde, wincing in disgust, declares that this is simply unthinkable. A bright yellow stripe is visible between the opponents. A huge hand appears above the hero. The blonde asks the guy what he did to his body. Yoshito looks up, a little scared. Multicolored stripes are visible under the huge hand. The young man lands on the floor. The Heavenly Abbess raises her index finger. Her pedestal is enveloped in streams of pink energy. The blonde activates the higher analysis skill. A coordinate grid is visible on the hero's body. Exactly the same one appears on the young man's hand. Yoshito understands that the boss is analyzing his body. The guy looks at the blonde in fear, realizing that she must not find out about inversion under any circumstances. Yoshito pushes off the floor. He rushes into the attack, loudly shouting that he will defeat the enemy. The guy rushes past 2 huge hands and shouts that he will only need 1 hit. The Celestial Mother Superior, with yellow swirls visible around her, demands that the hero not make her task more difficult, as he must stand still and, on top of everything else, remain silent during the analysis. We see the girl's hand. Blue projectiles crash into her pedestal. Streams of white energy rise around Yuri. The Celestial Mother Superior looks at the girl with disgust. She puts her right hand forward and demands that this inferior being disappear. Yellow beams fly at Yuri. The girl is frightened. She screams in fear. Mana picks up her friend in her arms. Smiling, she says that Yuri seems to have noticeably lost weight. The brunette looks at her friend in surprise and calls out to her. Mana holds Yuri in her arms. She, smiling, calls Okiomi. The Dominator King smiles happily. The young man's sword is burning. Okiomi says that she will now deal with this creature. A wall of fire appears next to the boy. The yellow beams that the Heavenly Mother released crash into her. The boss, with his mouth wide open, calls his enemies damn bugs and asks how they dare to resist at all. Yoshito strikes the blonde in the chest with his sword. He says that she is looking in the wrong place. The wound on the monster's body heals. The young man understands that this creature cannot be killed with 1 blow, since all damage heals too quickly. Yoshito, who is holding the sword in his hand, understands that he will have to beat the blonde until she loses the ability to recover. Yellow chains appear next to the monster. They fly past the hero, who says that he will not fall for this trick a second time. The hero looks angrily at his enemy, and warns that he will now deliver the final blow. The Heavenly Mother looks at the guy with completely white eyes. Yoshito, standing on top of the pedestal, uses the inflorescence chain skill. The left side of the girl's body is engulfed in a wave of white energy. We see the monster's eye. Yoshito lands on the floor. He looks at his enemy in confusion. The Celestial Abyss is cut exactly in half. The hero cannot understand whether he killed her. We see red dots. The Celestial Abyss completes her analysis. Beads of sweat run down the hero's face. The blonde says that now she understands everything, and the guy uses the conversion skill. The blonde, who has only half a face, laughs loudly. Both she and the huge hands she uses restore their shape. The Celestial Abyss looks like a real monster. She states that the hero is using a very nasty combination of skills. Yoshito looks at his opponent in fear. She states that she has come up with a wonderful idea, and she can share her blessing with the boy. A thin yellow line is visible in the air. The blonde says that for this you just need to borrow the power of the deity itself. The monster raises his hands and uses the continuous divine light skill. A circle of yellow energy is visible around the hero. The blonde states that she feels a wonderful sensation, as her wounds are healing at an incredible speed. We see 4 pointed stars. They turn red. The Heavenly Mother says that for a sinner, which is Yoshito, this grace will become a real curse. The hero curses in horror. The blonde, smiling widely, states that Yoshito will die countless times. Blood gushes from the guy's mouth. The boss states that she is very interested in how soon he will break. The system reports that Yoshito has died. The hero looks up. He sits down on the floor. The guy covers his face with his fingers and states that the highest restoration combined with inversion is real torture. Yoshito remembers how the Heavenly Mother and the huge hand were restored literally out of nothing. The guy thinks that this light restores any damage in a second, and in the same amount of time kills him. The guy grinds his teeth in rage. Tears stream down his face. Yoshito thinks that no matter how hard he tries and what he does, he will eventually die. A system notification hangs in front of the guy that the infinite rebirth skill will activate in 5 seconds. The next window reduces the value to 3 seconds. Yoshito tries to understand what will happen to the light when he is reborn. He really wants to hope that it will disappear. The system brings the countdown to 0. The hero does not like what is happening at all. Yoshito looks up and says that he has no choice, so he will have to check everything again. The young man with a sword in his hand stands in front of a giant pedestal. He understands that the light has disappeared. The guy looks at the blonde with hatred. She asks him not to worry. We see the left eye of the young man. The Heavenly Mother with a disgusting smile on her face declares that she will bestow the hero with the blessing of her god as long as it takes. A yellow circle is visible around the boy again. A bright light appears above his head. Yoshito looks up. The blonde declares that she will do this to him until the boy finally breaks. The hero is literally torn apart. He screams loudly. The system again reports the death of the young man. The boy is reborn a few meters from the place of his previous death. The Heavenly Mother, whose eyes glow ominously, declares that even if Yoshito changes the rebirth point, the mercy of God will still find him. A light flashes above the boy's head again. The boy's face is distorted from unbearable suffering. Blood is flowing from his nose and mouth. Yoshito flies back. Blood is gushing from his mouth. The system continues to report the death of the boy. Blood is flowing from the boy's eyes. Now we see the boy's hand. He learns from the system again about his death and screams that he can't stand it anymore. Yoshito stands with his arms wide apart. Mana and Yuri look at their comrade's suffering. Now we see Okiomi. The hero's head is lying on the ground. The Heavenly Mother Superior, without leaving her pedestal, tells the young man to enjoy the gift of her god and take what is given to him. Smiling crookedly, the blonde declares that the hero can revel in this gift even until his death. The guy tries to get up. He curses the gift that the Heavenly Mother Superior speaks of. The guy fails to get to his feet. He sees his opponent, above whom a white circle shines. The young man curses both the blessing and the light that she bestows upon him. Yoshito sees the hideous face of a monster in front of him. He wants to destroy everything around him, including himself. Blood gushes from the hero's mouth. The hero's corpse lies between Mana and the Heavenly Mother Superior. The girl calls out to the hero. There are tears in her eyes. Mana is sobbing inconsolably. She screams loudly and points her staff at the monster. The blonde, smiling disgustingly, says that she is fed up with this noisy girl. Ordinary monsters appear above the girl's head. She looks at them in fear. The winged creature's weapon hangs right above the brunette's head. Yuri rushes to help her friend. Okiomi pushes off from the ground. The young man is very determined. With one blow, he destroys several monsters at once. The girls look at him in fear. The Heavenly Abbess wearily asks how long these annoying people will bother her, because they must understand perfectly well that they have no chance of winning. 3 more angels appear next to Okiomi. The Dominator King declares that he does not understand what the blonde is talking about. The monsters rush to attack the guy. He uses his fiery sword. Okiomi steps forward, saying that he will continue to fight in the name of his fallen comrade, and that his blade will not rest until he destroys the mad abomination. Okiomi jumps again. He raises his huge sword above his head. Okiomi strikes. A bright yellow flash occurs in front of the monster boss. Rocks fly up. A fiery whirlwind is seen in front of the king. Flames fall on the pedestal on which the Heavenly Abbess sits. Burning debris is seen in front of Okiomi. A hand appears above the young man's head. Okiomi turns around sullenly. A powerful explosion occurs in front of the Dominator King. The huge hand is seen above his back again. Okiomi, holding a flaming sword, says that the limb is moving too slowly. He strikes and cuts the hand. Debris is seen above the young man's head. Okiomi states that this is only a small part of the pain that Yoshito has endured. We see the Dominator King's face. The Celestial Abbess, standing behind the young man, asks what pain is being discussed. Green stars are visible around her pedestal. The blonde says that she was gifted with divine light, thanks to which wounds heal so quickly that she does not even have time to feel pain. Smiling disgustingly, the monster declares that she is unfamiliar with the feelings of lower creatures. Okiomi looks at the blonde with hatred. Something dark is visible behind his back. The young man looks back. A huge hand crashes into him. The guy coughs up blood. We see the mark of the blow. Yuri and Mana fearfully call out to their ally. The blonde smiles. She looks at the hero's corpse lying in front of her and declares that first she will extract infinite rebirth from this ink. The monster, looking mad, declares that then she will kill everyone else. New monsters appear next to the girls. They rush to attack. The battle takes place behind the hero lying in a pool of blood. We see the face of a young man. Yoshito, hanging his head, sits in the middle of some puddle. His face is incredibly sad. A purple system window appears above the boy's head. Yoshito sadly asks what else the system wants from him. The window informs that the user has been seriously harmed by divine powers. The next window informs about receiving a limited expansion of the inversion ability. Yoshito frowns at the window. The system informs him that the God Slayer interpretation has become available. The boy asks in surprise what the hell is that. Yoshito, in front of whom a purple window is visible, asks in surprise what the hell is that. The system loads the text. The window informs that the hero has received the God Slayer inversion, and now the inversion skill can be used on enemies. Yoshito thoughtfully rubs his chin, trying to understand how this works. An idea occurs to him. The boy remembers the moments of his death, and thinks that he received a lot of damage because inversion took away his health, but did not affect the Heavenly Mother. Green stars are visible around the blonde. Yoshito understands what he needs to do. The hero gets to his feet. A system window hangs in front of his face, which says that he will return to life very soon, and he must prepare. Yoshito, smiling, declares that he will repay the monster in the same coin. The Heavenly Mother is surprised and asks why the boy is smiling. We see the boy's allies. The blonde declares that his comrades are about to die. Yoshito stands inside a white circle in front of the monster's pedestal. The Heavenly Mother promises to destroy the boy's mind and body in order to regain infinite revival. Yoshito is furious. He dies once again, realizing that his comrades are fighting at the limit of their abilities, and he dies again and again, and his psyche will soon come to an end. Yoshito smiles. Stones are flying around the guy. He realizes that he must end all this as quickly as possible. In front of us is the young man's left eye. Blue flashes are visible behind the hero. Yoshito activates the skill interpretation of the God Slayer. With a blue ball in his hand, the young man stands in front of a pedestal on which a monster sits. The Heavenly Mother Superior asks in surprise what the young man is up to. Yoshito, smiling, promises that she will find out everything now. In front of us are the young man's legs. He rushes into the attack, declaring that now they will test everything on the blonde. The Heavenly Mother Superior swings her right hand. Yellow rays break the ground in front of her pedestal. A bright light flashes above the hero's head. He dies once again. Yoshito rushes into the attack again. The young man is very determined. He thinks that it doesn't matter how many times he has to die, but if he can attack this creature, the battle will be over. The guy's fist emits a blue glow. Yoshito rushes towards the giant pedestal. His left arm flies off. Blood oozes from the young man's eyes. The system reports that he has died. Sources of yellow rays are visible above the pedestal. The hero tries to bring his fist to the enemy, but once again he gets hit. The guy promises that he will defeat this creature. Smiling madly, the Heavenly Mother Superior shouts that Yoshito is moving too slowly. Traces of yellow rays are visible around the guy rushing to attack. The blonde watches what is happening from her pedestal. Yoshito rushes forward under heavy fire. He brakes sharply to avoid being hit. The Heavenly Mother Superior has a completely crazy expression on her face. We see the hero's right eye. Blood is pouring onto the ground. The system reports that the guy has died again. A blue line is visible on the cracked ground. Yoshito tries to get closer to the pedestal again. His hand emits a bright glow. The Heavenly Mother Superior screams deafeningly. A powerful blow makes the monster recoil. The blonde puts her right hand forward. Traces of numerous beam hits are visible behind the guy's back. A giant hand is approaching the young man from above. A black whirlwind is visible next to this limb. Yoshito flies up to the monster from above. It quickly rises up the pedestal. The Heavenly Mother Superior, trying to defend herself, puts her left hand down. The guy with a distorted face rushes upward. We see the hero's profile. The young man looks up. Chains entangle his legs. A yellow beam hits the hero, causing the chains to fly apart. Yoshito loses his right hand. His eyes roll back. He learns again about his death. The Heavenly Mother is breathing heavily. A white cloud rises in front of her. The silhouette of the hero is visible in the clouds of smoke. Sweat is pouring down the boy's face. Yoshito falls in front of the pedestal. The hero is lying on the ground. The Heavenly Mother is grinding her teeth from the strain. She opens her mouth. A disgusting smile appears on the monster's face. A source of yellow energy is visible under her hand. The system reports the hero's death. The blonde's hand glows brightly. Yoshito dies once again. A bright flash occurs in front of the blonde. The system does not tire of reporting the death of the boy. We see many explosions and system notifications about the boy's death. The Heavenly Mother smiles. Suddenly, bewilderment appears on her face. We see cracked earth. The tower boss looks around, trying to figure out where the enemy is. Yoshito calls her scum and asks her to turn around. The monster looks up with white eyes. The hero is preparing to strike. The boy's eyes glow blue. He says that since this creature has gifted him with divine light, he will, well, share his own blessing with her. Yoshito raises his right hand to strike the blonde underneath him. The opponents look at each other with hatred. The hero manages to deliver his blow to the monster. The Heavenly Mother, no longer looking like herself, raises her hands. The boy's fist emits streams of blue energy. Yoshito lands under the pedestal. The Heavenly Mother looks at the boy with empty eyes. The place where the blow was struck stands out on her stomach. We see green stars. They turn red. The monster's little finger falls off. The Heavenly Mother realizes that she is dealing with inversion. Her face is covered with red stripes. The blonde clutches her head in horror. Mana and Yuri look at what is happening in amazement. Okiyomi hears the monster calling for its god. The blonde raises her hand and begs her god not to take it. The girl's limb flies apart into many pieces. The Heavenly Abbess, gritting her teeth in rage, says that she has not yet returned the gift of her god. The blonde, gradually losing her arms, screams that this light brings her great suffering. Yellow liquid flows from the monster's eye. The Heavenly Abbess screams that this simply should not be. Yellow splashes are visible around her. The Heavenly Abbess, raising her right hand, tries to shout to her god. The blonde falls down, continuing to call for the entity she desired for herself. The structure on which she was sitting collapses right in front of the hero. The blonde's chin trembles. The Heavenly Abbess reaches out to the hero and asks for help. Yoshito looks at the enemy with disdain and tells her that now her deity will become her sworn enemy. Red stars are visible above the outstretched hand. The hero says that the more the Heavenly Abbess begs for mercy, the more pain the god causes her. The blonde has completely empty eyes. She lowers her head. The monster's body hangs lifelessly from the collapsed pedestal. Yoshito stands in front of the defeated opponent. We see the upper part of his face. A purple system window appears in front of the guy. It says that the owner of the heavenly demonic tower Zeus has been defeated, and the unique weapon and magic stones have been automatically added to the inventory. The guy remembers his allies and turns around anxiously. Mana, Yuri and Okiyomi smile happily. The guy calls them by name. Yoshito sits down in front of the Dominator King and asks how he feels. The young man says that he is fine, and what hurts him will pass pretty quickly. Mana, smiling happily, reports that as soon as the guy defeated the boss, all the monsters disappeared. The girl happily thanks her comrade. Yuri anxiously asks how the hero feels. The girl presses her hands to her chest. Looking at the guy with sympathy, she says that he was killed a huge number of times. Yoshito, whose back we see, says that it was very unpleasant, but only thanks to so many deaths was he able to defeat this monster. The Heavenly Abbess hangs from the collapsed pedestal. Yoshito, smiling, says that he thinks it was all worth it. Okiyomi thoughtfully rubs his chin. He remembers the blow that the young man dealt to the blonde, and asks how Yoshito defeated the enemy. The guy, rubbing the back of his head, says that he himself did not fully understand what kind of power it was. We see the terrible moments of the recently ended battle. Yoshito reports that after many deaths, a new ability became available to him. The system reports that the hero has obtained the skill God Slayer Interpretation. The hero, looking at his fist, states that, apparently, his skill is much more powerful than he previously thought. Okiyomi, smiling, says that if this is true, then at this rate, Yoshito will soon surpass him. The guy, raising his hands, assures his comrade that without this ability, he would not have been able to defeat the boss. Smiling, the young man states that he will never be able to surpass Okiyomi in all other parameters. The Dominator King raises his index finger and asks if the young man is sure of this. We are reminded of the hero's glorious deeds. Okiyomi states that Yoshito took part in the operation to conquer Zeus, fought on the front lines and defeated many bosses on different floors, including the owner of the tower. Okiyomi happily says that the guy did a lot, and calls him the Grand Champion Yoshito Takamichi. The hero looks at his comrade in surprise. The guy asks in bewilderment if he really became the Grand Champion. The system window informs that the owner of the Heavenly Demon Tower Zeus is affected, and there are 10 seconds left before the structure disappears, after which everyone inside will be forcibly teleported outside. Yuri happily says that the title of Grand Champion is absolutely suitable for the hero. The guy asks in surprise if the girl really thinks so. She shyly says that this is her sincere opinion. Mana smiles. Okiyomi does the same. Yuri says that he can confidently say that Yoshito is incredibly cool. The hero is silent. Then a smile appears on his face, and he thanks the girl for her kind words. In front of us are two fighters of the Ice Flower Squad. Ryudo is lying on a bed in an oxygen mask. Yoshito thinks that the operation to conquer the Zeus Tower has come to an end. Next to Fyun, her assistant is standing. A system message appears stating that the main Heavenly Demon Tower has disappeared from Tokyo. The next window informs that the remaining towers will soon be reformatted. The words from the last message are shown in close-up. Yoshito looks at the disappearing tower. He looks down joyfully, and says that he still does not believe that he can be called the Grand Champion. In front of us are two young men. One of them asks his friend to look somewhere. He says that he knows that the Zeus Tower is disappearing. The first guy shouts that this is not the case at all, and they need to look at the other towers. Yoshito, who hears this conversation, has an anxious expression on his face. He turns around in fear. In front of him is a huge tower. The giant structures hanging over the city are transforming. Under one of them, white clouds are visible, covering the skyscrapers. It becomes clear that these structures are changing color. Yoshito looks up in fear. He realizes that all the heavenly demon towers have turned red. In front of us are many young people. Behind the skyscrapers, a huge demon tower rises. We see a panorama of the city. It is reported that 2 months have passed since the conquest of the Zeus Tower. A man in a black suit stands in front of Hyun. The hero thinks that thanks to the strategy of the Tokyo branch of the Conqueror's office, the boss of the tower was eliminated. But after the disappearance of this structure, all the other towers began to change. Hyun sighs heavily. She examines the document. The girl turns her attention to a photo of a giant structure. The hero thinks that the dark appearance of the towers, as well as their scarlet glow, excited the public and instilled a sense of anxiety in the hearts of people. Quite a decent number of people have gathered on the street. The guy complains that he was hurt. He looks back at the girl in the cap and advises her to watch where she is going. She asks for forgiveness. The girl hides behind the crowd. From afar they rudely shout at her to stop. We see the girl's eyes. She understands that she is still being pursued. The blonde runs away. She runs along the sidewalk. The girl notices a rusty fence and realizes that she can hide behind it. Breathing heavily, the girl looks through the net and realizes that this is a construction site. Her face shows surprise when she realizes that this is not a construction site at all. The girl listens to the voices reaching her ears. Someone is giving orders to his subordinates, the first one to run left and block the passage, and the second one to go right. We see the girl's legs. She looks around and realizes that she is on the ruins of a heavenly demonic tower. The blonde hunches over when she hears her pursuer praising her for choosing a great place. A girl sees 3 unpleasant guys. Their leader asks if she thinks she can handle them. The blonde looks over her shoulder at her opponents and says that they are very persistent, and they have the audacity to chase a lonely girl. Raising his right hand, the impudent young man says that the girl should understand why they are chasing her. He demands that she give him a rare weapon and offers to part ways on good terms. The girl, whose eye we see, asks why she should give anything, because she got this weapon herself, and it belongs to her by right. The blonde says that, unlike her, the guys can only take weapons from their rightful owners. The villains smile maliciously. The girl says that they are behaving simply disgustingly. The leader, raising his right hand, says that the blonde, it seems, really does not understand what is happening. Smiling, the bastard says that, judging by her appearance, she is a budding conqueror who probably does not know how the world of representatives of this profession differs from the world of ordinary people. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the guy says that in their circle, position directly depends on strength, and those who have more of it get everything. The blonde looks at the young men in surprise. Their leader says that for this reason all her property belongs to the strongest. A disgusting smile appears on the guy's face. He says that the girl should just come to terms with the fact that, having run into such a place, she is literally challenging them. Electric discharges sparkle above the blonde's head. The girl parries the enemy's blow. We see the sword she is armed with. One of the guys shouts that this is a unique weapon that was hidden in one of the heavenly demonic towers, and it is called the Holy Sword Evil Cross. The girl holds the sword with both hands. The bastards rush forward. Traces of blows are visible in front of the girl. The blonde falls to the floor and drops her sword. The leader of the villains demands that she give up this weapon. Sitting on the ground, the blonde looks at her offenders in confusion. The young man says that the blade can be sold for $1 million prices. Although if the girl wants, she can buy it back for $2 million. The blonde screams that this will never happen. Her hand reaches for the sword. The girl says that this is her first trophy, which she received in the heavenly demonic tower. The bastards stand over the blonde. Their leader says that she speaks like a small offended child. The young man takes the weapon from the girl sitting on the ground. Smiling disgustingly, he says that if she doesn't like something, she can try to take the sword away. The hero appears on the scene. He says that he came for the noise. Looking sternly at the bastards, the guy asks what the hell they did here. The guys look around in fear. Yoshito says that these scumbags should not bother the poor girl. We see the faces of 2 scumbags. The guys armed with swords stand in front of the hero. One of them tells him that in front of him are actually conquerors, and quite strong ones at that. The big guy with a short haircut tells Yoshito not to act tough and to get out of here before he gets killed. The young man carefully takes the thug's hand. The next second, he slams the bastard's head into the ground. Saliva flows from the big guy's mouth. Yoshito declares that he is not going to fight these guys. He calmly raises his left hand and tells the leader of the villains to just give up the sword or return it to its rightful owner. The scoundrel is shaking with anger. With his mouth wide open, he asks if the guy thinks he is an idiot. The bastard rushes to attack the calmly standing young man. Yoshito sighs heavily. He strikes and sends his opponent flying. The boy's eyes glow. He demands that the bastard calm down immediately. The girl looks at the hero with her mouth open. The leader of the bandits looks at the boy in amazement and says that he saw the weapon he is armed with on the news, and it is given for completing the Zeus Tower. Yoshito, on whose shoulder lies a magnificent black sword, declares that this is Teo's produce. The bastard, sweat running down his face, understands that in front of him is the great champion Yoshito Takemichi. The hero calmly looks at his opponent. Embarrassedly scratching his head, he declares that he is not yet accustomed to this title, but the scoundrel is absolutely right. The blonde, clenching her fist, sits on the ground. Yoshito declares that since he has become an important figure in society, now his conscience does not allow him to pass by a defenseless girl who was attacked by 3 guys. Smiling, the young man says that if the scoundrel does not want to return the sword in a good way, he will take it by force. The hero's eyes glow menacingly. The girl looks at the hero in surprise. One of the villains glares at the guy. Swinging his sword, he rushes into the attack. The gang leader tries to stop his comrade. The aggressive scoundrel, gritting his teeth with anger, thinks that Yoshito is still an ordinary person, even if he is a great champion. The guy rushes into the attack, hoping to catch the hero by surprise and defeat him. Yoshito calmly parries the enemy's blow. The gang leader, next to whom a girl is seen kneeling, smiles. He grabs his sword. The blonde looks at what is happening in fear and warns that the hero is being attacked from behind. The leader approaches the young man's back. Yoshito strikes the enemy in the neck, who rushed at him first. The leader's sword emits a purple glow. The villain grinds his teeth from the strain. The hero looks at him with terrible eyes and says that the idiot who attacks him still does not understand that he is dealing with a much stronger enemy. The face of the gang leader is terrified. We see the hero's clenched fist. The leader, having bounced off the ground several times, hits something. The sword spins in the air. Yoshito calmly grabs it. The gang leader kicks his legs on the rubble of some building. The hero points his finger at him and tells the second scoundrel that he miscalculated the force of the blow. Yoshito, holding the leader by the collar, asks the fleeing accomplices where they are going. The blonde waves her hands joyfully. The hero says discontentedly that these scoundrels abandoned their comrade. The girl, folding her hands in front of her, thanks the guy for helping her get her sword back. Yoshito calmly asks the blonde how long ago she joined the conquerors. The guy hands the girl a sword and says that among the representatives of this profession there are both good people and bandits like these, so he advises to always be on guard. The beauty promises to take this information into account. The blonde looks at the young man strangely. He asks what is happening to her. Lowering her sunglasses, the girl says that it is not every day that she gets to see a true legend, which, undoubtedly, is the great champion Yoshito Takemichi. The hero looks at the blonde in surprise. She declares that in front of her is a real star of conquerors. The guy turns away embarrassedly and asks not to overpraise him. The blonde admiringly declares that when the heavenly demonic tower Zeus fell, the media reported that it was Yoshito who defeated the boss. The hero says that this is, of course, true, but all this excitement still confuses him. We see the left eye of the young man. In front of us is a huge sky tower. The hero thinks that 2 months ago after the fall of Zeus, all the other towers turned red, and the Tokyo branch blocked access to them in order to ensure the safety of the conquerors. 2 girls direct traffic. Young people stand under umbrellas. The hero remembers that the Tokyo branch conducted checks to find out the reason for such abrupt changes, and people were afraid of the unknown. An order to prepare is heard from behind the door. Yoshito, who is standing in front of Fyun, asks what exactly he should prepare for. The head of the branch, who is holding a phone next to her ear, says that the hero will speak at a press conference. The young man asks again in amazement. The guy stands in front of reporters. That day the great champion Yoshito Takemichi became a media person, called upon to distract people's attention from the problem of the red towers. The blonde, adjusting her glasses, says that what happened even pleases her, since she was just looking for someone. The girl approaches the hero closely. He is seriously scared. The young people look at each other. The girl clarifies that she is a newbie and needs a team to go through the tower. The excited young man does not understand what they want from him. The beauty puts her hands to her cap and begins to beg the guy. She says that she is not yet used to fighting monsters, and ran away as soon as she received the sword. She wants to continue her ascent, but it will not be easy to do it alone. The girl takes the hero by the hand and pulls him along. Gracefully striding, she asks Yoshito to go with her. The guy indignantly demands that the girl stop, since he has not yet given his consent. The blonde stops discontentedly. Looking back at the young man, she asks if he really will not go. Yoshito, blushing, is silent. With a displeased look, he agrees to go with the girl. Smiling happily, the blonde says that this is simply excellent. We see multi-story buildings. Yoshito, looking up, thinks that he, of course, cannot be considered a real celebrity. The guy pays attention to a huge billboard. Fyun is depicted on it. The guy, looking back at the billboard, tells the blonde that it is the head of the branch who is a real celebrity, and he is just some dust underfoot. Young people look at the giant advertising poster. Yoshito says that Fyun has it written on her face that she is special. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, the hero thinks that, perhaps, he should get an autograph from the head of the Tokyo branch the next time they meet. The blonde points her finger up and says that Fyun is, of course, a cutie, but the girl on the neighboring billboard, in her opinion, is no worse. In front of us is a joyfully smiling beauty. Yoshito says that he seems to know her. This is a recent youth idol. The young man admits that she is a pretty cute girl. The blonde, folding her arms across her chest, says that she knew it. Yoshito asks again in surprise, then asks if his interlocutor is a fan of this girl. She takes off her glasses and says that she is not at all. The blonde gracefully walks forward and loudly declares that she is the cutie from the billboard. The girl, taking off her cap, declares that not a day goes by without her appearing on the internet or on TV. Winking, the beauty stretches out her left hand and declares that Eiji Kanatsu herself is in front of the guy. The crowd surrounds the hero and his companion. Yoshito fearfully moves away from the girl. Eiji looks at the young man in bewilderment. Passers-by begin to take pictures of her. Between the tall buildings, the hero's cry is heard that the girl is much cooler than himself. Advertising signs hang on multi-story buildings. The young men look at the blonde with admiration. Yoshito thinks that his companion is the rising star of show business Eiji Kanatsu. The beauty is surprised. The hero cannot understand why such a girl followed him. Eiji touches the guy's shoulder and says that the great champion is being called by the Mission Control Center. Yoshito looks at her in bewilderment and asks why the idol of youth would become a conqueror. The guy remembers his comrade lying in a coma and tells the girl that passing the towers is not dancing on stage, and given the level of the girl's training, she can die there. Eiji asks if the guy is really worried about her. The girl moves away from the hero. She turns to him and says that she is very pleased to hear this. Standing with her back to the guy, the beauty says that he should not worry, since she is perfectly aware of all the risks. We see the girl's eyes. In front of us is the heavenly demonic tower Thor. We see one of the halls of the 5th floor. A monster flies up to the hero. The system reports that it is a heavenly servant. Yoshito calmly hits the enemy. He slams his backside into the wall. The monster flies up and hovers above the young man. The hero's eye glows. The guy declares that this rooster flaps its wings too slowly. Yoshito delivers multiple blows and kills the enemy. Eiji, clenching her fists, admires the speed with which her companion acts. The heavenly servant falls at the hero's feet. The guy declares that he dealt with him so quickly because the monsters on this floor are weak. He advises the girl, if this is her first tower, not to climb higher than the 5th floor. Yoshito calmly says that the higher you go in the tower, the stronger the monsters become. Eiji happily declares that this is incredibly cool, and now she sees the true power of the famous conqueror. The hero, turning away from the girl, says that he did nothing special. She continues to praise her companion. The young man notices something. A monster is visible above the blonde's head. Yoshito puts his hand on the girl's waist. He picks her up, saving her from the blow. A heavenly servant stands in front of the young people. The guy asks his companion if she really wanted to become a conqueror, after which he says that it's time for her to show herself. Fear appears on the beauty's face. Yoshito says that if anything happens, he will ensure the girl, and she should not be afraid of anything and boldly attack. Eiji says that she understands everything. The blonde rushes to attack. She swings her sword and loudly screams that the plucked rooster will now get what he deserves. The girl misses. The heavenly servant counterattacks. The beauty asks him to act not so quickly. We see the girl's legs. Traces of blows are visible between the opponents. The heavenly servant looks at someone in bewilderment. Streams of red energy are noticeable around the hero. The young man's eyes glow. Eiji rushes to attack again. Her sword strikes the enemy. The heavenly servant clutches his chest. The bird lifts its beak. It screams piercingly. The blonde looks back at the monster in surprise and asks what it just did. We see the hero's left eye. The guy says that the heavenly servant called his friends. New monsters are visible above the heads of the young people. Eiji, looking up in surprise, says that she cannot handle them herself. A black sword appears in the hero's hand. Yoshito apologizes to his companion and says that this is the end of their training. The guy rushes to attack, declaring that he will deal with the enemies himself, with one blow. Yoshito strikes several birds at once. The young man looks at the monster in front of him. The bird hits the ground with its staff. The hero jumps above the feathered enemy. The young man's eyes glow. He cuts the monster in half. We see Yoshito's profile. Eiji, holding his sword with both hands, thinks that this guy is very strong, but for some reason he scares her a little. The hero looks around. The monsters look at him in horror. Yoshito and Eiji look at something in fear. We see the guy's eyes. New monsters appear in front of him. We see the head of one of them. And now the many legs of these monsters. Yoshito smiles. He asks if these roosters are seriously going to finish him off. The guy and the girl are standing in front of a large squad of monsters. Yoshito sullenly declares that they will not cope with such a number of opponents. The guy takes the girl by the hand. Eiji, looking at the young man in amazement, asks what he is doing. The beauty blushes. Yoshito holds her hand. The girl asks why he did it. The hero pulls the blonde with him. He says that they need to run away from here. It seems that Eiji is deceived in her expectations. She laughs loudly and says that this is a reasonable decision. Yoshito, whose back of his head we see, says that the girl has chosen a very difficult tower to conquer. Yoshito runs in front of the girl, showing her the way. They turn the corner. The young man says that here they can hide and wait until the monsters leave. The young people hide around the corner from the feathered monsters. The hero, looking at the girl, says that fights are not always fair, so sometimes you have to resort to tricks. Smiling, Yoshito says that this is a lesson for the future. Eiji, smiling, says that she will remember this advice. Fear is visible on the girl's face. She hears a loud scream. The young people look around. Yoshito says that the monsters seem to be still looking for them. Ajay says that they need to run. The hero and his companion run along the corridor. We see the legs of the young people. Yoshito notices something. In front of him are columns with yellow crystals growing on them. The young man asks in surprise what kind of place this is. The crystal is shown close up. The hero states that the columns are covered with magic stones. A yellow stone flies at the guy. The girl warns the hero of the danger. The heavenly servant attacks the young man. Yoshito, looking up, says that the feathered monsters have discovered them. A sword appears in the young man's hand. Yoshito declares that these creatures must be killed before they call for help. Ajay looks up, a little frightened. The monsters fly between the yellow crystals. The girl says that they are behaving strangely. The heavenly servant hits the crystal with a sword. Yoshito and Ajay look in surprise at what is happening at the top of the column. White sparks appear around the crystal. We see the stone close up. Yoshito looks up in fear. He thinks that by hitting the crystals, the monsters provoke splashes of magical energy. Ajay looks up with wide eyes of horror. The heavenly servant strikes the crystal again. The girl understands that the monsters do this on purpose to attack them. A powerful electric discharge is visible next to the hero and his companion. It hits right in front of the guy. Ajay calls the hero to pay attention to something. Yoshito sees that the crystals located on different columns generate a common discharge. We see these yellow stones close up. A powerful flash occurs. The discharges connect the stones and the monsters. Winged creatures hang next to the crystals. The girl says that the energy of the magic stones allows the monsters to strengthen each other. Yoshito, looking up in fear, says that this is very bad. A powerful yellow discharge flies over the heads of the young people. It hits the wall above the passage. Yoshito, gritting his teeth with anger, looks around. The guy says that now that the exit is blocked, they have no choice. The hero rushes to attack, stating that now they need to come up with a way to kill the enemies and stop the energy coming from the stones. The monsters spin their weapons. Yoshito looks at what is happening in fear. A powerful yellow discharge is visible in front of one of the heavenly servants. The energy reflects off the weapon spun by the monster. It approaches the guy's head. The hero is struck by a powerful discharge. The system reports that Yoshito has died. Ajay, stretching out his hand, calls out to his comrade. The system reports changing the debuff to a buff and adding 368 points to health. The hero holds his right hand. 3 monsters, hanging over the guy, attack him. He says that now everything is clear to him, and he was wrong when he thought that these feathered rats can only use the power of stones. Yoshito, smiling, declares that these creatures are capable of a lot. A discharge is visible next to the hero. The feathered monsters, hanging over his head, bring down yellow energy on the guy. We see the eye of a young man. Yoshito tries to hide from the electric discharges. He ducks, and they fly over his head. The guy mockingly asks the monsters why they can't hit him. There is an explosion behind the young man. We see yellow crystals. Yoshito calls his companion. The guy sees that the yellow energy of the crystal is not flying in his direction. The target is obviously Ajay. We see the girl's left eye. Yoshito ends up above the head of his companion. The guy's eyes turn white. He says that he will not allow even a finger to touch the girl. The beauty looks at her protector in fear. A yellow beam hits the guy. A flash occurs in the area of the young man's chest. There are tears in the hero's eyes. A yellow whirlwind is visible above his head. Yoshito laughs loudly. He is killed by a powerful discharge of electric current. Ajay looks at what is happening in surprise. The hero's body falls to his knees. The beauty tries to shout to the guy who is falling face down. Yoshito is lying on the floor in front of the girl. Her face shows real horror. The beauty's legs are shaking. She asks the hero to get up. Ajay falls to her knees in front of the guy and begs him to wake up. She says that the guy should not have come here and helped a newbie like her. The heavenly servant approaches the girl from above. The monster is preparing to strike. Ajay, meanwhile, says that she is very sorry that everything turned out this way. Yoshito, smiling, asks her not to worry and wipe away her tears, assuring her that he will not die. The guy repels the attack of the winged monster and says that he cannot allow the idol of youth to cry because of him. Ajay, kneeling, calls out to the hero. The girl is completely bewildered. We see her eyes. Now we see only one eye of the girl. She says that she seems to have understood how the infinite revival skill that was mentioned in the news works. Yoshito, smiling, rubs the back of his head. He shows his companion 2 fingers and reminds that this was already his second death that Ajay saw. The guy reminds that he was struck by lightning a little earlier. The beauty asks again in amazement. The guy turns his back to her and says that he simply cannot die, so Ajay can use him as a shield. The beauty refuses this offer. The girl's fingers squeeze the hem of her dress. The blonde says that the hero really cannot die. But this is no reason to allow him to die countless times. Ajay says that her heart simply cannot withstand it. Surprisingly raising his left hand, Yoshito turns to his companion. She admits that at the level she is now at, she will not be able to defeat anyone. Looking down sadly, Ajay asks if she would be more useful if she had slightly higher parameters and a level. A defeated monster lies next to the young people. Ajay wonders how many of these individuals need to be killed to increase the level and fight them on equal terms. Yoshito says in surprise that to add 1 level, it is enough to kill 2 such monsters, but he cannot say right away how many levels it will take to fight them on equal terms. Ajay, smiling happily, says that she understands everything and she will cope. Next to the girl's head, another heavenly servant is visible. The beauty asks her companion for forgiveness and says that she will deal with these monsters alone. The girl strikes and hits the enemy. In front of us is a green system window. The hero calls out to his companion in amazement. We see the girl's shoulder. She admits to the guy that she also has a skill that no one else has. The monsters spin their weapons again. Energy discharges fly towards the beauty. One of them is a few centimeters from the top of her head. Ajay states that this skill works quite simply. In front of us are the legs of the girl. A powerful explosion is heard behind the beauty. She tells her comrade that her skill increases the experience points and parameters received by 10 times. Yoshito looks at the girl in amazement. We see a trace of the blow. Smiling happily, Ajay says that her skill is called Hero. Sparks sparkle between the yellow crystals. Ajay, who has a sword in her hands, looks up. Her eyes emit a yellow glow. A series of explosions occur near the girl. The beauty appears next to the puzzled hero. She states that her basic characteristics are very low, and because of this, it seems that she is not suitable for the role of a conqueror. Smiling happily, the girl says that, nevertheless, thanks to her skill she can fight. The system reports that Ajay Kanatsu increases her level from 1 to 8. The girl winks at the guy and asks if he is surprised. Yoshito says that this is still an understatement, but he warns that they are now on equal terms. A boy and a girl stand in front of 2 winged monsters. The heavenly servants scream shrilly. White marks are visible under their bodies. The rooster-like monster holds its weapon in its hands. Blue marks from blows are visible next to the monsters. Streams of yellow energy appear under them. Yoshito, smiling, looks up and asks if Ajay will now be able to dodge lightning strikes herself. Ajay happily answers that of course, yes. A powerful discharge hits exactly between the 2 allies. Yoshito rushes to attack. The hero pushes off the ground, thinking that while his ally tries to dodge the attacks, he himself will strike. The young man finds himself above the feathered monster. A stream of yellow energy is visible between the opponents. The hero and the heavenly servant exchange blows. Yoshito lands on the floor. He says that the energy wave prevents him from attacking. The guy looks up. He understands that the staff helps the enemy manipulate energy. We see the weapon in question. The hero realizes that if it weren't for it, the energy waves wouldn't be much of a problem. The guy holds a black sword in his hands. He thinks that, of course, he could redirect the energy to his weapon, but in this case, he would most likely fry himself. Behind the young man, columns surrounded by yellow energy are visible. In front of him stands the heavenly servant. The monster spins the staff above its head. With a piercing scream, the monster erupts with an energy flow. Yoshito smiles. He rushes into the attack, pushing off from the columns. The hero raises his sword over a huge crystal. He smashes it to pieces. Smiling happily, Yoshito declares that since he himself cannot use this energy, he will not let his opponents do it either. Large yellow stones are visible next to the young man. He declares that by placing fragments of the magic stone around himself, he will be able to catch and reflect energy flows. An electric discharge sparkles next to the crystal fragment. Yoshito, smiling, declares that up until this point, roosters tried to roast him, but now it is his turn to do the same and cook a good portion of grilled chicken. The hero puts his left hand to the side and spews a stream of energy. The heavenly servant squeals shrilly. A stream of yellow energy falls on the monster. He releases the already untwisted staff from his hands. An energy wave covers the monster. A desperate cry is heard. Yoshito looks thoughtful. The guy, smiling, tells his companion that she, so be it, can finish off the enemy. The heavenly servant amusingly somersaults in front of the young man. Ajay thanks her comrade. Smiling, the girl flies up to the feathered monster from above. We see the face of the beauty. She apologizes to the rooster and says that his death will bring her a lot of experience points. Ajay cuts off the monster's head. The system reports that the hero's skill level has been increased from 8 to 10. The girl lands. Another heavenly servant is visible in front of her. We see the blonde's leg. The beauty makes several jumps and destroys another enemy. She says that it has definitely become easier for her to move. The monster falls behind her. Ajay smiles. Yoshito thinks deeply. He thinks that the hero's skill allows you to multiply all parameters by 10. The girl stands over the defeated enemy. Behind her, the hero and his 2 comrades are visible. Yoshito thinks that if Ajay is telling the truth, then she will be able to surpass not only him, but also such masters as Fune and Okiomi, and become the strongest conqueror and a true hero. The girl, clenching her fists, smiles happily. She runs up to the guy. In front of us is a yellow crystal. It falls between the young people. The hero looks up and tells the girl that, despite the fact that they killed the monsters, it is still dangerous to be here, and they need to get out of here quickly. Ajay, looking at the guy with admiration, agrees with him. Yoshito and Ajay run away. In front of them is a blocked entrance. The hero thinks that the path they came from is inaccessible, and there seem to be no other exits here. Crystals fall on the heads of the young people. Ajai happily points somewhere with her finger and asks her comrade to look there. We see a huge yellow crystal. Ajai says that it seems that there is a passage behind these magical stones. The hero takes a closer look and realizes that this seems to be true. The guy gives a thumbs up and says that the girl is very sharp-sighted. She giggles happily. In front of us are the legs of a young man. Yoshito takes the sword in his hands. He says that if the passage is blocked not by debris, but by huge magic stones, they can only break them. A white trace left by the sword is visible in front of the guy. The young man looks back at his companion and tells her that he will need help. The girl happily agrees to help. The allies rush to the crystals. In front of us are 3 of these stones at once. We see one of them up close. Surprise is on the faces of the young people. The crystals emit powerful streams of yellow energy. We see white traces. Yoshito, smiling, says that the girl moves well and calls her a heroine. Ajai joyfully shouts for the guy not to call her that, because she does not like this nickname. The beauty holds the sword with both hands. Yoshito and Ajai rush forward. The boy crushes the yellow crystals with his sword. The girl does the same. We see the boy's leg. A yellow glow is visible next to the young people. Stones are falling down. Ajai looks up in fear. Yoshito, smiling, looks at the girl, who says that the passage is blocked again. Raising his fist, Ajai says that she has the feeling that they are going deeper into the tower. The blonde looks at the young man in surprise and asks what is happening to him. He sullenly declares that things are bad. The boy looks up and says that it will be extremely difficult for them to get out. Steps are visible on the walls of the tower. They reach a platform hanging in the middle of a giant pipe. Ajai looks up in bewilderment and asks what this place is. Yoshito, looking around, tells his companion that he had some business in this tower. Sweat is running down the guy's cheeks. He says that he wanted to train the girl, and then escort her to a safe place, and then search this huge space alone. Yoshito and Ajai are standing at the base of a giant pipe. The girl, looking up, asks again in surprise. The young people are standing far below. Yoshito says that not long ago a message was received that a whole group of conquerors disappeared in this tower. Looking to his left, the guy says that these fighters once participated in the operation to conquer the Zeus Tower, so there is no doubt about their fighting skills. We see the corpses of the conquerors. Yoshito says that even this strong squad could not cope with the boss of the Thor Tower. The hero and his companion are wary. The guy looks up in fear. A powerful explosion is heard in front of the young people. We see the left eye of the young man. Now in front of us are the sharp claws of the monster. The monster bares its shark teeth. A giant mouth opens next to the hero. The system informs that the guy is confronted by the evil horn. Yoshito says that he must finish off this strange and unusually strong boss of the middle floor. The hero looks up. In front of us is the building of the Tokyo branch of the Conquerors. It is reported that the action takes place the day before. Fune is sitting at a table littered with papers. The door opens. The girl looks ahead. She closes the laptop and says that she was just waiting for Yoshito. The hero frowns at the girl. He looks around. Fune asks why he is doing this. We see the profile of the young man. He says that since the fall of the Zeus Tower all he does is give interviews, participate in conferences and talk shows. Yoshito, sweating, tells something to journalists. The young man discontentedly states that every time he was dragged away somewhere by some people in black. Yoshito recalls exactly how it happened. He says that he is sure that they are hiding somewhere here too. Fune calmly says that the guy should not worry, since they are alone in this room. The head of the branch says that no one is forcing the guy to participate in these events, and everything happens by mutual consent. Yoshito indignantly shouts that this is a blatant lie. Fune, sitting at the table, says that thanks to the young man's participation in social activities, they managed to distract people from the fact of the appearance of red heavenly demonic towers. Closing his eyes, Fune says that, according to research, these buildings are no different from the old towers, and now no thugs in black will take the guy away somewhere. Realizing that she blurted out too much, Fune says that, or rather, the hero will no longer have social activities. Yoshito, looking angrily at the branch manager, states that she herself just admitted that he was forced. The hero lowers his eyes and asks why the girl called him this time. Fune opens her mouth. She folds her hands in front of her and asks if the hero has heard anything about the Thor Tower. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, Yoshito says that he seems to have seen it on the way here. We see the back of the young man's head. The guy states that, as far as he knows, the association recently made a plan to conquer the middle floors of this tower. Fune confirms the hero's words. We again see a huge pipe with platforms. The branch manager states that during the search for a passage from the first floor to the middle of the building, a huge hollow area was discovered. Yoshito asks again in amazement. The outline of a monster is visible behind the girl. Fune says that this area has its own boss, who is clearly stronger than average. Yoshito excitedly asks the girl to wait a little. Touching his forehead with his fingers, the boy says that all the towers have, so to speak, one unwritten rule: the monsters and bosses located above are stronger than those located below. We see a schematic image of the tower. Yoshito says that, judging by what Fyun said, there is a large space between the first and middle floors, where a very strong monster is located. The hero looks closely at the girl and asks if he understands everything correctly. Fyun calmly states that the boy described everything correctly, and according to available data, the strength of this monster is not comparable to the strength of ordinary bosses. In front of us is a black monster with glowing yellow eyes. Folding her hands in front of herself, Fyun declares that the hero must destroy this creature. Sighing heavily, the girl says that their branch has never encountered such a monster. Fyun's eyes glow. She declares that if the boy cannot defeat this monster, the monster will be assigned the status of an unauthorized threat. The hero remembers the giant snake that had the status that was just announced. Yoshito and Okiomi look at the sword stuck in the ground. The boy thinks that if this monster is like a steel snake, then many conquerors will be in mortal danger. The boy clenches his fist. Resolutely looking at the branch manager, he says that he will deal with this monster. The girl closes her eyes and thanks the boy. In front of her hand hangs a purple system window. Fyun says that the hero is in for a very difficult fight, so he should take something. Judging by the eyes, Yoshito is very surprised. He approaches the table where Fyun is sitting and says that he never thought that he would see this object again. Smiling, the hero reaches out for the object and thanks the girl. The evil horn roars deafeningly, opening its mouth wide. The monster rushes at the boy. The hero has to jump far back to avoid the blow. Agi covers his head with his hands and screams loudly. The young men look at the horned monster hanging above them in fear. Agi asks fearfully what they will do now. In front of us is a winged lion with a scorpion's tail. The blonde declares that this monster literally hovers above the ground. Agi opens his mouth wide and asks how they will be able to reach this monster. Yoshito says that if it is so fast, then he will use something. Something glows on the young man's left wrist. It is a magnificent bracelet. Yoshito says that the unique equipment received as a reward for killing the iron snake in Proteus has come to action. The hero, who has a sword in his right hand, refers to his equipment, calling it a Pyron Mechani. Agi, looking at the young man in surprise, asks if this is really a unique equipment. The young man looks up and says that this is not an ordinary bracelet, but a weapon that can be used at a long distance. Yoshito, who is approached by the evil horn, raises his left hand. He remembers the most dangerous grips with which the steel snake fought him. An arrow flies at the monster, with a long rope trailing behind it. We see a white mark from the impact. Jumping into the air, the hero says that he would never have thought that he would use something like this. The young man's eyes glow with an unkind red light. A bright mark from the blow is visible on the monster's body. Yoshito says that he would be happy to fight in the air. The evil horn roars menacingly. A tip on a rope is visible behind the hero's back. Yoshito looks at his opponent in bewilderment, and says that the monster received a very strong blow, but is still able to continue the fight. The monster opens its mouth wide and roars deafeningly. Yoshito, who has a black sword in his hand, looks at the monster in bewilderment. Pink wings appear behind the monster's back. We see one of them up close. The hero, looking up in fear, understands that the glow he sees is clearly not good. The guy stretches his left hand to the side and understands that he needs to get out of here. The evil horn shoots pink shells at the enemy. An explosion is heard. Pink stripes are visible next to the hero. Blood gushes from the guy's hand. One of the shells scratches the young man's cheek. Yoshito shoots from a Pyron Mechani. The hero falls to the ground. Cursing foully, the guy tries to get to his feet. The young man holds the back of his head and looks up, trying to understand what is glowing there. The evil horn flies close to the young man. Blood flows down the guy's cheek. Many shells pierce the hero's body. The system reports that he is dead. The second window informs about the activation of the debuff and the deduction of 36 points from the attack power. Finally, the system reports that the debuff has been changed to a buff, and 36 points are added to the same parameter. The revived hero holds a sword in his hand, saying that from what he can see, he has a very strong opponent. Yoshito raises his sword to strike and shouts that he should not be underestimated either. The evil horn, whose wings have turned purple again, opens its mouth wide. Yoshito holds a tuft of hair in his hand. It turns out that he is sitting right on the monster. The hero tries to stay on the monster. The young man grinds his teeth from the strain and tries to figure out how high the monster wants to rise. He sees the ceiling in front of him and realizes that this is the monster's destination. The evil horn spins in the air. The boy's hand unclenches. The hero flies down. He finds a point of support, and says that he almost died again. Yoshito looks down and thanks the monster for the delivery. Jumping down, he says that now it will be easier for him to aim. Yoshito delivers several blows and hits his opponent accurately each time. The young man says that he will kill the monster before he hits the ground. In front of us is the yellow eye of the monster. The evil horn hits the young man with one of its horns. The monster's paw is visible next to the young man. Yoshito looks down in fear. The evil horn starts spinning in the air again. We see the monster's backside. Yoshito opens his mouth wide and screams for the monster to let him go. The young man's eyes widen in horror. The young man grinds his teeth. Cursing disgustingly, he flies down. We see the mark of a powerful blow. A pool of blood spreads under the hero. In front of us are someone's fingers. The evil horn places a huge paw on the young man's corpse. Ajay, whose back of his head we see, says that Yoshito is fighting with all his might, and in such a situation the heroine simply cannot stand aside. The girl turns to the EVOL cross, which we see in her hand, and declares that the time has come to act. The beauty, smiling, holds her weapon with both hands. The hero deals many successful blows to the monster. Ajay looks up. The girl says in surprise that she has never seen such a fight. In front of us is the beauty's right eye. She jumps from step to step. Ajay flies up to the platform located in the middle of the giant pipe. The girl grabs the stone with her fingers. The evil horn roars menacingly. Ajay says that Yoshito is fighting with the last of his strength. The beauty, kneeling, says that in such a situation the heroine simply cannot stand aside. The guy's corpse lies next to the monster's huge paw. A tear rolls down the girl's cheek. Raising her fist, Ajay says that Yoshito has infinite rebirth, so he will rise again, but he will not be able to defeat such a monster alone. In front of us is the evil horn. We see the back of the girl's head. She says that, in addition to everything, she herself wants to help the hero. A smile appears on the beauty's face. She declares that, after all, she is the heroine. The system reports that the EVOL cross has found a response in the soul of its owner. The next window informs that the first kata has become available. Ajay looks at her blade in bewilderment. The girl smiles happily. She does not understand what this specific term means, but suspects that it must be something very useful. The beauty holds the sword with both hands and, calling her weapon a partner, says that it is time to act. Ajay is very excited by the fact that she can use the first kata. The evil horn, opening its mouth wide, roars. It rushes at the girl. Ajay holds the sword with both hands. She strikes and sees a very powerful explosion. A bright yellow stripe is visible next to the monster. The monster's eye glows brightly. Ajay looks at her opponent in bewilderment, and realizes that he somehow dodged. The monster bares its teeth again, preparing to rush into attack. The girl is far below it. Ajay intends to meet the monster flying towards her with her sword. The beauty carefully looks at her opponent. Yellow flashes are visible behind the evil horn. The monster's wings turn pink again. A bright light flashes on one of them. The girl remembers how her ally died under the blows of the shells fired by the monster. Ajay turns around and says that she needs to run. The girl is scared. She understands that there is nowhere to run. The monster's wings glow brightly. An arrow fired from a Pyron Mekani flies into the monster's horn. Yoshito pulls the rope towards himself. He tells the monster that he has actually already been reborn. The evil horn spreads its pink wings. The hero asks if the monster has managed to forget about him. Cheerfully looking at the enemy, the young man calls him a feathered freak. A bright pink flash occurs above the hero's head. Yoshito rushes to attack. He strikes the winged monster. The monster's eyes glow brightly. The hero grinds his teeth from the strain. The guy strikes many times. Yoshito attacks the enemy from above. The guy hits the monster right in the head. The hero looks at his ally and shouts that she must act now. Ajay, smiling, thanks the guy. The girl happily says that she will not miss the opportunity to cut off the monster's head. Ajay strikes the monster. The evil horn bares his teeth. The monster's horn breaks off. The girl sees that the monster jumps high into the air. She asks the hero, who is nearby, if she hit the enemy. Yoshito says that she seems to have, but the monster is still alive. The horned lion, whose eyes glow brightly, roars angrily. He rushes to attack the young people. They have to jump aside to avoid being hurt. A powerful blow is heard. The allies look at the enemy. The evil horn is right in front of the hero. The young man jumps aside again. Yoshito finds himself above the monster. The boy lands on the floor next to the blonde, who screams that they need to attack the enemy before it takes off again. The hero says discontentedly that if this creature rises too high, they simply won't have a chance to hit it. Ajay takes the boy by the hand. The girl, smiling, looks at the young man. He asks in bewilderment what she is doing. The blonde says that before the monster has time to take off, they need to grab its tail. The evil horn rushes at the young people. Yoshito and Ajay jump. They cling to the tail of the winged lion. The monster, taking off, breaks the steps located on the walls of the giant pipe. Now it is visible next to the platform located in the center of the structure. Ajay closes her eyes in fear. Yoshito says that this monster seems to have finally gotten out of control. The hero turns his attention to the platform. The evil horn crashes into it from below. Ajay flies down. Yoshito tries to shout to the girl. A blue sphere appears above his left hand. The hero fires from a Pyron Mekani. The boy rushes down. He picks up his ally in his arms. The girl admiringly thanks the boy. Yoshito sits her down by the wall and asks her to wait in this place. The hero looks at the monster approaching him and promises to break the wings of this flying cat. The boy puts forward his left hand. Yoshito rushes to attack. He hits the monster in the left side with his sword. The evil horn opens its mouth wide. A bright red beam pierces the monster's body. The hero deals multiple blows with his sword. It seems that the boy is not going to stop his attack. Yoshito waves his hand at the falling monster. In front of us is the monster's yellow eye. The evil horn falls to the floor. The hero finishes it off with his sword. The monster grins, even after death. Ajai jumps down the steps and asks how her ally feels. He turns to the girl and says that he is fine. Smiling happily, the young man says that the boss of Interspace has been defeated. In front of us is an elegant window. Red structures are visible next to it. White smoke is seeping through the window. We see a winged monster armed with an axe. It has huge fangs. The monster's eyes are glowing brightly. The terrible monster roars deafeningly. In front of us is the building of the Tokyo branch of the Conquerors. Yoshito stands in front of Fune and declares that this is how the monster of Interspace was defeated. The head of the organization, closing his eyes, thanks the guy for the work done and says that he can always be relied on. In front of us are members of the Ice Flower Squad. Fune says that she sent branch employees to the tower, so after a full check it will be reopened to everyone. Banknotes are visible next to the girl's head. She says that a little later the guy will receive payment for the work. Yoshito rubs his chin, thinking about the fact that he again receives a large sum of money, which he does not even know what to spend it on. Fune says thoughtfully that it is more important that the hero fought together with Ajai. The blonde holds up 2 fingers. She tries to look into the eyes of the branch manager, and says that she seems not to have expected to see her. Smiling happily, Ajai says that she expected to meet Fune at her workplace after becoming a conqueror. The beauty, smiling happily, says that their meeting happened even earlier than one could have expected. Fune sadly says that perhaps this is true. Yoshito looks at the girls in surprise and asks if they know each other. Ajai, happily embracing the brunette, says that of course they know each other. In front of us are images of the girls that the hero saw on advertising billboards. Ajai says that she often met Fune at advertising photo shoots for magazines and other media. It looks like the happy blonde is about to strangle the branch manager. Ajai says that it was there that they became best friends. Yoshito warns her that Fune may be about to suffocate. The hero, standing next to the girls, asks if the branch manager knew about Ajai's special skill. The blonde turns to the hero and says that, of course, her friend knew about this skill, because as soon as she got it, she immediately told Fune about it. We see the right eye of the branch manager. Ajai stands leaning on her sword. The hero frowns at the girls. Fune states that the hero's skill is a very strong ability that can open the way for a girl to the very top of the conqueror hierarchy. The branch manager sadly says that, however, their profession is still associated with great risks, and she would not recommend Ajai to become a conqueror. The happy expression disappears from the blonde's face. Raising her right hand, the girl says that they have already discussed this and her opinion has not changed. If she was given such power, then it should be used for the benefit of the people. Ajai smiles again. She states that this is the duty of the heroine. Pressing her hand to her chest, the blonde says that although the people's worries about the appearance of the Red Towers have decreased, fear still reigns in many hearts. We see the girl's profile. She states that by becoming a conqueror, she will show everyone that there is nothing to fear if there is a heroine nearby. Ajai looks down dreamily, placing her hands on her chest. Yoshito calls the girl by name with a sad expression. Fune, looking down, states that she understands the blonde and will not dissuade her. An electronic device is visible in front of the branch manager. Looking at the tablet, Fune reports that it seems that the safety of the interdimensional space of Thor Tower has been confirmed, after which she thanks the young people for their cooperation. Yoshito, putting his hand on his belt, offers to split the reward in half. Ajai violently objects, stating that this is a task that the hero was doing, and she herself did not really do anything. Yoshito, looking at Fune, says that after defeating the boss, he decided to check the interspace for other monsters. In front of the guy, a narrow passage in the wall is visible. The young man is standing next to a glowing portal. He says that he found a teleport to the upper floor and asks if he did the right thing by opening it. Fune sadly states that the hero made the Tokyo branch's job easier, and now they have an open path to the tower boss. The head of the branch tells the blonde that she cannot go on such a task yet, since she still has very little experience fighting bosses. Ajai tries to object. Yoshito, sighing heavily, says that fighting a boss alone is a very unpleasant task, so he will refrain from it for now. A loud scream is heard behind the guy. The young man shudders in fear. In front of us are Mana and Yuri. The blonde screams that the hero will not be alone. Yoshito turns around in surprise. Mana tells him that he seems to have forgotten about his faithful girlfriends again, and if there is no one else to challenge the boss, then he will go with them. The girls happily look at the hero. Yoshito asks in surprise what they are doing here. Yuri, raising her right hand, says that they have recently been carrying out assignments for Fune. Folding her hands in front of her face, the brunette says that they have now arrived to report the completion of another mission. Ajai grabs the guy by the sleeve. Looking out from behind his back, the girl asks who these cuties are, and asks the young man to introduce her to them. Yuri seems to understand who is in front of her. Sadly lowering her eyes, she says that, apparently, Yoshito has a new girlfriend. The hero mumbles something inarticulate in response. The girl's eyes are shining. Yuri says that it seems like the guy has become very close to Ajai. Yoshito asks fearfully what Yuri is talking about. The guy puts his hands on Ajai's shoulders and asks her to explain everything. The blonde is delighted by the touch, which is noticeable by the expression on her face. Tears are in Yuri's eyes. We see the tip of her staff. A blue sphere appears in front of the brunette. She calls the hero a complete idiot. Water is pouring down from the upper floors of the Conqueror's branch building. Fyun looks at what is happening in her office in bewilderment. The girl stands in front of the door. She states that they are on the 40th floor of the heavenly demonic tower Thor. Mana turns to her companions and says that, in her opinion, together they can defeat the boss of the tower. Yoshito and Yuri try not to look at each other. A smile appears on the guy's face. He states that for the first time they will fight the boss with only the three of them. Mana, smiling happily, declares that now the guy will see how cool his companions have leveled up. Yoshito opens the huge gates. The girls, smiling, look at their commander. He declares that now they will show how much stronger they have become as a team. Mana looks into the hero's eyes and asks if he is sure that it was right not to take the girl they met in the branch, and whose name seems to be Ajai. Looking down, Yoshito says that Ajai is still too inexperienced, and her level is not very high. In his opinion, she needs to hunt first on the lower floors of the Thor Tower. It turns out that Ajai hears this conversation, since she is standing behind the squad members. The blonde thinks that the young people are entering the room of the boss of the heavenly demonic tower. Sparks sparkle in the beauty's eyes. She thinks that she is quite allowed to take a look at this room at least with one eye. The girl runs to the gate that the hero enters. She thinks that Yoshito and his companions have destroyed all the monsters on the way to the boss room, and their fight with the main monster should be simply incomparable. Joyfully clenching her fist, Ajai looks inside. She thinks that it is not necessary to enter the room, and you can just watch the battle through the open gate. Monsters resembling roosters appear behind her. The heavenly servant notices the girl and makes a strange sound. The monster hits the yellow crystal with its weapon. Ajai looks up in fear. Energy is transferred between the crystals. Ajai looks at the flying monster and realizes that she recently saw exactly the same picture. The blonde looks up. She runs away from the yellow discharge flying at her. Yoshito, turning around, asks in surprise what kind of strange squeal that was. We see the girl's legs. Ajai falls, stretching out her hand. She tries to rise to her feet. The hero calls out to her. The squad members look at the blonde in bewilderment. The hero asks in fear what the girl is doing here. He demands that she immediately leave this room before the gate closes. Naturally, they slam shut right behind the blonde. A red seal appears on the gate. Ajai looks up in fear. We see the young man's left eye. The young people understand that it is too late to do anything. An elegant window glows above their heads. A monster appears in front of the squad. The monster has two horns on its head. We see the hand of the tower boss. It begins to glow. Yoshito stares at the enemy. He shines his eyes in response. The system informs that the young people are confronted by the devil gargoyle. Ajai asks in surprise if this is really the tower boss. Yoshito demands that the girls stand behind the more experienced fighters and not even think about doing anything until the monster dies. Two huge fangs stick out of the monster's lower jaw. He has 3 toes on his foot. The gargoyle devil flies into the air. Ajai looks at it in fear. The monster raises its huge axe to strike. It seems to be aiming at the blonde. Yoshito looks around and realizes that the monster has specifically targeted Ajai. Yuri uses her staff. The room is filled with white energy. A powerful explosion occurs. The monster is thrown aside. The gargoyle devil lands. Yuri looks at Ajai in fear and asks if she is okay. The girl next to Mana says that she is a little uneasy. Yuri promises the hero to look after Ajai. Smiling happily, the brunette says that the boy can fight calmly. Yoshito attacks the enemy from below and from the left. His eyes emit a red glow. He hits the enemy in the chest. The boy lands on one knee and tells his allies that he is counting on them. Yoshito stands in front of the giant monster. We see the boy's eye. The boy rushes to attack. The devil gargoyle parries the enemy's blow. The monster roars deafeningly. Yoshito is visible above the monster's head. The boy thinks that the enemy's attacks are too predictable, and if things continue like this, he will quickly defeat him. The young man delivers a powerful blow. The devil gargoyle puts his hand under the blow, which glows with yellow light. Amazement appears on the hero's face. He remembers his fight with the heavenly servants, and realizes that he is seeing the same reaction that he saw on the lower floors from the magic stones. The boy is struck by a powerful discharge of electric current. Yoshito flies down. He falls to the ground next to Mana. The girl calls him. The devil gargoyle grins predatorily. Stretching out his left hand, he approaches the girls. Mana looks at the monster with apprehension and demands that Ajai step back. The blonde rushes to attack the enemy. The enemy's blow flies over her head. A trace of the jump is visible in front of the monster. Mana appears on the right side of the monster. The girl's eyes are glowing. She deals multiple blows to the devil gargoyle. Mana happily calls the enemy a fat monster and asks how he feels. Judging by the expression on his face, the monster is in pain. His face turns red. Mana looks at the monster in surprise. The girl, who is looming over the devil gargoyle, falls on her back. Yuri calls out to her friend in fear. Agi steps in, summoning Evo Cross and orders the first kata to be used. The girl hits the yellow arm of the monster. Mana lands in front of her. Agi holds her sword with both hands. She says that although she lacks experience, she is far from weak even in this state. We see the faces of the two blondes. Agi promises to do everything in her power and says that her allies can rely on her. Mana, armed with 2 daggers, says that if Agi wants to fight, then let her cover her together with Yuri. Without waiting for an answer, Mana rushes to attack. Yuri and Agi exchange glances. The brunette says that they will attack together. The youth idol agrees. The girls bring down their energy on the enemy. Multicolored streams are visible next to Mana, who rush to attack. They overtake the blonde and approach the monster. It screams deafeningly. Mana finds herself above the enemy. The yellow hand that appeared in front of her surprises the girl. Mana smiles. She says that Yoshito gave them a hint with his sacrifice. The blonde jumps away from the monster's hand. Putting forward a dagger, she says that the hint is not to hit the monster on the left hand. The monster's eyes emit an eerie glow. The devil gargoyle opens his immense mouth in front of the girl. A yellow sphere glows in his throat. We see it up close. Mana looks at the enemy in amazement, thinking that he even has magic stones in his throat. A powerful flash occurs in front of the girl. Yoshito enters the battle again. Mana notices him and calls out his name. The devil gargoyle spews out a stream of yellow energy. A powerful beam hits the wall. The hero falls on his back. Squatting down, the guy looks at the enemy. He admits that he has quite a few trump cards. A smile appears on the young man's face. He says that he is just wondering how much longer this horned monkey will last. Yoshito, smiling, looks at the monster and says that he will make him use all his trump cards, because he is not afraid of this fat man at all. Yoshito flies up to the winged monster. The guy stares at the enemy. The devil gargoyle holds out a yellow hand in front of him. In front of us is the young man's right eye. He flies up to the enemy's arm, declaring that only a complete idiot would try to use the same trick twice. A bright mark from the blow is visible near the monster's limb. The hit is in the enemy's neck. The young man lands at a respectful distance from the monster. The devil gargoyle looks at his left hand. The monster opens its mouth wide. With a deafening roar, the monster spews out a beam of yellow energy. It flies over the young man's head. Yoshito rushes to attack, trying to avoid the beams. The guy, smiling, prepares to strike. He tells the fat man that he is acting extremely predictably. 2 huge fangs stick out of the monster's lower jaw. The devil gargoyle holds his weapon in his hands. He raises the axe above his head. The monster hits himself on the arm. The boss puts forward his left hand. It glows brightly. A stream of energy flies at the hero. We see yellow and blue energy. They collide with each other. A powerful explosion occurs between the opponents. Yoshito, smiling, looks to the right of himself. Mana and Yuri look at the guy happily. He thanks them. We see the monster's yellow hand again. The boy says that now, most likely, the devil gargoyle will hit himself to cause an electric discharge. The hero smiles. A yellow trace is visible in front of the monster's thick body. The hero asks the monster if this is really all he can do. The boy jumps up. He strikes and hits the enemy. The hero's blows follow one after another. The monster screams loudly. Yoshito approaches the enemy from above. The boy looks at the monster in surprise. The boy hits the enemy on the head. He jumps back and lands in front of the 3 girls. The devil gargoyle can barely stand on his feet. The shaft of his axe crashes into the ground. The monster falls to his knees. The hero says that the fight was not so difficult. The monster roars. The boy looks at him carefully and says that now only one blow will be enough. The devil gargoyle rises to its feet and roars deafeningly. The young men cover themselves with their hands. The monster's legs bend. It jumps high into the air. Yoshito looks up in surprise and asks why in this tower even the main boss can fly. Agi looks up in shock. She points at something and asks the hero to look there. The devil gargoyle approaches the window, which is located in the wall. The girl screams that the boss is escaping. Mana and Yuri are amazed. The blonde asks how the boss can escape from his own room. The brunette says that she has never seen such a thing. The hero stretches out his right hand in front of him and says that under no circumstances should this creature escape. A Pyron Mikani sparkles on his hand. The young man is glad that he did not give this item to Fyun. The hero points his fist at the monster rushing towards the window. A projectile flies out of the bracelet. It pierces the sole of the monster's foot. We see a cable that stretches to the projectile. Yoshito, pushing his foot into the ground, says that he cannot hold this creature back alone. The guy looks up. The hero jumps. Mana calls out to him in fear. The devil gargoyle, baring his teeth, rushes forward. The hero flies after him, holding on to the cable. The young man, smiling, declares that he will go after the boss. The projectile detaches from the monster's body. Yoshito lands. The guy looks around and realizes that he is on the roof of a tower. Yellow crystals are visible on the broken beams. The young man hears the menacing roar of the monster not far from him. The devil gargoyle hangs over the hero's head. He looks at the enemy in shock. The monster spews out a stream of yellow energy. It hits the roof next to the guy and throws him back. Yoshito jumps far to the side. He finds himself at the very edge of the roof. The young man, gritting his teeth from the tension, thinks that he cannot fall down. Yoshito clings to the edge of the roof with his fingers. The guy hangs on one hand. He looks down in fear. Red beams are visible under his feet. He imagines himself lying dead on the ground at the foot of the tower and thinks that, of course, he will be revived with the help of the skill. But his mental health will not withstand the fall from such a height, and will finally break. The guy grinds his teeth. He understands that he needs to climb up before the monster gets to him. Yoshito notices something to his left. The devil gargoyle flies out from around the corner. A bright yellow sphere is visible in the monster's mouth. The guy, calling the enemy a bastard, falls down. The beam crashes into the very place to which the guy was recently clinging. Squinting one eye, the hero tells the enemy not to get cocky. The young man puts his left hand forward. He fires a Pyron Makani and shouts at the monster that he is not the only one who can move in the air. The rope wraps around the devil gargoyle's leg. The monster is shocked. Yoshito holds onto the rope. The monster hits something and screams loudly in pain. The young man fires his bracelet again. This time the rope wraps around the monster's horn. Yoshito, whose eyes glow strangely, flies up to the enemy. A bright flash is visible in front of him. The devil gargoyle flies down. The young man lands on the visor and sighs with relief. The guy looks down, trying to figure out if the monster fell down. Surprise appears on Yoshito's face. He sees a yellow crystal. The devil gargoyle bounces off the red beam and flies up. The hero looks up in bewilderment, not believing that the monster is still alive. The guy notices the huge yellow crystals. The young man smiles nervously. He says that he has a very bad feeling. The crystal glows brightly. 3 sources of yellow energy are visible around the guy. A powerful explosion occurs. The system reports that the guy is dead. The devil gargoyle smiles happily. Yoshito is revived and tells the monster that it seems he has decided to use the energy of the magic stones to finish him off. The guy, smiling, apologizes for repeating himself and asks if the monster really thinks that only he can do such tricks. The devil gargoyle looks at his enemy in bewilderment. Yoshito puts his left hand to the side. He shoots a projectile from his bracelet. The monster with an axe in his hand rushes after the hero, who says that the devil gargoyle threw him away like some kind of trash, but is now going to get a symmetrical response. Yoshito finds himself on a red beam next to huge yellow crystals. He looks at his enemy and says that he is going to get his ass kicked. The hero smiles. The monster, on the contrary, is scared. A powerful stream of yellow energy flies at the monster. The devil gargoyle falls back. A yellow beam flies next to him. The monster puts his left hand in front of his head. The monster lets out a loud cry and flies back. The devil gargoyle grins angrily. He flies up with an axe in his hand. Yoshito, who is standing on the yellow crystal, asks the monster if he really thought that this would be the end of it. The monster looks back at the guy angrily. The young man is preparing to hit the yellow crystal with his sword, warning the enemy that he will now receive another portion of suffering. Another yellow beam hits the monster. It burns the lower part of the monster's right wing. The hero, smiling, thinks that he was able to damage the enemy's wing, and now he will definitely be more vulnerable. We see a huge fang of the monster. 2 yellow stripes stand out on the monster's body. Roaring shrilly, the devil gargoyle takes off. The hero looks after him in bewilderment, and asks how this creature was able to rise into the air again. The monster, continuing to scream, flaps its wings in the air. A powerful impact mark is visible on the roof of the tower. The hero jumps up, tucking his legs. He lands on the roof. The guy stands in front of the monster and says that in the end, he was unable to escape. The devil gargoyle growls angrily. Yoshito calmly looks at the enemy and declares that death will still overtake this creature. The opponents rush at each other. The hero clarifies that he will personally finish off the monster. The young man's eyes emit red energy. The monster's is yellow. Yoshito approaches the enemy. He hits him in the chest. We see the young man's left eye. The guy jumps along the monster's left arm. He ends up behind the enemy. Yoshito delivers multiple blows, quickly moving around the enemy. The guy runs forward with a sword in his hand. The monster swings an axe. The blow lands next to the hero. 2 huge fangs are visible above the young man's head. Yoshito aims at the yellow circle on the monster's chest. The opponents fly away from each other. The hero, stretching his right hand up, asks what just happened. He sees that the familiar yellow sphere is glowing on the monster's chest. Looking up, Yoshito angrily asks if the monster really hid the stone even in this place. A very powerful yellow flash is visible in front of the monster. The system reports that the hero has died. The guy is breathing heavily. With his legs wide apart, he declares that any tower boss is a real problem. The guy looks resolutely at his opponent, and says that this is also a great opportunity to use the trump card that he keeps for just such cases. The blade of the sword that the hero is holding in his hand glows brightly. We see this weapon up close. Yoshito says that this is the unique skill of Theosprotes, received after passing the heavenly demonic tower Zeus. The devil gargoyle looks angrily at his opponent. The hero says that this skill is very simple. It allows you to use a charged attack only once after entering the heavenly demon tower. Smiling, the young man says that you need to choose the moment for this blow very carefully, but this disadvantage is completely compensated by gigantic power. Yoshito runs forward. He says that now is the time to use this skill. We see a bright red stripe. The young man runs up to the enemy swinging an axe. He uses the skill Theosprotes. The devil gargoyle falls on his back. The hero says that this skill will now crush the enemy with its divine power. The guy's eyes turn multicolored. Yoshito strikes the enemy with a sword. He screams shrilly. We see the monster's leg and the expression on his face. A bright yellow disc is visible above the monster. Yoshito jumps away from the enemy. The young man looks up. The monster squints from the bright light. A stream of yellow energy falls on him. Yoshito uses the unique skill Heavenly Pillar. We see 2 yellow spots. Almost nothing is visible because of the light. The devil gargoyle screams in pain. In front of us is a yellow pillar. Yoshito looks at it. The hero falls back. He is sitting on the floor. Looking to the right of himself, the young man admits that he managed to win, but only by some miracle. In front of him hangs a system message that the boss of the heavenly demonic tower Thor has been defeated. The next window informs that unique weapons and magic stones have been automatically added to the inventory, and there are 10 seconds left before the tower disappears, due to which the hero will be forcibly teleported from it. Yoshito, screaming, falls on his back. Smiling, he looks up. Yellow pixels are visible next to the hero's hand. The young man says that he feels simply amazing. The heavenly tower dissolves into thin air. Fune walks down the corridor. She hears something. The girl puts the phone to her ear and asks what happened. She is told that there is a matter of utmost importance. We see the girl's eyes. She says into the phone that she understands everything. Fune, who is holding a tablet, orders the passage to the Cert Tower to be immediately blocked. In front of us are the girl's legs. She orders that instructions be passed on to all employees, and that the conquerors and outsiders must immediately leave the territory. The girl has anxiety on her face. She walks forward, giving the last order to call the Ice Flower Squad. Fune says that she needs to discuss the current situation with these people. Ajai looks up in surprise, putting her hand to her forehead. Mana and Yuri are standing next to her. The youth idol states that the tower has really disappeared, and that this is the first time she has seen something like this in real life. Yuri states that as soon as the boss left the room they were in, the 3 of them had nothing to help the hero with. Mana, smiling, states that they could only watch Yoshito fight the boss, and then suddenly there was an explosion. The girls look up in amazement. A loud scream reaches them. Mana squeezes her cheeks and says that she imagines how cool Yoshito dealt with this disgusting monster. We see the hero's legs. He apologizes for interfering in the conversation. The young man, smiling, says that his face was not at all like that. The girls happily greet their comrade. Passers-by behind the hero talk to each other. One of them asks if this is really Yoshito Takemichi, that same great conqueror. The young man looks around in surprise. Someone says that it was this guy who defeated the boss of the Thor Tower. One of the girls admits that she is a fan of this young man. Mana, cursing, says that she completely forgot how popular Yoshito has become. The hero stands in the middle of the crowd with an indifferent look. The guy narrows his eyes. He understands that he enjoys his fame. He folds his arms across his chest, thinking that he has defeated a strong boss on his own, so praise would not be superfluous. A loud scream is heard next to him. We see 2 delighted girls. One of them screams that she has been watching this character for a long time. The second admits that she simply adores him. Ajai is surrounded by her fans. It turns out that the previous lines were addressed specifically to her. The hero indignantly screams that it is he who should be licked from head to toe. A smile appears on the young man's face. He says that this, in principle, is not bad. Fune approaches the guy from behind and calls out to him. Yoshito screams in surprise and tells the girl that she scared him. The head of the branch calmly asks if the young man really conquered the Thor Tower. Raising his right hand, Yoshito admits that he really did it, after which he asks how Fune ended up here. The girl replies that she was looking for him. The hero asks again in surprise. He looks at the branch manager in bewilderment. The girl whispers in his ear. Yoshito and Fune are standing next to each other. The hero looks at the girl incredulously and asks if she is serious. The brunette says that this is the absolute truth. Yoshito, whose face we can see, says that if this is so, then the situation is simply worse. In front of us is a dark red heavenly tower. We see a barrier with a coordinate grid. Fune tells the hero in his ear that a spatial distortion has been detected around the heavenly demonic tower Cert, and currently the entire surrounding area is under its complete control. It becomes clear that the red barrier is capturing the territory of the city. In front of us is the heavenly demonic tower Cert. Yoshito looks at it in surprise. The young man looks at the buildings around him and says that indeed, an entire area has become part of the space of this tower. Fyun, standing behind him, says that an hour earlier, a large-scale spatial erosion occurred around the tower CERT. Looking down sadly, the girl reports that although the spread of the red zone has slowed down, it has not stopped completely. Yoshito frowns and asks if all of Japan will eventually become one giant tower space if the erosion does not stop. Fyun closes her eyes and says that she cannot say, as this is the first time she has encountered such a phenomenon in her entire career. The branch head looks at the huge structure and states that the root of the evil is the CERT tower, and their plan is simple: to infiltrate it and destroy the boss. Yoshito frowns and Fyun reports that she has already contacted the branch members, and they are heading towards the tower with the ice flower. Putting her right hand on her waist, Fyun says that the organization she leads will also participate in capturing the tower. The girl, looking at the hero, states that she wants to ask him to cooperate with the branch workers. Yoshito, next to whom his allies are visible, promises to do so. Rubbing the back of his head thoughtfully, the young man says that at times like these, he especially misses Okiomi. Yuri remembers that she hasn't seen this man for a long time and asks where he is now. Yoshito, raising his index finger, says that Okiomi is from Chubu, and when red demonic towers began to appear in Kanto, he decided to move closer to the disaster area. Yuri looks at the guy in bewilderment. Okiomi carries boxes. The hero says that, therefore, their comrade is now in Chubu and is preparing to move. Fyun sadly states that perhaps soon not only CERT, but also other red demonic towers will undergo similar transformations. Looking down, the branch manager says that she has already contacted Okiomi and asked him to return to Kanto quickly. Yoshito, taking a step forward, clarifies whether the first goal is really defeating the middle floor boss. Fyun confirms this. The young man looks at the huge structure and declares that he never thought that he would ever conquer 2 demonic towers in one day. Smiling, he declares that, nevertheless, for the sake of a peaceful life for people, one can make even greater sacrifices. We see a blue portal. The hero and 4 girls come out of it. It is reported that they are in the safe zone of the first floor of the heavenly demonic tower CERT. The young man sighs heavily. He looks ahead in bewilderment. Mana is lying on the ground. Yuri calls out to her friend in fear. The blonde, lying on the floor, laughs. She says that for her, the expedition seems to be over. Ajai lifts the girl up and asks where it hurts. Mana, smiling, admits that during the battle with the boss of the Thor Tower, she made a little mistake and twisted her ankle. We see the girl's swollen leg. Yoshito calls the blonde an idiot and asks why she didn't tell him everything right away. Continuing to smile, the brave girl states that she simply did not want to break the heroic spirit of the squad before going to the CERT tower. Yoshito says in fear that, having come in such a state, the girl could have set everyone up. Fyun approaches Mana. She raises her right hand. The branch manager puts it to the head of the injured girl, who screams loudly. Mana says that she is feeling very good now. Fyun, looking at the hero, states that the branch workers should have already set up first aid tents in safe zones, and offers to take Mana to the healers who should be somewhere nearby. Closing her eyes, the blonde hugs the hero. Fyun continues to have a healing effect on her. Mana presses herself against the guy's back and says that she feels a pleasant coolness. Yoshito cries out in displeasure that he is very cold. The hero and his companions move forward. The young man notices something. There are several tents in front of him. A green barrier is visible near the conquerors. The stand shows the direction for the wounded. Yoshito says that first aid tents are everywhere. The hero raises his head. Near the tents we see many conquerors. Yoshito remembers his comrade and says with great regret that Ryuto still has not regained consciousness. Burning torches are visible on the walls. One of the conquerors opens his mouth wide. Monsters are visible above his head. The guy asks what the hell is this? The fighter looks up in horror and says that no matter how many of them you kill, they appear in even greater numbers. We see a girl sitting on her knees. Horrible monsters are preparing to attack. In front of us are the eyes of the opponents. Arrows fly at the frightened conqueror. A piercing scream is heard. In front of us is the room of the 22nd floor of the heavenly demonic tower CERT. Yoshito looks at Ajai in surprise, who asks if everything will be okay with Mana. The blonde sits on the bed smiling. The hero says that high-level healers are working with the girl, and in addition, Yuri is still with her. Smiling, the young man says that if the injury is not serious, they will both join them soon. Yoshito and Ajai take out their swords. The hero offers to clear the way to the tower boss for now to surprise Mana. The young people see monsters dressed in torn robes. The leader of this squad giggles. 2 monsters approach Ajai. She puts her sword in front of her and reflects the blows of her opponents. Swinging her weapon, the girl drives away the monsters. Fear appears on the monsters' faces. The archers release arrows. One of the projectiles approaches the blonde. Yoshito reflects the arrows with his sword. The guy fearfully calls his ally. The girl, taking the EVOL cross with both hands, applies the first kata. She strikes a couple of blows. 2 monsters are cut into pieces. The leader looks at the girl in bewilderment. Yoshito, who appeared behind the monster, says that his opponents are somehow inattentive. He cuts 2 more monsters in half. Yoshito lands after jumping. He looks to his right. Fune flies up to the monsters. Bright white traces are visible in front of the monsters. The girl deals with a large group of monsters. She nods to her ally. The secretary, who accompanies the head of the branch, smiles and says that it was just wonderful. Fune approaches Yoshito and Ajai and suggests splitting up to clear this floor. The hero says that they will meet a little later. Fune and her secretary leave. The hero turns to Ajai and suggests going to clear. Fune looks at the destroyed monster. Yoshito thinks that in order to clear the CERT tower up to the boss's room, it was decided to split into pairs with the members of the Ice Flower Squad. We see the members of the said formation. Yoshito and Ajai run forward. The young man, whose profile we see, thinks that there is no boss room on the lower floors, so it makes sense to clear them out in small groups. The guy hears a characteristic giggle. There are 2 monsters in front of him. He calmly cuts them into pieces, realizing that the opponents on this floor do not pose much of a threat. Yoshito and Ajai run forward. The hero notices something around the corner. There is another group of opponents in front of him. The monsters, as usual, giggle disgustingly. The young man approaches one of them. With one powerful blow, he deals with the enemy. The guy and the girl destroy 2 more monsters. Yoshito hits 2 enemies with 1 blow. Another monster is visible behind his back. The hero thinks that for some reason after each skirmish he gets a feeling of déjà vu. In front of us is the hood of one of the monsters. The monster's eye glows brightly. Sweat runs down the hero's face. The guy calls his companion. Turning to her, Yoshito asks if the girl noticed anything strange. She asks what exactly the young man means. Another monster approaches them. Yoshito kills it with 1 blow. The monster opens its mouth wide. The hero realizes that he is fighting this creature not for the first time. We see the young man's left eye. The appearances of the monsters emerge in the hero's memory. Yoshito, his eyes bulging, looks ahead. He realizes that all these monsters had a scar on their left eyes. The monster manages to hit the hero. Ajai fearfully calls out to his ally. The hero, blood flowing from his mouth, says that he seems to understand everything. 3 monsters are visible in front of Yoshito. Falling to his knees, the hero says that all this time they have been fighting the same opponents. Blood spreads under the young man's head. We see bloodthirsty grinning monsters.